Chapter 27. Late that afternoon, Selena stared at the ebony clock tower. It grew darker and darker, as if it somehow absorbed the sun's dying rays. On top of it, the gargoyles remained stationary. They hadn't moved, not even a finger. The Guardians, Elena had called them. But guardians to what? They'd scared Elena enough to keep her away. Surely if they'd been the evil Elena mentioned, she would have just said it outright. Not that Selena was considering looking for it right now. Not when it could get her into trouble, and somehow wind up killing her before she could even become the king's champion. Still, why did Elena have to be so oblique about everything? "What's your obsession with these ugly things?" Nehemia asked from beside her. Selena turned to the princess. "Do you think they move?" "They're made of stone, Lillian," the princess said in the common tongue, her Eelway accent slightly less thick. "Oh!" Selena exclaimed, smiling. "That was very good! One lesson and you're already putting me to shame." Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said of Selena's Eelway. Nehemia beamed. "They do look wicked," she said in Eelway. "And I'm afraid the word marks don't help," Selena said. A word mark was at her feet, and she glanced to the others. There were 12 of them all together, forming a large circle around the solitary tower. She hadn't the faintest idea what any of it meant. None of the marks here matched the 3 she'd spotted at Xavier's murder site, but there had to be some connection. "So you truly can't read these?" she asked her friend. "No," Nehemia said curtly, and headed toward the hedges that bordered the courtyard. "And you shouldn't try to discover what they say," she added over her shoulder. "Nothing good will come of it." Selena pulled her cloak tighter around her as she followed the princess. Snow would start falling in a matter of days, bringing them closer to Yulmas and the final duel, still 2 months away. She savored the heat from her cloak, remembering all too well the winter she'd spent in Endovier. Winter was unforgiving when you lived in the shadow of the Rune Mountains. It was a miracle she hadn't gotten frostbite. If she went back, another winter might kill her. "You look troubled," Nehemia said when Selena reached her side, and put a hand on her arm. "I'm fine," Selena said in Eelway, smiling for Nehemia's sake. "I don't like winter." "I've never seen snow," Nehemia said, looking at the sky. "I wonder how long the novelty will last." "Hopefully long enough for you to not mind the drafty corridors, freezing mornings, and days without sunshine." Nehemia laughed. "You should come to Eelway with me when I return, and make sure you stay long enough to experience one of our blistering summers. Then you'll appreciate your freezing mornings and days without sun." Selena had already spent one blistering summer in the heat of the Red Desert, but to tell Nehemia that would only invite difficult questions. Instead, she said, "I'd like to see Eelway very much." Nehemia's gaze lingered on Selena's brow for a moment, before she grinned. "Then it shall be so." Selena's eyes brightened, and she tilted her head back so she could see the castle looming above them. "I wonder if Chaol sorted through the mess of that murder." "My bodyguards tell me that the man was very violently killed." "To say the least," Selena murmured, watching the shifting colors of the fading sun turn the castle gold and red and blue. Despite the ostentatious nature of the castle, she had to admit that it did look rather beautiful at times. "You saw the body?" "My guards weren't allowed close enough." She nodded. "I'm sure you don't want to know the details." "Indulge me," Nehemia pressed, smiling tightly. Selena raised an eyebrow. "Well, there was blood smeared everywhere. On the walls, on the floor." "Smeared," Nehemia said, her voice dropping into a hush. "Not splattered?" "I think so, like someone had rubbed it on there. There were a few of those word marks painted, but most had been rubbed away." She shook her head at the image that arose. "And the man's body was missing its vital organs. like someone had split him open from neck to navel, and, "I'm sorry, you look like you're going to be ill. I shouldn't have said anything." "No. Keep going. What else was missing?" Selena paused for a moment before saying, "His brain. Someone had made a hole in the top of his head, and his brain was gone. And the skin from his face had been ripped off." Nehemia nodded, staring at a barren bush in front of them. The princess chewed on her bottom lip, and Selena noted that her fingers curled and uncurled at the sides of her long white gown. A cold breeze blew past them, making Nehemia's multitude of fine, thin braids sway. The gold woven into her braids clinked softly. "I'm sorry," Selena said. "I shouldn't have—" A step fell behind them, and before Selena could whirl, a male voice said, "Look at this." She tensed as Kane came to stand nearby, half hidden in the shadow of the clock tower behind them. Varen, the curly-haired loudmouth thief, was at his side. "What do you want?" she said. Kane's tan face twisted in a sneer. Somehow he'd gotten bigger, or maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Pretending to be a lady doesn't mean you are one," he said. Selena shot Nehemia a look, but the princess's eyes remained upon Kane, narrowed, but her lips strangely slack. But Kane wasn't done, and his attention shifted to Nehemia. His lips pulled back, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Neither does wearing a crown make you a real princess. Not anymore." Selena took a step closer to him. "Shut your stupid mouth, or I'll punch your teeth down your throat and shut it for you." Kane let out a sharp laugh, which Varen echoed. The thief circled behind them, and Selena straightened, wondering if they'd actually pick a fight here. "Lots of barking from the prince's lapdog," Kane said. "But does she have any fangs?" She felt Nehemia's hand on her shoulder, but she shrugged it off as she took another step toward him, close enough for the curls of his breath to touch her face. Inside the castle, the guards remained loitering about, talking amongst themselves. "You'll find out when my fangs are buried in your neck," she said. "Why not right now?" Kane breathed. "Come on, hit me. Hit me with all that rage you feel every time you force yourself to miss the bullseye, or when you slow yourself down so you don't scale walls as fast as me. Hit me, Lillian," he whispered so only she could hear, "and let's see what that year in Endovier really taught you." Selena's heart leapt into a gallop. He knew. He knew who she was and what she was doing. She didn't dare to look at Nehemia, and only hoped her understanding of the common language was still weak enough for her not to have understood. Varen still watched from behind them. "You think you're the only one whose sponsor is willing to do anything to win? You think your prince and captain are the only ones who know what you are?" Selena clenched her hand. 2 blows and he'd be on the ground, struggling to breathe. Another blow after that, and Varen would be beside him. "Lillian," Nehemia said in the common tongue, taking her by the hand. "We have business. Let us go." "That's right," Kane said. "Follow her around like the lapdog you are." Selena's hand trembled. If she hit him, if she got into a brawl right here and the guards had to pull them apart, Kayal might not let her see Nehemia again, let alone leave her rooms after lessons or stay late to practice with Nox. So Selena smiled and rolled her shoulders as she said brightly, "Shove it up your ass, Kane." Kane and Varen laughed, but she and Nehemia walked away, the princess holding her hand tightly. Not from fear or anger, but just to tell her that she understood, that she was there. Selena squeezed her hand back. It had been a while since someone had looked out for her, and Selena had the feeling she could get used to it. Kayal stood with Dorian in the shadows atop the mezzanine, staring down at the assassin as she punched at the dummy situated in the center of the floor. She'd sent him a message saying she was going to train for a few hours after dinner, and he'd invited Dorian to come along to watch. Perhaps Dorian would now see why she was such a threat to him, to everyone. Celaena grunted, throwing punch after punch, left, right, right, on and on, as if she had something burning inside of her that she couldn't quite get out. "She looks stronger than before," the prince said quietly. "You've done a good job getting her back in shape." Celaena punched and kicked at the dummy, dodging invisible blows. The guards at the door just watched, their faces impassive. "Do you think she stands a chance against Kane?" Celaena swung her leg through the air, connecting with the dummy's head. It rocked back. The blow would have knocked out a man. "I think if she doesn't get too riled and keeps a cool head when they duel, she might. But she's wild and unpredictable. She needs to learn to control her feelings, especially that impossible anger." Which was true. Chaol didn't know if it was because of Endovier, or just being an assassin. Whatever the cause of that unyielding rage, she could never entirely leash herself. "Who's that?" Dorian asked sharply, as Nox entered the room and walked over to Celaena. She paused, rubbing her wrapped knuckles, and wiped the sweat from her eyes as she waved to him. "Nox," Chaol said. "A thief from Perenth. Minister Jovel's champion." Nox said something to Celaena that set her chuckling. Nox laughed too. "She made another friend?" Dorian said, raising his brows as Celaena demonstrated a move for Nox. "She's helping him?" "Every day. They usually stay after lessons with the others are over." "And you allow this?" Chaol hid his glower at Dorian's tone. "If you want me to put an end to it, I will." Dorian watched them for another moment. "No. Let her train with him. The other champions are brutes. She could use an ally." "That she could." Dorian turned from the balcony and strode off into the darkness of the hall beyond. Chaol watched the prince disappear, his red cape billowing behind him, and sighed. He knew jealousy when he saw it, and while Dorian was clever, he was just as bad as Celaena at hiding his emotions. Perhaps bringing the prince along had done the opposite of what he'd intended. His feet heavy, Chaol followed after the prince, hoping Dorian wasn't about to drag them all into serious trouble. A few days later, Celaena turned to the crisp yellow pages of a heavy tome, squirming in her seat. Like the countless others she'd tried, it was just page after page of scribbled nonsense. But it was worth researching, if there were word marks at Xavier's crime scene and word marks at the clock tower. The more she knew about what this killer wanted, why and how he was killing, the better. That was the real threat to be dealing with, not some mysterious, inexplicable evil Elena had mentioned. Of course, there was little to nothing to be found. Her eyes sore, the assassin looked up from the book and sighed. The library was gloomy, and were it not for the sound of Chaol flipping pages, it would have been wholly silent. "Done?" he asked, closing the novel he was reading. She hadn't told him about Kane revealing that he knew who she really was, or the possible murder connection to the word marks. Not yet. Inside the library, she didn't have to think about competitions and brutes. Here she could savor the quiet and the calm. "No," she grumbled, drumming her fingers on the table. "This is actually how you spend your spare time?" A hint of a smile appeared on his lips. "You should hope no one else hears about this. It would ruin your reputation. Nox would leave you for Kane." He chuckled to himself and opened his book again, leaning back in his chair. She stared at him for a moment, wondering if he'd stop laughing at her if he knew what she was researching, how it might help him, too. Celaena straightened in her chair, rubbing a nasty bruise on her leg. Naturally, it was from an intentional blow of Chaol's wooden staff. She glared at him, but he continued reading. He was merciless during their lessons. He had her doing all sorts of activities, walking on her hands, juggling blades. It wasn't anything new, but it was unpleasant. But his temper had improved somewhat. He did seem a bit sorry for hitting her leg so hard. Celaena supposed she liked him. The assassin slammed shut the tome, dust flying into the air. It was pointless. "What?" he asked, straightening. "Nothing," she grumbled. What were word marks, and where did they come from? And more importantly, why had she never heard of them before? They'd been all over Elena's tomb, too. An ancient religion from a forgotten time. What were they doing here? And at the crime scene? There had to be a connection. So far, she hadn't learned much. According to one book, word marks were an alphabet. Though according to this book, no grammar existed with the word marks. Everything was just symbols that one had to string together. And they changed meaning depending on the marks around them. They were painfully difficult to draw. They required precise lengths and angles, or they became something else entirely. "Stop glowering and sulking," Chaol chided. He looked at the title of the book. Neither of them had mentioned Xavier's murder, and she'd gleaned no more information about it. "Remind me what you're reading?" "Nothing," she said again, covering the book with her arms. But his brown eyes narrowed farther, and she sighed. "It's just about word marks. Those sundial things by the clock tower. I was interested, so I started learning about them." A half-truth, at least. She waited for the sneer and sarcasm, but it didn't come. He only said, "And? Why the frustration?" She looked at the ceiling, pouting. "All I can find is just radical and outlandish theories. I never knew any of this. Why? Some books claim the word is the force that holds together and governs Aurelia. And not just Aurelia, countless other worlds, too." "I've heard of it before," he said, picking up his book, but his eyes remained fixed on her face. "I always thought the word was an old term for fate, or destiny." "So did I. But the word isn't a religion, at least not in the northern parts of the continent, and it's not included in the worship of the goddess or the gods." He set his book in his lap. "Is there a point to this, beyond your obsession with those marks in the garden? Are you that bored?" "Worried for my safety is more like it." "No. Yes. It's interesting. Some theories suggest the mother goddess is just a spirit from one of these other worlds, and that she strayed through something called a word gate and found Aurelia in need of form and life." "That sounds a little sacrilegious," he warned. He was old enough to more vividly recall the burnings and executions 10 years ago. What had it been like to grow up in the shadow of the king who had ordered so much destruction? To have lived here when royal families were slaughtered, when seers and magic wielders were burned alive, and the world fell into darkness and sorrow. But she went on, needing to dump the contents of her mind in case all the pieces somehow assembled by speaking them aloud. "There's an idea that before the goddess arrived, there was life, an ancient civilization, but somehow they disappeared. Perhaps through that word gate thing. Ruins exist, ruins too old to be a fae-making." How this was connected to the Champion murders was beyond her. She was definitely grasping at straws. He set his feet down and put the book on the table. "Can I be honest with you?" Chaol leaned closer, and Celaena leaned to meet him as he whispered, "You sound like a raving lunatic." Celaena made a disgusted noise and sat back, seething. "Sorry for having some interest in the history of our world." "As you said, these sound like radical and outlandish theories." He started reading once more, and said without looking at her, "Again, why the frustration?" She rubbed her eyes. "Because," she said, almost whining, "because I just want a straightforward answer to what the word marks are, and why they're in the garden here of all places." Magic had been wiped away on the king's orders, so why had something like the word marks been allowed to remain? To have them show up at the murder scene meant something. "You should find another way to occupy your time," he said, returning to his book. Usually guards watched her in the library for hours on end, day after day. What was he doing here? She smiled, her heart skipping a beat, and then looked at the books on the table. She ran again through the information she'd gathered. There was also the idea of the word gates, which appeared numerous times alongside the mention of word marks, but she'd never heard of them. When she'd first stumbled across the notion of word gates days ago, it had seemed interesting, and so she'd researched, digging through piles of old parchment, only to find more puzzling theories. The gates were both real and invisible things. Humans could not see them, but they could be summoned and accessed using the word marks. They opened into other realms, some of them good, some of them bad. Things could come through from the other side and slither into Aurelia. It was due to this that many of the strange and fell creatures of Aurelia existed. Celaena pulled another book toward her and grinned. It was as if someone had read her mind. It was a large black volume entitled The Walking Dead in tarnished silver letters. Thankfully, the captain didn't see the title before she opened it, but she didn't remember selecting this from the shelves. It reeked, almost like soil, and Celaena's nose crinkled as she turned the pages. She scanned for any sign of the word marks, or any mention of a word gate, but she soon found something far more interesting. An illustration of a twisted, half-decayed face grinned at her, flesh falling from its bones. The air chilled, and Celaena rubbed her arms. Where had she found this? How had this escaped the burnings? How had any of these books escaped the purging fires 10 years ago? She shivered again, almost twitching. The hollow, mad eyes of the monster were full of malice. It seemed to look at her. She closed the book and pushed it to the end of the table. If the king knew this kind of book still existed in his library, he'd have it all destroyed. Unlike the great library of Orinth, here there were no master scholars to protect the invaluable books. Chaol kept reading. Something groaned, and Celaena's head swung toward the back of the library. It was a guttural noise, an animalistic noise. "Did you hear anything?" she asked. "When do you plan on leaving?" was his only reply. "When I grow tired of reading." She pulled the black book back to her, leaped past the terrifying portrait of the dead thing, and drew the candle closer to read the descriptions of various monsters. There was a scraping noise somewhere beneath her feet. Close, as if someone were running a fingernail along the ceiling below. Celaena slammed the book shut and stepped away from the table. The hair on her arms rose, and she almost stumbled into the nearest table as she waited for something. A hand, a wing, a gaping, fanged mouth, to appear and grab her. "Do you feel that?" she asked Chaol, who slowly, maliciously grinned. He held out his dagger and dragged it on the marble floor, creating the exact sound and feeling. "Damned idiot!" she snarled. She grabbed 2 heavy books from the table and stalked from the library, making sure to leave The Walking Dead far behind. Chapter 28. Brows narrowed, Celaena aimed the cue at the white ball. The pole slid easily between her fingers as she steadied her hand on the felt surface of the table. With an awkward lurch of her arm, she jabbed the rod forward. She missed completely. Cursing, Celaena tried again. She hit the cue ball in such a way that it gave a pathetic half-roll to the side, gently knocking into a colored ball with a faint click. Well, at least she'd hit something. It was more successful than her research on the word marks had been. It was past 10, and, in need of a break from hours of training and researching and fretting about Kane and Elena, she'd come into the gaming room. She was too tired for music. She couldn't play cards alone, and, well, billiards seemed to be the only plausible activity. She picked up the cue with high hopes that the game wouldn't be too difficult to learn. The assassin pivoted around the table and took aim again. She missed. Gritting her teeth, she considered snapping the cue in half across her knee. But she'd been attempting to play for only an hour. She'd be incredible by midnight. She'd master this ridiculous game, or she'd turn the table into firewood and use it to burn Kane alive. Selena jabbed the cue and hit the ball with such force that it zoomed toward the back wall of the table, knocking 3 colored balls out of its way before it collided with the number 3 ball, sending it shooting straight for a hole. It stopped rolling at the edge of the pocket. A shriek of rage ripped from her throat, and Selena ran over to the pocket. She first screamed at the ball, then took the cue in her hands and bit down upon the shaft, still screaming through her clamped teeth. Finally, the assassin stopped and slapped the 3 ball into the pocket. "For the world's greatest assassin, this is pathetic," said Dorian, stepping from the doorway. She yelped and swung toward him. She wore a tunic and pants, and her hair was unbound. He leaned against the table, smiling as she turned a deep shade of red. "If you're going to insult me, you can shove this—" She lifted the cue in the air and made an obscene gesture that finished her sentence. He rolled his sleeves before picking up a cue from the rack on the wall. "Are you planning on biting the cue again? Because if you are, I'd like to invite the court painter so I can forever remember the sight." "Don't you dare mock me!" "Don't be so serious." He aimed at the ball and sent it gracefully into a green one, which dropped into a pocket. "You're immensely entertaining when you're hopping mad." To his surprise and delight, she laughed. "Funny to you," she said. "Infuriating for me." She moved and took another shot, and missed. "Let me show you how to do it." He strode over to where she stood and set his stick down, taking hers in his hand. Nudging her out of the way, his heart beat a bit faster. He positioned himself where she stood. "You see how my thumb and index finger are always holding the upper end of the cue? All you have to do is—" She knocked him out of the way with a swish of her hips and took the rod from him. "I know how to hold it, you buffoon!" She tried to hit the ball, and missed yet again. "You're not moving your body the correct way. Here, just let me show you." Though it was the oldest and most shameless trick in the book, he reached over her and put his hand on top of the one that gripped the cue. He then positioned the fingers of her other hand on the wood before lightly gripping her wrist. To Dorian's dismay, his face became warm. His eyes shifted to her, and to his relief, he found that she was as red as he, if not more so. "If you don't stop feeling and start instructing, I'm going to rip out your eyes and replace them with these billiard balls." "Look, all you have to do is—" He walked her through the steps, and she hit the ball smoothly. It went into a corner and rebounded into a pocket. He removed himself from her and smirked. "See, if you do it properly, it'll work. Try again." He picked up his cue. She snorted, but still positioned herself, aimed, and hit it. The cue ball shot all around the table, creating general chaos, but at least she made contact. He grabbed the triangle and held it in the air. "Care for a game?" The clock struck 2 before they stopped. He had ordered an array of desserts to be brought in the midst of their playing, and though she protested, she gobbled down a large piece of chocolate cake, and then ate half of his piece, too. He won every game, yet she hardly noticed. As long as she hit the ball, it resulted in shameless bragging. When she missed, well, even the fires of hell couldn't compare to the rage that burst from her mouth. He couldn't remember a time when he'd laughed so hard. When she wasn't cursing and sputtering, they spoke of the books they'd both read, and as she jabbered on, he felt as if she hadn't spoken a word in years, and was afraid she'd suddenly go mute again. She was frighteningly smart. She understood him when he spoke of history or of politics, though she claimed to loathe the subject, and even had a great deal to say about the theater. He somehow wound up promising to take her to a play after the competition. An awkward silence arose at that, but it quickly passed. Dorian was slumped in an armchair, resting his head on a hand. She lay sprawled across the chair facing his, her legs dangling off an arm. She stared at the fire, her eyelids half closed. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. She let her head drop onto the arm of the chair. "Do you think Xavier and the other champion murders were intentional?" "Perhaps. Does it make a difference?" "No." She lazily waved her hand in the air. "Never mind." Before he could ask more, she fell asleep. He wished he knew more about her past. Chaol had only told him that she came from Terrasen, and that her family was dead. He hadn't the faintest clue what her life was like, how she became an assassin, how she learned to play the pianoforte. It was all a mystery. He wanted to know everything about her. He wished she'd just tell him. Dorian stood and stretched. He placed their cues on the rack, arranged the balls, and returned to the slumbering assassin. He shook her gently, and she groaned in protest. "You may want to sleep there, but you'll sorely regret it in the morning." Barely opening her eyes, she stood and shuffled to the door. When she nearly walked into the doorpost, he decided that a guiding arm was needed before she broke something. Trying not to think of the warmth of her skin beneath his hand, he directed her to her bedroom and watched her stagger into bed, where she collapsed on top of the blankets. "Your books are there," she mumbled, pointing at a stack by her bed. He slowly entered the chamber. She lay still, her eyes closed. 3 candles burned on various surfaces. With a sigh, he moved to blow them out before approaching her bed. Was she sleeping? "Good night, Celaena," he said. It was the first time he'd addressed her by her name. It came off his tongue nicely. She mumbled something that sounded like "nah," and did not move. A curious necklace glittered in the hollow of her throat. He felt as if it were familiar somehow, like he'd seen it before. With a final glance, he picked up the stack of books and left the room. If she became his father's champion and later gained her freedom, would she remain the same? Or was this all a facade to get what she wanted? But he couldn't imagine that she was pretending, didn't want to imagine that she was pretending. The castle was silent and dark as he walked back to his room. Chapter 29. At their test the next afternoon, Celaena stood in the training hall with her arms crossed, watching Cain spar with Grave. Cain knew who she was. All of her simpering and pretending and holding back had been for nothing. It had amused him. She clenched her jaw as Cain and Grave flew across the sparring ring, swords clanging. The test was fairly simple. They were each given a sparring partner, and if they won their duel, they needn't worry about being eliminated. The losers, however, would face judgment by Brello. Whoever had performed the worst would be sent packing. To his credit, Grave held up well against Cain, even though she saw how his knees trembled from the effort. Knox, standing beside her, hissed as Cain shoved into Grave and sent him staggering back. Cain smiled throughout the entire thing, barely panting. Celaena clenched her hand into fists, pushing them hard against her ribs. In a flash of steel, Cain had his blade at Grave's throat, and the pock-marked assassin bared his rotting teeth at him. "Excellent, Cain," Brello said, clapping. Celaena struggled to control her breathing. "Look out, Cain," Varen said from beside her. The curly-headed thief grinned at her. She hadn't been thrilled when it had been announced she was to spar against Varen, but at least it wasn't Knox. "Little lady wants a piece of you." "Watch yourself, Varen," Knox warned, his gray eyes burning. "What?" Varen said. Now the other champions, and everyone else, were turning to them. Paylor, who had been lingering nearby, retreated a few steps. Smart move. Defending her, are you? Varen taunted. Is that the bargain? She opens her legs and you keep an eye on her during practice? Shut your mouth, you damned pig! Celaena snapped. Chaol and Dorian pushed off from where they both leaned against the wall, coming closer to the ring. Or what? Varen said, nearing her. Nox stiffened, his hand drifting to his sword. But Celaena refused to back down. Or I'll rip out your tongue. That's enough! Brello barked. Take it out in the ring. Varen, Lillian, now. Varen gave her a snake-like smile, and Cain clapped him on the back as he entered the chalk-etched circle, drawing his sword. Nox put a hand on her shoulder, and out of the corner of her eye, she spied Chaol and Dorian watching them closely. She ignored them. It was enough. Enough of the pretending and the meekness. Enough of Cain. Varen raised his sword, shaking his blonde curls out of his eyes. Let's see what you've got. She stalked toward him, keeping her sword sheathed at her side. Varen's grin widened as he lifted his blade. He swung, but Celaena struck, ramming her fist into his arm, sending the blade soaring through the air. In the same breath, her palm hit his left arm, knocking it aside, too. As he staggered back, her leg came up, and Varen's eyes bulged as her foot slammed into his chest. The kick sent him flying, and his body crunched as it hit the floor and slid out of the ring, instantly eliminating him. The hall was utterly silent. "Mock me again?" she spat at Varen, "and I'll do that with my sword the next time." She turned from him and found Brello's face slack. "Here's a lesson for you, weapons master," she said, stalking past him. "Give me real men to fight. Then maybe I'll bother trying." She strode away, past the grinning Nox, and stopped before Cain. She stared up at his face, a face that might have been handsome had he not been a bastard, and smiled with sweet venom. "Here I am," she said, squaring her shoulders. "Just a little lapdog." Cain's black eyes gleamed. "All I hear is yapping." Her hand itched toward her sword, but she kept it at her side. "Let's see if you still hear yapping when I win this competition." Before he could say more, she stalked to the water table. Only Nox dared speak to her after that. Surprisingly, Chaol didn't reprimand her either. When she was safely back in her rooms after the test, Celaena watched the snowflakes drift from the hills beyond Rifthold. They swept toward her, harbingers of the storm that was to come. The late afternoon sun, trapped beneath a wall of pewter, stained the clouds a yellowish gray, making the sun unusually bright. It felt surreal, as if the horizon had disappeared beyond the hills. She was stranded in a world of glass. Celaena left the window, but stopped before the tapestry in its depiction of Queen Elena. She had often wished for adventure, for old spells and wicked kings, but she hadn't realized it would be like this, a fight for her freedom. And she'd always imagined that there'd be someone to help her, a loyal friend or a one-armed soldier or something. She hadn't imagined she would be so alone. She wished Sam were with her. He'd always known what to do, always had her back, whether she wanted him to or not. She would give anything, anything in the world, to have him still with her. Her eyes burned, and Celaena put a hand to the amulet. The metal was warm beneath her fingers, comforting somehow. She took a step back from the tapestry to better study the entire scope of it. In the center stood a stag, magnificent and virile, gazing sideways at Elena. The symbol of the royal house of Terrasen, of the kingdom that Brannon, Elena's father, had founded. A reminder that though Elena had become Queen of Adarlan, she still belonged to Terrasen. Like Celaena, no matter where Elena went, no matter how far, Terrasen would always own a part of her. Celaena listened to the wind howl. With a sigh, she shook her head and turned away. Find the evil in the castle, but the only truly evil thing in this world is the man ruling it. Across the castle, Caltaine Rompier clapped lightly as a troupe of acrobats finished their tumbling. The performance had stopped at last. She didn't feel inclined to watch peasants bouncing about in bright colors for hours, but Queen Georgina enjoyed it, and had invited her to sit beside the throne today. It was an honor, and had been arranged through Parrington. Parrington wanted her, she knew it, and if she pushed, she could easily get him to offer to make her his duchess. But duchess wasn't enough. Not when Dorian was still unmarried. Her head had been pounding for the past week, and today it seemed to throb with the words, "Not enough, not enough, not enough." Even in her sleep, the pain seeped in, warping her dreams into nightmares so vivid she couldn't remember where she was when she awoke. "How delightful, Your Majesty," Kaltain said as the acrobats gathered their things. "Yes, they were rather exciting, weren't they?" The Queen's green eyes were bright, and she smiled at Kaltain. Just then, Kaltain's head gave a bolt of pain so strong she clenched her fists, hiding them in the folds of her tangerine-colored gown. "I do wish Prince Dorian could have seen them," Kaltain got out. "His Highness told me only yesterday how much he enjoyed coming here." The lie was easy enough, and somehow it made the pain of the headache ease. "Dorian said that?" Queen Georgina raised an auburn eyebrow. "Does that surprise Your Majesty?" The Queen put a hand to her chest. "I thought my son had a distaste for such things." "Your Majesty," she whispered, "will you swear not to say a word?" "A word about what?" the Queen whispered back. "Well, Prince Dorian told me something." "What did he say?" The Queen touched Kaltain's arm. "He said that the reason he doesn't come to court so often is because he's rather shy." The Queen withdrew, the light in her eyes fading. "Oh, he's told me that 100 times. I was so hoping you'd tell me something interesting, Lady Kaltain. Like if he's found a young woman he favors." Kaltain's face warmed, and her head pounded mercilessly. She wished for her pipe, but hours remained of this court session, and it wouldn't be proper to leave until Georgina departed. "I heard," said the Queen under her breath, "that there's a young lady, but no one knows who, or at least when they hear her name it's nothing familiar. Do you know her?" "No, Your Majesty." Kaltain fought to keep the frustration from her face. "What a pity. I had hoped that you of all people would know. You're such a clever girl, Kaltain." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are too kind." "Nonsense. I'm an excellent judge of character. I knew how extraordinary you were the moment you entered the court. Only you are suitable for a man of Parrington's prowess. What a pity you didn't meet my Dorian first." "Not enough," the pain sang. This was her time. "Even if I had," Kaltain chuckled, "Your Majesty surely would not have approved. I'm far too lowly for the attentions of your son." "Your beauty and wealth compensate for it." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kaltain's heart pounded quickly. If the Queen approved of her... Kaltain could scarcely think as the Queen nestled into her throne, then clapped her hands twice. The music began. Kaltain didn't hear it. Parrington had given her the shoes. Now was her time to dance. Chapter 30. "You're not focusing." "Yes, I am," Celaena said through her teeth, pulling the bowstring back even farther. "Then go ahead," Chaol said, pointing to a distant target along the far wall of the abandoned hallway. An outrageous distance for anyone, except her. "Let's see you make that." She rolled her eyes and straightened her spine a bit. The bowstring quivered in her hand, and she lifted the tip of her arrow slightly. "You're going to hit the left wall," he said, crossing his arms. "I'm going to hit you in the head if you don't shut up." She turned her head to meet his gaze. His brows rose, and, still staring at him, she smiled quickly as she blindly fired the arrow. The whiz of the arrow's flight filled the stone hallway before the faint, dull thud of impact. But they remained gazing at each other. His eyes were slightly purple beneath. Hadn't he gotten any sleep in the 3 weeks since Xavier had died? She certainly hadn't been sleeping well either. Every noise woke her, and Kayal hadn't yet discovered who might be targeting the champions one by one. The who didn't matter as much to her as the how. How was the killer selecting them? There was no pattern. 5 were dead, and they had no connection to each other, aside from the competition. She hadn't been able to see another crime scene to determine if word marks had been painted in blood there as well. Celaena sighed, rolling her shoulders. "Kane knows who I am," she said quietly, lowering her bow. His face remained blank. "How?" "Parrington told him, and Kane told me." "When?" She'd never seen him look so serious. It made something within her strain. "A few days ago," she lied. It had been weeks since their confrontation. "I was in the Guardian with Nehemia, with my guards, don't worry, and he approached us. He knows all about me, and knows that I hold back when we're with the other champions." "Did he lead you to believe that the other champions know about you?" "No," she said. "I don't think they do. Nox doesn't have a clue." Kayal put a hand on the hilt of his sword. "It's going to be fine. The element of surprise is gone, that's all. You'll still beat Kane in the duels." She half smiled. "You know, it's starting to sound like you actually believe in me. You'd better be careful." He began to say something, but running footsteps sounded from around the corner, and he paused. 2 guards skidded to a stop and saluted them. Kayal gave them a moment to collect their breath before he said, "Yes?" One of the guards, an aging man with thinning hair, saluted a second time and said, "Captain, you're needed." Though his features remained neutral, Kayal's shoulders shifted, and his chin rose a bit higher. "What is it?" he said, a bit too quickly to pass for unconcerned. "Another body," replied the guard. "In the servants' passages." The second guard, a slender, frail-looking young man, was deathly pale. "You saw the body?" Celaena asked him. The guard nodded. "How fresh?" Kayal gave her a sharp look. The guard said, "They think it's from last night, from the way the blood's half-dried." Kayal's eyes were unfocused. Thinking. He was figuring out what to do. He straightened. "You want to prove how good you are?" he asked her. She put her hands on her hips. "Do I even need to?" He motioned the guards to lead the way. "Come with me," he said to her over his shoulder, and, despite the body, she smiled a bit and followed him. As they departed, Celaena looked back at the target. Kayal had been right. She'd missed the center by 6 inches. To the left. Thankfully, someone had created some semblance of order before they arrived. Even still, Kayal had to push his way through a crowd of gathered guards and servants, Celaena keeping close behind him. When they reached the edge of the crowd and beheld the body, her hands slackened at her sides. Kayal cursed with impressive violence. She didn't know where to look first. At the body, with the gaping chest cavity and missing brain and face, at the claw marks gouged into the ground, or at the 2 word marks drawn on either side of the body in chalk. Her blood went cold. There was no denying their connection now. The crowd continued talking as the captain approached the body, then turned to one of the guards watching him. "Who is it?" "Varen Yislich," Celaena said before the guard could reply. She'd recognize Varen's curly hair anywhere. Varen had been at the head of the pack since this competition started. Whatever had killed him. "What kind of animal makes scratches like those?" she asked Kayal, but didn't need to hear his reply to know that his guess was as good as hers. The claw marks were deep, 1/4 of an inch at least. She crouched beside one and ran her finger along the interior edge. It was jagged, but cut clean into the stone floor. Her brows knotting, she scanned the other claw marks. "There's no blood in these claw marks," she said, twisting her head to look over her shoulder at Kayal. He knelt beside her as she pointed to them. "They're clean." "Which means?" She frowned, fighting the chill that ran down her arms. Whatever did this sharpened its nails before it gutted him. "And why is that important?" She stood, looking up and down the hallway, then squatted again. It means this thing had time to do that before it attacked him. It could have done it while lying in wait. She shook her head. Those torches along the wall are almost burnt to stubs. There aren't any signs of them being extinguished before the attack. There are no traces of sooty water. If Varen died last night, then those torches were still burning when he died. And look at this hallway. The nearest doorway is 50 feet down, and the nearest corner is a bit farther than that. If those torches were burning, then Varen would have seen whatever it was long before he got to this spot. So why get near it? She asked, more to herself than anything. What if it wasn't an animal, but a person? And what if that person disabled Varen long enough for them to summon this creature? She pointed to Varen's legs. Those are clean cuts around his ankles. His tendons were snapped by a knife to keep him from running. She moved next to the body, taking care not to disturb the word marks etched into the ground as she lifted Varen's rigid, cold hand. Look at his fingernails. She swallowed hard. The tips are cracked and shattered. She used her own nail to scrape out the dirt beneath his nails and smeared it across her palm. See? She held out her hand for Chaol to observe. Dust and bits of stone. She pulled aside Varen's arm, revealing faint lines in the stone beneath. Fingernail marks. He was desperate to get away, to drag himself by his fingertips if necessary. He was alive the entire time that thing sharpened its claws on the stone while its master watched. So what does that mean? She smiled grimly at him. It means that you're in a lot of trouble. And, as Chaol's face paled, Celaena realized with a jolt that perhaps the champion's killer and Elena's mysterious evil force might be one and the same. Seated at the dining table, Celaena flipped through the book. Nothing, nothing, nothing. She scanned page after page for any sign of the 2 word marks that had been drawn beside Varen's body. There had to be a connection. She stopped as a map of Aurelia appeared. Maps had always interested her. There was something bewitching in knowing one's precise location in relation to others on the earth. She gently traced a finger along the eastern coast. She began in the south, at Bunjali, the Eelway capital, then went up, curving and snaking all the way to Rifthold. Her finger then traveled through Mia, then north and inland to Orinth, then back to the sea, to the Saurian coast, and finally to the very tip of the continent and the North Sea beyond. She stared at Orinth, that city of light and learning, the pearl of Aurelia and capital of Terrasen. Her birthplace. Celaena slammed shut the book. Glancing around her room, the assassin let out a long sigh. When she managed to sleep, her dreams were haunted by ancient battles, by swords with eyes, by word marks that swirled around her head and blinded her with their bright colors. She could see the gleaming armor of Fae and mortal warriors, hear the clash of shields and the snarl of vicious beasts, and smell blood and rotting corpses all around her. Carnage trailed in her wake. Otterland's assassin shuddered. "Oh, good. I hoped you'd still be awake," the Crown Prince said, and Celaena jumped from her seat to find Dorian approaching. He looked tired and a bit ruffled. She opened her mouth, then shook her head. "What are you doing here? It's almost midnight and I've got a test tomorrow." She couldn't deny having him here was a bit of a relief. The murderer only seemed to attack champions when they were alone. "Have you moved from literature to history?" He surveyed the books on the table. "A Brief History of Modern Aurelia," he read. "Symbols and Power. Eelway Culture and Customs." He raised an eyebrow. "I read what I like." He slid into the seat beside her, his leg brushing hers. "Is there a connection between all of these?" "No." It wasn't quite a lie, though she had hoped for all of them to contain something about word marks, or what they meant beside a corpse. "I assume you heard about Varen's death?" "Of course," he said, a dark expression crossing his handsome face. She was all too aware of how close his leg was, but she couldn't bring herself to shift away. "And you're not at all concerned that so many champions have been brutally murdered at the hands of someone's feral beast?" Dorian leaned in, his eyes fixed on hers. "All of those murders occurred in dark, isolated hallways. You're never without guards, and your chambers are well watched."
"I'm not concerned for myself," she said sharply, pulling back a bit, which wasn't entirely true. "I just think it reflects poorly on your esteemed father to have all of this going on."
"When was the last time you bothered to care for the reputation of my esteemed father?"
"Since I became his son's champion. So perhaps you ought to devote some additional resources to solving these murders, before I win this absurd competition just because I'm the last one left alive."
"Any more demands?"
he asked, still close enough for her lips to graze his if she dared. "I'll let you know if I think of any." Their eyes locked. A slow smile spread across her face. What sort of a man was the Crown Prince? Though she didn't want to admit it, it was nice to have someone around, even if he was a Havilyard. She pushed claw marks and brainless corpses from her thoughts. "Why are you so disheveled? Has Kaltain been clawing at you?"
"Kaltain? Thankfully not recently. But what a miserable day it was. The pups are mutts, and—"
He put his head in his hands.
"Pups? One of my bitches gave birth to a litter of mongrels. Before they were too young to tell, but now, well, I'd hoped for purebreds."
"Are we speaking of dogs or of women?"
"Which would you prefer?"
He gave her an impish grin. "Oh, hush up," she hissed, and he chuckled.
"Why, might I ask, are you so disheveled?"
His smile faltered.
"Chaol told me he took you to see the body. I hope it wasn't too harrowing."
"Not at all. It's just that I haven't slept well."
"Me neither," he admitted. He straightened. "Will you play the pianoforte for me?"
Celaena tapped her foot on the floor, wondering how he had moved on to such a different subject. "Of course not."
"You played beautifully."
"If I had known someone was spying on me, I wouldn't have played at all."
"Why is playing so personal for you?"
He leaned back in his chair. "I can't hear or play music without— Never mind."
"No. Tell me what you were going to say."
"Nothing interesting," she said, stacking the books.
"Does it stir up memories?"
She eyed him, searching for any sign of mockery. "Sometimes."
"Memories of your parents?"
He reached to help her stack the remaining books. Celaena stood suddenly. "Don't ask such stupid questions."
"I'm sorry if I pried."
She didn't respond. The door in her mind that she kept locked at all times had been cracked open by the question, and now she tried frantically to close it. Seeing his face, seeing him so near to her. The door shut, and she turned the key.
"It's just," he said, oblivious to the battle that had just occurred. "It's just that I don't know anything about you."
"I'm an assassin." Her heartbeat calmed. "That's all there is to know."
"Yes," he said with a sigh. "But why is it so wrong for me to want to know more? Like how you became an assassin, and what things were like for you before that."
"It's not interesting."
"I wouldn't find it boring."
She didn't say anything.
"Please, one question, and I promise nothing too sensitive."
Her mouth twisted to the side, and she looked at the table. What harm was there in a question? She could choose not to reply. "Very well." He grinned. "I need a moment to think of a good one." She rolled her eyes, but sat down. After a few seconds, he asked, "Why do you like music so much?" She made a face. "You said nothing sensitive."
"Is that prying? How different is that from asking why you like to read?"
No, that question is fine." She let out a long breath through her nose and stared at the table. "I like music," she said slowly, "because when I hear it, I lose myself within myself, if that makes sense. I become empty and full all at once, and I can feel the whole earth roiling around me. When I play, for once, I'm not destroying. I'm creating." She chewed on her lip. "I used to want to be a healer, back before this became my profession. When I was almost too young to remember, I wanted to be a healer." She shrugged. "Music reminds me of that feeling." She laughed under her breath. "I've never told anyone that," she admitted, then saw his smile. "Don't mock me." He shook his head, wiping the smile from his lips. "I'm not mocking you, I'm just—" "Unused to hearing people speak from the heart?" "Well, yes." She smiled slightly. "Now it's my turn. Are there any limitations?" "No." He tucked his hands behind his head. "I'm not nearly as private as you are." She made a face as she thought of the question. "Why aren't you married yet?" "Married? I'm 19. "Yes, but you're the crown prince." He crossed his arms. She tried not to notice the cut of muscle that shifted just beneath the fabric of his shirt. "Ask another question." "I want to hear your answer. It must be interesting if you're so ardently resisting." He looked at the window and the snow that swirled beyond. "I'm not married," he said softly, "because I can't stomach the idea of marrying a woman inferior to me in mind and spirit. It would mean the death of my soul." "Marriage is a legal contract. It's not a sacred thing. As crown prince, you should have given up such fanciful notions. What if you're ordered to marry for the sake of an alliance? Would you start a war because of your romantic ideals?" "It's not like that." "Oh? Your father wouldn't command you to marry some princess in order to strengthen his empire?" "My father has an army to do that for him." "You could easily love some woman on the side. Marriage doesn't mean you can't love other people." His sapphire eyes flashed. "You marry the person you love and none other," he said, and she laughed. "You're mocking me. You're laughing in my face." "You deserve to be laughed at for such foolish thoughts. I spoke from my soul, you speak only from selfishness." "You're remarkably judgmental." "What's the point in having a mind if you don't use it to make judgments?" "What's the point in having a heart if you don't use it to spare others from the harsh judgments of your mind?" "Oh, well said, Your Highness." He stared at her sullenly. "Come now, I didn't wound you that severely." "You've attempted to ruin my dreams and ideals. I get enough from my mother as it is. You're just being cruel." "I'm being practical. There's a difference. And you're the Crown Prince of Otterlin. You're in a position where it's possible for you to change Aurelia for the better. You could help create a world where true love isn't needed to secure a happy ending." "And what sort of world would I need to create for that to happen?" "A world where men govern themselves." "You speak of anarchy and treason." "I do not speak of anarchy. Call me a traitor all you like. I've been convicted as an assassin already." He sidled closer to her, and his fingers brushed hers, calloused, warm, and hard. "You can't resist the opportunity to respond to everything I say, can you?" She felt restless, but at the same time remarkably still. Something was brought to life and laid to sleep in his gaze. "Your eyes are very strange," he said. "I've never seen any with such a bright ring of gold." "If you're attempting to woo me with flattery, I'm afraid it won't work." "I was merely observing. I have no agenda." He looked at his hand, still touching hers. "Where did you get that ring?" She contracted her hand into a fist as she pulled it away from him. The amethyst in her ring glowed in the firelight. "It was a gift." "From whom?" "That's none of your concern." He shrugged, though she knew better than to tell him who'd really given it to her. Rather, she knew Chaol wouldn't want Dorian to know. "I'd like to know who's been giving rings to my champion." The way the collar of his black jacket lay across his neck made her unable to sit still. She wanted to touch him, to trace the line between his tan skin and the golden lining of the fabric. "Billiards?" she asked, rising to her feet. "I could use another lesson." Celaena didn't wait for his answer as she strode toward the gaming room. She very much wanted to stand close to him and have her skin warm under his breath. She liked that. Worse than that, she realized. She liked him. Chaol watched Parrington at his table in the dining hall. When he had approached the Duke about Varen's death, he hadn't seemed bothered. Chaol looked around the cavernous hall. In fact, most of the champion sponsors went about as usual,
Idiots.
If Celaena was actually right about it, then whoever was responsible for killing the champions could be among them. But which of the members of the King's Council would be so desperate to win that he'd do such a thing? Chaol stretched his legs beneath the table and shifted his attention back to Parrington. He'd seen how the Duke used his size and title to win allies on the King's Council and keep opponents from challenging him. But it wasn't his maneuverings that had captured the interest of the Captain of the Guard tonight. Rather, it was the moments between the grins and laughter, when a shadow passed across the Duke's face. It wasn't an expression of anger or of disgust, but a shade that clouded his eyes. It was so strange that when Chaol had first seen it, he'd extended his dinner just to see if it happened again. A few moments later, it did. Parrington's eyes became dark, and his face cleared, as if he saw everything in the world for what it was, and found no joy or amusement in it. Chaol leaned back in his chair, sipping his water. He knew little of the Duke, and had never entirely trusted him. Neither had Dorian, especially not after all his talk of using Nehemia as a hostage, to get the Eelway rebels to cooperate. But the Duke was the King's most trusted advisor, and had offered no cause for mistrust other than a fierce belief in Adarlan's right to conquest. Kaltain Rompier sat a few chairs away. Chaol's brows rose slightly. Her eyes were upon Parrington as well, filled not with the longing of a beloved, but with cold contemplation. Chaol stretched again, lifting his arms over his head. Where was Dorian? The prince hadn't come to dinner, nor was he in the kennels with the bitch and her pups. His gaze returned to the Duke. There it was, for a moment. Parrington's eyes fell upon the black ring on his left hand, and darkened, as if his pupils had expanded to encompass all of each eye. Then it was gone. His eyes returned to normal. Chaol looked to Kaltain. Had she noticed the odd change? No. Her face remained the same. There was no bewilderment, no surprise. Her look became shallow, as if she were more interested in how his jacket might complement her dress. Chaol stretched and rose, finishing his apple as he strode from the dining hall. Strange as it was, he had enough to worry about. The Duke was ambitious, but certainly not a threat to the castle or its inhabitants. But even as the Captain of the Guard walked to his rooms, he couldn't shake the feeling that Duke Parrington had been watching him, too. Chapter 31. Someone was standing at the foot of her bed. Celaena knew this long before she opened her eyes, and she eased her hand beneath her pillow, pulling out the makeshift knife she'd crafted of pin, string, and soap. "That's unnecessary," a woman said, and Celaena sat upright at the sound of Elena's voice. "And would be wholly ineffective." Her blood went cold at the sight of the shimmering specter of the first Queen of Adarlan. Though Elena looked fully formed, the edges of her body gleamed as though made from starlight. Her long silver hair flowed around her beautiful face, and she smiled as Celaena set down her miserably pathetic knife. "Hello, child," the Queen said. "What do you want?" Celaena demanded, but kept her voice down. Was she dreaming, or could the guards hear her? She tensed, her legs preparing to leap from the bed, perhaps toward the balcony, since Elena stood between her and the door. "Simply to remind you that you must win this competition." "I already planned to." She'd been woken up for this? "And it's not for you," she added coldly. "I'm doing it for my freedom. Do you have anything useful to say, or are you just here to bother me? Or maybe you could just tell me more about this evil thing that's hunting the champions down one by one." Elena sighed, lifting her eyes to the ceiling. "I know as little as you." When Celaena's frown didn't disappear, Elena said, "You don't trust me yet. I understand. But you and I are on the same side, whether you allow yourself to believe it or not." She lowered her gaze to the assassin, pinning her with the intensity of it. "I came here to warn you to keep an eye on your right." "Excuse me?" Celaena cocked her head. "What does that mean?" "Look to your right. You'll find the answers there." Celaena looked to her right, but all she saw was the tapestry that concealed the tomb. She opened her mouth to snap a response, but when she looked back at Elena, the queen was gone. At her test the next day, Selena studied the small table before her and all the goblets it contained. It had been over 2 weeks since Sam Hewen, and while she'd passed yet another test, knife throwing to her relief, another champion had been found dead just 2 days ago. To say she was getting little sleep these days was an understatement. When she wasn't searching for an indication of what the word marks around the corpses had meant, she spent most of the night wide awake, watching her windows and doors, listening for the scrape of claw on stone. The royal guards outside her rooms didn't help. If this beast was capable of gouging marble, it could take down a few men. Brello stood at the front of the sparring hall, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the 13 remaining competitors standing at 13 individual tables. He glanced at the clock. Selena looked at it too. She had 5 minutes left. 5 minutes during which she not only had to identify the poisons in 7 goblets, but arrange them in the order of the most benign to the deadliest. The true test, however, would come at the end of the 5 minutes, when they were to drink from the goblet they deemed the most harmless. If they got the answer wrong, even with antidotes on hand, it would be unpleasant. Selena rolled her neck and lifted one of the goblets to her nose, sniffing. Sweet. Too sweet. She swirled the dessert wine they'd used to conceal the sweetness, but in the bronze goblet it was difficult to see the color. She dipped her finger into the cup, studying the purple liquid as it dripped off her nail. Definitely belladonna. She looked at the other goblets she'd identified. Hemlock, bloodroot, monk's hood, oleander. She shifted the goblets into order, squeezing in belladonna just before the goblet containing a lethal dose of oleander. 3 minutes left. Selena picked up the penultimate goblet and sniffed. And sniffed again. It didn't smell like anything. She shifted her face away from the table and sniffed the air, hoping to clear her nostrils. When trying perfumes, people sometimes lose their sense of smell after sniffing too many, which was why perfumers usually kept something on site to help clear the scent from the nose. She sniffed the goblet again and dunked her finger. It smelled like water, looked like water. Perhaps it was just water. She set down the glass and picked up the final goblet, but when she sniffed it, the wine inside didn't have any unusual smell. It seemed fine. She bit her lip and glanced at the clock. 2 minutes left. Some of the other champions were cursing under their breath. Whoever got the order most wrong went home. Selena sniffed the goblet again, racing through a list of odorless poisons. None of them could be combined with water, not without coloring it. She picked up the wine goblet, swirling the liquid. Wine could conceal any number of advanced poisons, but which one was it? At the table to the left of her, Knox ran his hands through his dark hair. He had 3 goblets in front of him, the other 4 in line behind them. 90 seconds left. Poisons, poisons, poisons. Her mouth went dry. If she lost, would Elena haunt her from spite? Selena glanced to the right to find Paylor, the gangly young assassin, watching her. He was down to the same 2 goblets that she struggled with, and she watched as he put the water glass at the very end of the spectrum, the most poisonous, and the wine glass at the other. His eyes flicked to hers, and his chin drooped in a barely detectable nod. He put his hands in his pockets. He was done. Selena turned to her own goblets before Brello could catch her. Poisons. That's what Paylor had said during their first test. He was trained in poisons. She glanced at him sidelong. He stood to her right. Look to your right. You'll find the answers there. A chill went down her spine. Elena had been telling the truth. Paylor stared at the clock, watching it count down the seconds until the test was over. But why help her? She moved the water glass to the end of the line and put the wine glass first. Because aside from her, Kane's favorite champion to torment was Paylor. And because when she'd been in Endovier, the allies she'd made hadn't been the darlings of the overseers, but the ones the overseers had hated the most. The outsiders looked out for each other. None of the other champions had bothered to pay attention to Pelor. Even Brello, it seemed, had forgotten Pelor's claim that first day. If he'd known, he never would have allowed them to do the test so publicly. "Time's up. Make your final order," Brello said, and Celaena stared at her line of goblets for a moment longer. On the side of the room, Dorian and Chaol watched with crossed arms. Had they noticed Pelor's help? Nox cursed colorfully and shoved his remaining glasses into the line, many of the competitors doing the same. Antidotes were on hand in case mistakes were made, and as Brello began going through the tables, telling the champions to drink, he handed them out frequently. Most of them had assumed the wine with nothing in it was a trap and placed it toward the end of the spectrum. Even Nox wound up chugging a vial of antidote. He put monkshood first. And Cain, to her delight, wound up going purple in the face after consuming belladonna. As he guzzled down the antidote, she wished Brello had somehow run out. So far, no one had won the test. One champion drank the water and was on the ground before Brello could hand him the antidote. Bloodbane, a horrible, painful poison. Even consuming just a little could cause vivid hallucinations and disorientation. Thankfully, the weapons master forced him to swallow the antidote, though the champion still had to be rushed to the castle infirmary. At last, Brello stopped at her table to survey her line of goblets. His face revealed nothing as he said, "On with it, then." Celaena glanced at Pelor, whose hazel eyes shone as she lifted the glass of wine to her lips and drank a sip. Nothing. No strange taste, no immediate sensation. Some poisons could take longer to affect you, but... Brello extended a fist to her, and her stomach clenched. Was the antidote inside? But his fingers splayed, and he only clapped her on the back. "The right one. Just wine," he said, and the champions murmured behind him. He moved on to Pelor, the last champion, and the youth drank the glass of wine. Brello grinned at him, grasping his shoulder. "Another winner!" Applause rippled through the sponsors and trainers, and Celaena flashed an appreciative grin in the assassin's direction. He grinned back, going red from his neck to his copper hair. So she'd cheated a little, but she'd won. She could handle sharing the victory with an ally. And yes, Elena was looking out for her, but that didn't change anything. Even if her path and Elena's demands were now tied closely together, she wouldn't become the king's champion just to serve some ghost's agenda, an agenda that Elena had twice now failed to reveal. Even if Elena had told her how to win the test. Chapter 32. After cutting short their lesson in favor of a stroll, Celaena and Nehemia walked through the spacious halls of the castle, guards trailing behind them. Whatever Nehemia thought of the flock of guards that followed Celaena everywhere, she didn't say anything, despite the fact that Yulmus was a month away, and the final duel 5 days after that. Every evening, for an hour before dinner, Celaena and the princess divided their time equally between Eyllwe and the common tongue. Celaena had Nehemia read from her library books, and then forced her to copy letter after letter until they looked flawless. Since they'd begun their lessons, the princess had greatly improved her fluency in the common tongue, though the girls still spoke Eyllwe. Perhaps it was for ease and comfort, perhaps it was to see the raised eyebrows and gaping mouths when others overheard them, perhaps it was to keep their conversations private. Whichever reason, the assassin found the language preferable. At least Endovier had taught her something. "You're quiet today," Nehemia said. "Is something the matter?" Celaena smiled weakly. Something was the matter. She'd slept so poorly the previous night that she'd wished for dawn to arrive early. Another champion was dead. Not to mention there was still the matter of Elena's commands. "I was up late reading, is all." They entered a part of the castle that Celaena had never seen before. "I sense much worry in you," Nehemia said suddenly, "and I hear much that you do not say. You never voice any of your troubles, though your eyes betray them." Was she so transparent? "We're friends," Nehemia said softly. "When you need me, I'll be there." Selena's throat tightened, and she put a hand on Nehemia's shoulder. "No one has called me friend in a long time," the assassin said. An inky black crept into the corner of her memory, and she struggled against it. "There are parts of me that She heard it then, the sound that haunted her dreams. Hooves pounding, thunderous hooves. Selena shook her head and the sound stopped. "Thank you, Nehemia," she said with sincerity. "You're a true friend." Her heart was raw and trembling, and the darkness faded. Nehemia suddenly groaned. "The Queen asked me to watch some acting troupe perform one of her favorite plays tonight. Will you go with me? I could use a translator." Selena frowned. "I'm afraid that—" "You cannot go." Nehemia's voice was tinted with annoyance, and Selena gave her friend an apologetic look. "There are certain things that—" Selena began, but the princess shook her head. "We all have our secrets. Though I'm curious why you're so closely watched by that captain and locked in your rooms at night. If I were a fool, I'd say they're afraid of you." The assassin smiled. "Men will always be silly about such things." She thought about what the princess had said, and worry slipped into her stomach. "So were you actually on good terms with the Queen of Otterlin? You didn't really make an effort to start off that way." The princess nodded, lifting her chin. "You know that the situation between our countries isn't pleasant right now. While I might have been a little distant with Georgina at first, I realized that it might be in Ylwe's best interest if I make more of an effort. So I've been speaking with her for some weeks now, hoping to make her aware of how we might improve our relations. I think inviting me tonight is a sign that I might be making some progress." And, Selena realized, through Georgina, Nehemia would also get the King of Otterlin's ear. Selena bit her lip, but then quickly smiled. "I'm sure your parents are pleased." They turned down a hall, and the sound of barking dogs filled the air. "Where are we?" "The kennels," Nehemia beamed. "The prince showed me the pups yesterday, though I think he was just looking for an excuse to get out of his mother's court for a while. It was bad enough they were walking together without Chaol, but to enter the kennels— Are we allowed to be here?" Nehemia straightened. "I am Princess of Ylwe," she said. "I can go wherever I please." Selena followed the princess through a large wooden door. Wrinkling her nose at the sudden smell, the assassin walked past cages and stalls filled with dogs of many different breeds. Some were so large that they came up to her hip, while others had legs the length of her hand with bodies as long as her arm. The breeds were all fascinating and beautiful, but the sleek hounds aroused awe within her breast. Their arched undersides and slender long legs were full of grace and speed. They did not yap as the other dogs did, but sat perfectly still and watched her with dark, wise eyes. "Are these all hunting dogs?" Selena asked, but Nehemia had disappeared. She could hear her voice, and the voice of another, and then saw a hand extended from within a stall to beckon Selena inside. The assassin hurried to the pen and looked down over the gate. Dorian Havilyard smiled at her as Nehemia took a seat. "Why, hello, Lady Lillian," he purred, and set aside a brown and gold puppy. "I didn't expect to see you here. Though with Nehemia's passion for hunting, I can't say I'm surprised she finally dragged you along." Selena stared at the 4 dogs. "These are the mutts?" Dorian picked one up and stroked its head. "Pity, isn't it? I still can't resist their charm." Carefully, watching Nehemia laugh as 2 dogs leapt upon her and buried her beneath tongues and wagging tails, the assassin opened the pen door and slipped inside. Nehemia pointed to the corner. "Is that dog sick?" she asked. There was a 5th pup, a bit larger than the others, and its coat was a silky, silvery gold that shimmered in the shadows. It opened its dark eyes, as if it knew it was being spoken about, and watched them. It was a beautiful animal, and had Selena not known better, she would have thought it purebred. "It's not sick," Dorian said. "It just has a foul disposition. It won't come near anyone, human or canine." "With good reason," Selena said, stepping over the legs of the crown prince and nearing the 5th pup. Why should it touch someone like you?
If it won't respond to humans, then it will have to be killed, Dorian said offhandedly, and a spark went through Selena.
Kill it? Kill it? For what reason? What did it do to you?
It won't make a suitable pet, which is what all of these dogs will become.
So you'd kill it because of its temperament? It can't help being that way. She looked around. Where's its mother? Perhaps it needs her.
Its mother only sees them to nurse, and for a few hours of socialization. I usually raise these dogs for racing and hunting, not for cuddling.
It's cruel to keep it from its mother. The assassin reached into the shadow and scooped the puppy into her arms. She held it against her chest. I won't let you harm it.
If its spirit is strange, Nehemia offered, it would be a burden.
A burden to whom?
It's nothing to be upset about, Dorian said. Plenty of dogs are painlessly laid to rest each day. I don't see why you would object to that.
Well, don't kill this one, she said. Let me keep it, if only so you don't kill it.
Dorian observed her. If it upsets you so much, I won't have it killed. I'll arrange for a home, and I'll even ask for your approval before I make a final decision.
You do that?
What's the dog's life to me? If it pleases you, then it shall happen.
Her face burned as he rose to his feet, standing close. You promise?
He put a hand on his heart. I swear on my crown that the pup shall live. She was suddenly aware of how near to touching they were.
Thank you.
Nehemia watched them from the floor, her brows raised, until one of her personal guards appeared at the gate. It's time to go, Princess, he said in Eelway. You must dress for your evening with the Queen.
The princess stood, pushing past the bouncing puppies.
Do you want to walk with me? Nehemia said in the common tongue to Selena. Selena nodded and opened the gate for them. Shutting the gate, she looked back at the Crown Prince.
Well, aren't you coming with us?
He slumped down into the pen, and the puppies immediately leapt on him. Perhaps I'll see you later tonight.
If you're lucky,
Selena purred, and walked away. She smiled to herself as they strode through the castle. Eventually Nehemia turned to her. Do you like him? Selena made a face.
Of course not. Why would I?
You converse easily. It seems as if you have a connection.
A connection?
Selena choked on the word. I just enjoy teasing him. It's not a crime if you consider him handsome. I'll admit I judged him wrong. I thought him to be a pompous, selfish idiot, but he's not so bad.
He's a Havilyard.
My mother was the daughter of a chief who sought to overthrow my grandfather.
We're both silly. It's nothing.
He seems to take great interest in you.
Selena's head whipped around, her eyes full of long-forgotten fury that made her belly ache and twist. I would sooner cut out my own heart than love a Havilyard, she snarled. They completed their walk in silence, and when they parted ways, Selena quickly wished Nehemia a pleasant evening before striding to her part of the castle. The few guards that followed her remained a respectful distance away, a distance that grew greater each day. Based on Kayal's orders? Night had recently fallen, and the sky remained a deep blue, staining the snow piled upon the panes of the windows. She could easily walk right out of the castle, stock up on supplies in Rifthold, and be on a ship to the south by morning. Selena stopped at a window, leaning in close to the panes. The guards stopped too, and said nothing as they waited. The coldness from outside seeped in, kissing her face. Would they expect her to go south? Perhaps going north would be the unexpected choice. No one went north in winter unless they had a death wish. Something shifted in the reflection of the window, and she whirled as she beheld the man standing behind her. But Kane didn't smile at her, not in that mocking way. Instead, he panted, his mouth opening and closing like a fish wrenched from water. His dark eyes were wide, and he had a hand around his enormous throat. Hopefully he was choking to death. "Is something wrong?" she asked sweetly, leaning against the wall. He glanced from side to side, at the guards, at the window,
before his eyes snapped to hers. His grip on his throat tightened, as if to silence the words that fought to come out, and the ebony ring on his finger gleamed dully. Even though it should have been impossible, he seemed to have packed on an additional 10 pounds of muscle in the past few days. In fact, every time she saw him, Kane seemed bigger and bigger. Her brows knotted, and she uncrossed her arms. "Kane?" she said, but he took off down the hall like a jackrabbit, faster than he should have any ability to run. He peered a few times over his shoulder, not at her or the confused and murmuring guards, but at something beyond. Celaena waited until the sounds of his fleeing footsteps faded, then hurried back to her own rooms. She sent messages to Nox and Paylor, not explaining why, but just telling them to stay in their chambers that night and not open the door for anyone. Chapter 33. Kaltain pinched her cheeks as she emerged from the dressing room. Her servant sprayed perfume, and the young woman gulped down sugar water before putting her hand on the door. She'd been in the midst of smoking a pipe when Duke Parrington had been announced. She'd fled into the dressing room and changed her clothes, hoping the scent wouldn't linger. If he found out about the opium, she could just blame it on the horrible headaches she'd been having lately. Kaltain passed through her bedroom into the foyer, and then into the sitting room. He looked ready for battle, as always. "Your Grace," she said, curtsying. The world was foggy around the edges, and her body felt heavy. He kissed her hand when she offered it, his lips soggy against her skin. Their eyes met as he looked up from her hand, and a piece of the world slipped away. How far would she go to secure her position at Dorian's side? "I hope I didn't disturb you," he said, releasing her hand. The walls of the room appeared, and then the floor and the ceiling, and she had the distinct feeling that she was trapped in a box, a lovely cage filled with tapestries and cushions. "I was only napping, my lord," she said, sitting down. He sniffed, and Kaltain would have felt immensely nervous were it not for the drug curling around her mind. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit?" "I wished to inquire after you. I didn't see you at dinner." Parrington crossed his arms that looked capable of crushing her skull. "I was indisposed." She resisted the urge to rest her too heavy head on the couch. He said something to her, but she found that her ears had stopped hearing. His skin seemed to harden and glaze over, and his eyes became unforgiving marble orbs. Even the thinning hair was frozen in stone. She gaped as the white mouth continued to move, revealing a throat of caved marble. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not feeling well." "Shall I fetch you water?" The Duke stood. "Or shall I go?" "No," she said, almost crying out. Her heart twitched. "What I mean is, I'm well enough to enjoy your company, but you must forgive my absent-mindedness." "I wouldn't call you absent-minded, Lady Kaltain," he said, sitting down. "You're one of the cleverest women I've met. His Highness told me the same thing yesterday." Kaltain's spine snapped and straightened. She saw Dorian's face and the crown that sat upon his head. "The prince said that? About me?" The Duke put a hand on her knee, stroking it with his thumb. "Of course, then Lady Lillian interrupted before he could say more." Her head spun. "Why was she with him?" "I don't know. I wish it were otherwise." She must do something to stop this. The girl moved fast, too fast for her maneuvering. Lillian had snared the Crown Prince in her net, and now Kaltain must cut him free. Parrington could do it. He could make Lillian disappear and never be found. No. Lillian was a lady, and a man with as much honor as Parrington would never harm one of noble birth. Or would he? Skeletons danced in circles around her head. But what if he thought Lady Lillian weren't a lady? Her headache flared to life with a sudden burst that sucked the air from her lungs. "I had the same reaction," she said, rubbing her temple. "It's hard to believe someone as disreputable as the Lady Lillian won the heart of the prince." Maybe the headaches would stop once she was at Dorian's side.
Perhaps it would do some good if someone spoke to His Highness.
Disreputable?
I heard from someone that her background is not as pure as it should be.
What have you heard? Parrington demanded. Kaltain played with a jewel hanging from her bracelet.
I didn't give specifics, but some of the nobility don't believe her to be a worthy companion of anyone in this court. I'd like to learn more about the Lady Lillian. Wouldn't you? It's our duty as loyal subjects of the crown to protect our prince from such forces.
Indeed it is, the Duke said quietly. Something wild and foreign issued a cry within her, shattering through the pain in her head, and thoughts of poppies and cages faded away. She must do what was necessary to save the crown, and her future. Selena looked up from an ancient book of wordmark theories as the door creaked open, the hinges squealing loud enough to wake the dead. Her heart skipped a beat, and she tried to appear as casual as possible. But it was not Dorian Havilyard who entered, nor was it a ferocious creature. The door finished opening, and Nehemia, clad in a gold-worked wonder, stood before her. She didn't look at Selena, nor did she move as she stood in the doorway. Her eyes were upon the floor, and rivers of kohl ran down her cheeks. "Nehemia?" Selena asked, getting to her feet. "What happened to the play?" Nehemia's shoulders rose and fell. Slowly she lifted her head, revealing red-rimmed eyes. I didn't know where else to go," she said in Eelway. Selena found breathing a bit difficult as she asked, "What happened?" It was then that Selena noticed the piece of paper in Nehemia's hands. It trembled in her grasp. "They massacred them," Nehemia whispered, her eyes wide. She shook her head, as if she were denying her own words. Selena went still. "Who?" Nehemia let out a strangled sob, and a part of Selena broke at the agony in the sound. "A legion of Aderlin's army captured 500 Eelway rebels, hiding on the border of Oakwald Forest and the Stone Marshes." Tears dripped from Nehemia's cheeks and onto her white dress. She crumpled the piece of paper in her hand. "My father says they were to go to Calaculla as prisoners of war. But some of the rebels tried to escape on the journey, and—" Nehemia breathed hard, fighting to get the words out. "And the soldiers killed them all as punishment. Even the children." Selena's dinner rose in her throat. 500 butchered. Selena became aware of Nehemia's personal guards standing in the doorway, their eyes gleaming. How many of the rebels had been people that they knew, that Nehemia had somehow helped and protected? "What is the point in being a princess of Eelway if I cannot help my people?" Nehemia said. "How can I call myself their princess when such things happen?" "I'm so sorry," Selena whispered. As if those words broke the spell that had been holding the princess in place, Nehemia rushed into her arms. Her gold jewelry pressed hard into Selena's skin. Nehemia wept. Unable to say anything, the assassins simply held her, for as long as it took for the pain to ease. Chapter 34. Selena sat by a window in her bedroom, watching the snow dance in the night air. Nehemia had long since returned to her own rooms, tears dried and shoulders squared once more. The clock chimed 11, and Selena stretched, but then stopped as pain seized her stomach. She bent over, focusing on her breathing, and waited for the cramp to pass. She'd been like this for over an hour now, and she pulled her blanket tighter around herself, the heat of the roaring fire not adequately reaching her seat by the window. Thankfully, Philippa entered, extending a cup of tea. "Here, child," she said. "This will help." She placed it on the table beside the assassin and rested a hand on the armchair. "Pity what happened to those Eelway rebels," she said quietly enough that no listening ears might hear. "I can't imagine what the princess must be feeling." Selena felt anger bubble alongside the pain in her stomach. "She's fortunate to have a good friend like you, though." Selena touched Philippa's hand. "Thank you." She grabbed her teacup and hissed, almost dropping it into her lap as the scalding hot cup bit into her hand. "Careful now,"
Philippa chuckled. I didn't know assassins could be so clumsy. If you need anything, send word. I've had my fair share of monthly pains. Philippa ruffled Selena's hair and left. Selena would have thanked her again, but another wave of cramping took over, and she leaned forward as the door closed. Her weight gain over the past 3.5 months had allowed for her monthly cycles to return after near starvation in Endovier had made them vanish. Selena groaned. How was she going to train like this? The duel was 4 weeks away. The snowflakes sparkled and shimmered beyond the glass panes of the window, twirling and weaving as they flew to the ground in a waltz that was beyond human comprehension. How could Elena expect her to defeat some evil in this castle, when there was so much more of it out there? What was any of this compared to what was occurring in the other kingdoms? As close as Endovier and Calcula, even. The door to her bedroom opened, and someone approached. I heard about Nehemia. It was Chaol. What are you— Isn't it late for you to be here? She asked, pulling the blankets tight. Are you sick? I'm indisposed. Because of what happened to those rebels? Didn't he get it? Selena grimaced. No, I'm truly feeling unwell. It makes me sick, too, Chaol murmured, glaring at the floor. All of it. And after seeing Endovier, he rubbed his face, as if he could clear away the memories of it. 500 people, he whispered. Stunned at what he was admitting, she could only watch. Listen, he began, and started to pace. I know that I'm sometimes aloof with you, and I know you complain about it to Dorian, but— He turned to her. It's a good thing that you befriended the princess, and I appreciate your honesty and unwavering friendship with her. I know there are rumors about Nehemia's connection to the rebels in Ilwe, but I'd like to think that if my country was conquered, I would stop at nothing to win back my people's freedom, too. She would have replied were it not for the deep pain that wrapped around her lower spine and the sudden churning in her stomach. He started, looking at the window. I might have been wrong. The world began to spin and tilt, and Selena closed her eyes. She'd always had horrible cramping, usually accompanied by nausea, but she wouldn't vomit. Not right now. Chaol, she began, putting a hand over her mouth as nausea swelled and took control. It's just that I take great pride in my job, he continued. Chaol, she said again. Oh, she was going to vomit. And you're Otterland's assassin. But I was wondering if you wanted to— Chaol, she warned. As he pivoted, Selena vomited all over the floor. He made a disgusted noise, jumping back a foot. Tears sprang up as the bitter, sharp taste filled her mouth. She hung over her knees, letting drool and bile spill on the floor. By the word, you're really sick, aren't you? He called for a servant, helping her from the chair. The world was clearer now. What had he been asking? Come on, let's get you into bed. I'm not ill like that, she groaned. He sat on the bed, peeling back the blanket. A servant entered, frowning at the mess on the floor, and shouted for help. Then in what way? Her face was so hot she thought it would melt onto the floor. Oh, you idiot! My monthly cycles finally came back. His face suddenly matched hers, and he stepped away, dragging a hand through his short brown hair. Then I'll take my leave, he stammered, and bowed. Selena raised an eyebrow, and then, despite herself, smiled as he left the room as quickly as his feet could go without running, tripping slightly in the doorway as he staggered into the rooms beyond. Selena looked at the servants cleaning. I'm so sorry, she started, but they waved her off. Embarrassed and aching, the assassin climbed farther onto her bed and nestled beneath the covers, hoping sleep would soon come. But sleep wouldn't soon come, and a while later the door opened again, and someone laughed. I intercepted Chaol, and he informed me of your condition. You'd think a man in his position wouldn't be so squeamish, especially after examining all of those corpses. Selena opened an eye and frowned as Dorian sat on her bed. I'm in a state of absolute agony, and I can't be bothered, It can't be that bad, he said, fishing a deck of cards from his jacket. Want to play? I already told you that I don't feel well. You look fine to me. He skillfully shuffled the deck. Just one game. Don't you pay people to entertain you? He glowered, breaking the deck. You should be honored by my company. I'd be honored if you would leave. For someone who relies on my good graces, you're very bold. Bold? I've barely begun. Lying on her side, she curled her knees to her chest. He laughed, pocketing the deck of cards. Your new canine companion is doing well, if you wish to know. She moaned into her pillow. Go away, I feel like dying. No fair maiden should die alone, he said, putting a hand on hers. Shall I read to you in your final moments? What story would you like? She snatched her hand back. How about the story of the idiotic prince who won't leave the assassin alone? Oh, I love that story. It has such a happy ending, too. Why, the assassin was really feigning her illness in order to get the prince's attention. Who would have guessed it? Such a clever girl, and the bedroom scene is so lovely. It's worth reading through all of their ceaseless banter. Out, out, out! Leave me be and go womanize someone else. She grabbed a book and chucked it at him. He caught it before it broke his nose, and her eyes widened. I didn't mean... That wasn't an attack, it was a joke. I didn't mean to actually hurt you, Your Highness, she said in a jumble. I'd hope that Otterland's assassin would choose to attack me in a more dignified manner. At least with a sword or a knife, though preferably not in the back. She clutched her belly and bent over. Sometimes she hated being a woman. It's Dorian, by the way, not Your Highness. Very well. Say it. Say what? Say my name. Say, very well, Dorian. She rolled her eyes. If it pleases your magnanimous holiness, I shall call you by your first name. Magnanimous holiness? Oh, I like that one. A ghost of a smile appeared on her face, and Dorian looked down at the book. This isn't one of the books that I sent you. I don't even own books like these. She laughed weakly and took the tea from the servant as she approached. Of course you don't, Dorian. I had the maid send for a copy today. Sunset's Passions, he read, and opened the book to a random page to read aloud. His hands gently caressed her ivory silky His eyes widened. By the word, do you actually read this rubbish? What happened to symbols and power and Eelway customs and culture? She finished her drink, the ginger tea easing her stomach. You may borrow it when I'm done. If you read it, your literary experience will be complete. And, she added with a coy smile, it will give you some creative ideas of things to do with your lady friends. He hissed through his teeth. I will not read this. She took the book from his hands, leaning back. Then I suppose you're just like Chaol. Chaol? He asked, falling into the trap. You asked Chaol to read this? He refused, of course, she lied. He said it wasn't right for him to read the sort of material if I gave it to him. Dorian snatched the book from her hands. Give me that, you demon woman. I'll not have you matching us against each other. He glanced once more at the novel, then turned it over, concealing the title. She smiled, and resumed watching the falling snow. It was blisteringly cold now, and even the fire could not warm the blasts of wind that crept through the cracks of her balcony doors. She felt Dorian watching her, and not in the cautious way that Chaol sometimes watched her. Rather, Dorian just seemed to be watching her because he enjoyed watching her. And she enjoyed watching him, too. Dorian didn't realize he'd been transfixed by her until she straightened and demanded, What are you staring at? You're beautiful, Dorian said before he could think. Don't be stupid. Did I offend you? His blood pumped through him in a strange rhythm. No, she said, and quickly faced the window. Dorian watched her face turn redder and redder. He'd never known an attractive woman for so long without courting her, save for Kaltain, and he couldn't deny that he was aching to learn what Celaena's lips felt like, what her bare skin smelled like, how she'd react to the touch of his fingers along her body. The week surrounding Yulemas was a time of relaxation, a time to celebrate the carnal pleasures that kept one warm on a winter's night. Women wore their hair down. Some even refused to don a corset. It was a holiday to feast on the fruits of the harvest and those of the flesh. Naturally, he looked forward to it every year. But now he had a sinking feeling in his stomach. How could he celebrate when word had just arrived of what his father's soldiers had done to those Eelway rebels? They hadn't spared a single life. 500 people, all dead. How could he ever look Nehemia in the face again? And how could he someday rule a country whose soldiers had been trained to have so little compassion for human life? Dorian's mouth went dry. Celaena was from Terrasen, another conquered country, and his father's first conquest. It was a miracle Celaena bothered to acknowledge his existence, or perhaps she'd spent so long in Adarlan that she'd stopped caring. Somehow, Dorian didn't think that was the case. Not when she had the 3 giant scars on her back to forever remind her of his father's brutality. "Is there something the matter?" she asked. Cautiously, curiously, as if she cared. He took a deep breath and walked to the window, unable to look at her. The glass was cold beneath his hand, and he watched the snowflakes come crashing down to earth. "You must hate me," he murmured. "Hate me and my court for our frivolity and mindlessness, when so many horrible things are going on outside of this city. I heard about those butchered rebels, and I'm ashamed," he said, leaning his head against the window. He heard her rise and then slump into a chair. The words came out in a river, one flowing after the other, and he couldn't stop himself from speaking. "I understand why you have such ease when killing my kind, and I don't blame you for it." "Dorian," she said gently. The world outside the castle was dark. "I know you'll never tell me," he continued, voicing what he had wanted to say for some time. "But I know something terrible happened to you when you were young. Something perhaps of my father's own doing. You have a right to hate Adarlan for seizing control of Terrasen as it did, for taking all of the countries, and the country of your friend." He swallowed, his eyes stinging. "You won't believe me, but I don't want to be a part of that. I can't call myself a man when I allow my father to encourage such unforgivable atrocities. Yet even if I pleaded for clemency on behalf of the conquered kingdoms, he wouldn't listen. Not in this world. This is the world where I only picked you to be my champion because I knew it would annoy my father." She shook her head, but he kept going. "But if I had refused to sponsor a champion, my father would have seen it as a sign of dissent, and I'm not yet enough of a man to stand against him like that. So I chose Adarlan's assassin to be my champion, because the choice of my champion was the only choice I had." Yes, it was all clear now. "Life shouldn't be like this," he said, their eyes meeting as he gestured at the room. And the world shouldn't be like this." The assassin was silent, listening to the throbbing of her heart before she spoke. "I don't hate you," she said in little more than a whisper. He dropped into the chair across from her and put his head in a hand. He seemed remarkably lonely. "And I don't think you're like them. I'm sorry if I've hurt you. I'm joking most of the time." "Hurt me?" he said. "You haven't hurt me. You've made things a little more entertaining." She cocked her head. "Just a little?" "Maybe a tad more than that." He stretched out his legs. "Oh, if only you could come to the Yulemas ball with me. Be grateful you can't attend." "Why can't I attend? And what's the Yulemas ball?" He groaned. "Nothing all that special. Just a masked ball that happens to be on Yulemas. And I think you know exactly why you can't come." "You and Kay all really delight in ruining any fun I might have, don't you? I like attending parties." "When you're my father's champion, you can attend all the balls you want." She made a face. He wanted to tell her then that if he could, he would have asked her to go with him, that he wanted to spend time with her, that he thought of her even when they were apart, but he knew she would have laughed. The clock chimed midnight.
"I should probably go," he said, stretching his arms. "I have a day of council meetings to look forward to tomorrow, and I don't think Duke Parrington will be pleased if I'm half asleep for all of them."
Celaena smirked. "Be sure to give the Duke my warmest regards."
There was no way she'd forgotten how the Duke had treated her that first day in Endovier. Dorian hadn't forgotten it either. And the thought of the Duke treating her like that again made him burn with cold rage. Without thinking, he leaned down and kissed her cheek. She stiffened as his mouth touched her skin, and though the kiss was brief, he breathed in the scent of her. Pulling away was surprisingly hard. "Rest well, Celaena," he said.
"Good night, Dorian." As he left, he wondered why she suddenly looked so sad, and why she'd pronounced his name not with tenderness, but with resignation.
Celaena stared at the moonlight as it streamed across the ceiling. A masked ball on Yulmus. Even if it was the most corrupt and ostentatious court in Aurelia, it sounded dreadfully romantic. And of course, she wasn't allowed to go. She let out a long sigh through her nose and tucked her hands beneath her head. Was that what Chaol had wanted to ask her before she vomited? A true invitation to the ball? She shook her head. No, the last thing he'd ever do would be to invite her to a royal ball. Besides, both of them had more important things to worry about. Like whoever was killing the champions. Perhaps she should have sent word to him about Kane's strange behavior earlier that afternoon. Celaena closed her eyes and smiled. She could think of no nicer Yulmus gift than for Kane to be found dead the next morning. Still, as the clock marked the passing hours, Celaena kept her vigil, waiting, wondering what truly lurked in the castle, and unable to stop thinking of those 500 dead Ilwe rebels, buried in some unmarked grave. Chapter 35. The next evening, Chaol Westfall stood on the second floor of the castle, looking over the courtyard. Below him, two figures slowly wove through the hedges. Celaena's white cloak made her easy to spot, and Dorian could always be noticed by the empty circle of space around him. He should be down there, a foot behind, watching them, making sure she didn't seize Dorian and use him to escape. Logic and years of experience screamed at him to be with them, even though 6 guards trailed them. She was deceitful, cunning, vicious. But he couldn't make his feet move. With each day, he felt the barriers melting. He let them melt. Because of her genuine laugh. Because he caught her one afternoon sleeping with her face in the middle of a book. Because he knew that she would win. She was a criminal, a prodigy at killing, a queen of the underworld. And yet she was just a girl, sent at 17 to Endovier. It made him sick every time he thought about it. He'd been training with the guards at 17, but he'd still lived here, still had a roof over his head, and good food and friends. Dorian had been in the middle of courting Rosamund when he was that age, not caring about anything. But she, at 17, had gone to a death camp, and survived. He wasn't sure if he could survive Endovier, let alone during the winter months. He'd never been whipped, never seen anyone die. He'd never been cold and starving. Celaena laughed at something Dorian said. She'd survived Endovier, and yet could still laugh. While it terrified him to see her down there, a hand's breadth from Dorian's unprotected throat, what terrified him even more was that he trusted her, and he didn't know what that meant about himself. Celaena walked between the hedges, and couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. They walked closely, but not close enough to touch. Dorian had found her just moments after dinner and invited her for a walk. In fact, he'd showed up so quickly after the servants cleared away her food that she might have thought he'd been waiting outside. Of course, it was due entirely to the cold that she longed to link arms with him and absorb his warmth. The white fur-lined cloak did little to keep the frigid air from freezing all of her. She could only imagine how Nehemia would react to such temperatures. But after learning about the fate of those rebels, the princess was spending most of her time in her rooms, and had declined Celaena's repeated offers to go for walks. It had been over 3 weeks since her last encounter with Elena, And she hadn't seen or heard her at all, despite the 3 tests she'd had, the most exciting of which being an obstacle course, which she passed with only a few minor scratches and bruises. Unfortunately, Paylor hadn't done so well, and had been sent home at long last. But he'd been lucky. 3 other competitors had died. All found in forgotten hallways, all mutilated beyond recognition. Even Celaena had taken to jumping at every strange sound. There were only 6 of them left now. Kane, Grave, Knox, a soldier, and Renault, a vicious mercenary who'd stepped up to replace Varen as Kane's right-hand man. Not surprisingly, Renault's favorite new activity was taunting Celaena. She shoved thoughts of the murders aside as they strode past a fountain, and she caught Dorian giving her an admiring glance from the corner of his eye. Of course, she hadn't been thinking of Dorian when she chose such a fine lavender gown to wear tonight, or when she made sure her hair was so carefully arranged, or that her white gloves were spotless. "What to do now?" Dorian said. "We've walked twice around the garden." "Don't you have princely duties to attend to?" Celaena winced as a gust of icy wind blew back her hood and froze her ears. When she recovered the hood, she found Dorian staring at her throat. "What?" she asked, pulling her cloak tightly around her. "You always wear that necklace," he said. "Is it another gift?" Though she wore gloves, he glanced at her hand, where the amethyst ring always sat, and the spark died from his eyes. "No." She covered the amulet with her hand. "I found it in my jewelry box and liked the look of it, you insufferably territorial man." "It's very old-looking." "Been robbing the royal coffer, have you?" He winked, but she didn't feel any warmth behind it. "No," she repeated sharply. Even though a necklace wouldn't protect her from the murderer, and even though Elena had some agenda she was being cagey about, Celaena wouldn't take it off. Its presence somehow comforted her in the long hours she sat up, watching her door. He continued staring at her hand until she lowered it from her throat. He studied the necklace. "When I was a boy, I used to read tales about the dawn of Adarlan. Gavin was my hero. I must have read every legend regarding the war with Erewhon." How can he be that smart? He can't have figured it out so quickly. She tried her best to look innocently interested. "And?" "Elena, first Queen of Adarlan, had a magical amulet. In the battle with the Dark Lord, Gavin and Elena found themselves defenseless against him. He was about to kill the princess when a spirit appeared and gave her the necklace. And when she put it on, Erewhon couldn't harm her. She saw the Dark Lord for what he was and called him by his true name. It surprised him so much that he became distracted, and Gavin slew him." Dorian looked to the ground. "They called her necklace the Eye of Elena. It's been lost for centuries." How strange it was to hear Dorian, son of the man who had banished and outlawed all traces of magic, talking about powerful amulets. Still, she laughed as best she could. "And you think this trinket is the eye? I think it'd be dust by now." "I suppose not," he said, and vigorously rubbed his arms for warmth. "But I've seen a few illustrations of the eye, and your necklace looks like it. Perhaps it's a replica." "Perhaps." She quickly found another subject. "When's your brother arriving?" He looked skyward. "I'm lucky. We received a letter this morning that snows in the mountains prevented Holland from coming home. He's stuck at school until after his spring term, and he's beside himself." "Your poor mother," Celaena said, half smiling. "She'll probably send servants to deliver his Yolmus presents, regardless of the storm." Celaena didn't hear him, and though they talked for a good hour afterward, meandering through the grounds, she couldn't get her heart to calm. Elena had to have known someone would recognize her amulet, and if this was the real thing, the king could kill her on the spot for wearing not only an heirloom of his house, but something of power. Yet again, she could only wonder what Elena's motives actually were. Celaena glanced from her book to the tapestry on the wall. The chest of drawers remained where she'd shoved it in front of the passageway. She shook her head and returned to her book. Though she scanned the lines, none of the words registered. What did Elena want with her?
Dead queens usually didn't come back to give orders to the living. Celaena clenched her book. It wasn't like she wasn't fulfilling Elena's command to win, either. She would have fought this hard to become the king's champion anyway. And as for finding and defeating the evil in the castle, well, now that it seemed tied to who was murdering the champions, how could she not try to figure out where it was coming from? A door shut somewhere inside her rooms, and Celaena jumped, the book flying from her hands. She grabbed the brass candlestick beside her bed, ready to leap off the mattress, but lowered it as Philippa's humming filtered through the doors to her bedroom. She groaned as she climbed out of the warmth of her bed to retrieve her book. It had fallen under the bed, and Celaena knelt upon the icy floor, straining to reach the book. She couldn't feel it anywhere, so she grabbed the candle. She saw the book immediately, tucked against the back wall, but as her fingers grappled onto the cover, a glimmer of candlelight traced a white line across the floor beneath her bed. Celaena yanked the book back to her and stood with a jolt. Her hands trembled as she pushed the bed out of position, her feet slipping on the half-frozen floor. It moved slowly, but eventually she had shifted it enough to see what had been sketched onto the floor beneath. Everything inside of her turned to ice. Word marks. Dozens of word marks had been drawn onto the floor with chalk. They formed a giant spiral, with a large mark in its center. Celaena stumbled back, slamming into her dresser. What was this? She ran a shaking hand through her hair, staring at the center mark. She'd seen that mark. It had been etched on one side of Varen's body. Her stomach rising in her throat, she rushed to her nightstand and grabbed the pitcher of water atop it. Without a thought, she tossed the water onto the marks, then raced to her bathing chamber to draw more water. When the water had finished loosening the chalk, she took a towel and scrubbed the floor until her back ached and her legs and hands were frozen. Then, only then, did she throw on a pair of pants and a tunic and head out the door. Thankfully, the guards didn't say anything when she asked them to escort her to the library at midnight. They remained in the main room of the library as she set off through the stacks, heading toward the musty, forgotten alcove where she'd found the majority of the books on the word marks. She couldn't walk fast enough, and kept looking over her shoulder. Was she next? What did any of it mean? She wrung her fingers. She rounded a corner, not 10 stacks from the alcove, and came to a halt. Nehemia, seated at a small desk, stared at her with wide eyes. Celaena put a hand on her racing heart. "Damn," she said. "You gave me a fright." Nehemia smiled, but not very well. Celaena cocked her head as she approached the table. "What are you doing here?" Nehemia demanded in Eyllwe. "I couldn't sleep." She shifted her eyes to the princess's book. That wasn't the book they used during their lessons. No, it was a thick, aging book, crammed with dense lines of text. "What are you reading?" Nehemia slammed the book shut and stood. "Nothing." Celaena observed her face. Her lips were pursed, and the princess lifted her chin. "I thought you couldn't read at that level yet." Nehemia tucked the book into the crook of her arm. "Then you're like every ignorant fool in this castle, Lillian," she said with perfect pronunciation in the common tongue. Not giving her a chance to reply, the princess strode away. Celaena watched her go. It didn't make sense. Nehemia couldn't read books that advanced, not when she still stumbled through lines of text. And Nehemia never spoke with that kind of flawless accent. And, in the shadows behind the desk, a piece of paper had fallen between the wood and the stone wall. Easing it out, Celaena unfolded the crumpled paper. She whirled around to the direction where Nehemia had disappeared. Her throat constricting, Celaena tucked the piece of paper into her pocket and hurried back toward the great room, the word mark drawn on the paper burning a hole in her clothing. Celaena rushed down a staircase, then strode along a hallway lined with books. No, Nehemia couldn't have played her like that. Nehemia wouldn't have lied day after day about how little she knew. Nehemia had been the one to tell her that the etchings in the garden were word marks. She knew what they were. She'd warned her to stay away from the word marks again and again, because Nehemia was her friend, because Nehemia had wept when her people had been murdered, because she'd come to her for comfort. But Nehemia came from a conquered kingdom. and the King of Adarlan had ripped the crown off her father's head and stripped his title from him, and the people of Eelway were being kidnapped in the night and sold into slavery, right along with the rebels that rumor claimed Nehemia supported so fiercely, and 500 Eelway citizens had just been butchered. Celaena's eyes stung as she spotted the guards loitering in armchairs in the great room. Nehemia had every reason to deceive them, to plot against them, to tear apart this stupid competition and send everyone into a tizzy. Who better to target than the criminals living here? No one would miss them, but the fear would seep into the castle. But why would Nehemia plot against her? Chapter 36. Days passed without seeing Nehemia, and Celaena kept her mouth shut about the incident to Chaol or Dorian or anyone who visited her chambers. She couldn't confront Nehemia, not without more concrete proof, not without ruining everything. So she spent her spare time researching the word marks, desperate for a way to decipher them, to find those symbols, to learn what it all meant, and how it connected to the killer and the killer's beast. Amidst her worrying, another test passed without incident or embarrassment, though she couldn't say the same for the soldier who'd been sent home, and she kept up her intense training with Chaol and the other champions. There were 5 of them left now. The final test was 3 days away, and the duel 2 days after that. Celaena awoke on Yulmus morning and relished the silence. There was something inherently peaceful about the day, despite the darkness of her encounter with Nehemia. For the moment, the whole castle had quieted to hear the falling snow. Frost laced each window pane, a fire already crackled in the fireplace, and shadows of snowflakes drifted across the floor. It was as peaceful and lovely a winter morning as she could imagine. She wouldn't ruin it with thoughts of Nehemia, or of the duel, or of the ball she wasn't allowed to attend tonight. No, it was Yulmus morning, and she would be happy. It didn't feel like a holiday to celebrate the darkness that gave birth to the spring light, nor did it feel like a holiday to celebrate the birth of the goddess's firstborn son. It was simply a day when people were more courteous, looked twice at a beggar in the street, remembered that love was a living thing. Celaena smiled and rolled over, but something got in her way. It was crinkly and harsh against her face, and had the distinct odor of candy? A large paper bag sat on a pillow, and she found that it was filled with all sorts of confectionery goodies. There was no note, not even a name scribbled on the bag. With a shrug and glowing eyes, Celaena pulled out a handful of sweets. Oh, how she adored candy. Celaena issued a jolly laugh and crammed some of the candy into her mouth. One by one, she chewed through the assortment, and she closed her eyes and breathed in deeply as she tasted all the flavors and textures. When she finally stopped chewing, her jaw ached. She emptied the contents of the bag onto the bed, ignoring the dunes of sugar that poured out with it, and surveyed the land of goodness before her. All of her favorites were there. Chocolate-covered gummies, chocolate almond bark, berry-shaped chews, gem-shaped hard sugar, peanut brittle, plain brittle, sugar lace, frosted red licorice, and, most importantly, chocolate. She popped a hazelnut truffle into her mouth. "Someone," she said in between chews, "is very good to me." She paused to examine the bag again. Who had sent it? Maybe Dorian, certainly not Nehemia or Chaol. Nor the frost fairies that delivered presents to good children. They'd stopped coming to her when she'd first drawn blood from another human being. Maybe Nox. He liked her well enough. "Miss Celaena!" Philippa exclaimed from the doorway, gaping. "Happy Yulmus, Philippa," she said. "Care for a candy?" Philippa stormed toward Celaena. "Happy Yulmus indeed! Look at this bed! Look at this mess!" Celaena winced. "Your teeth are red!" Philippa cried. She reached for the hand mirror that Celaena kept by her bed and held it for the assassin to see. Sure enough, her teeth were tinged with crimson. She ran her tongue over her teeth, then tried to brush away the stains with a finger. They remained. Damn those sugar suckers! "Yes," Philippa snapped, "and that's chocolate all over your mouth. Even my grandson doesn't eat his candy like this." Celaena laughed. "You have a grandson?" Yes, and he can eat his food without getting it on the bed, on his teeth, and on his face. Selena pushed back the covers, sugar spraying into the air. Have a candy, Philippa. It's 7 a.m. Philippa swept the sugar into her cupped palm. You'll make yourself sick. Sick? Who can get sick from candy? Selena made a face and exposed her crimson teeth. You look like a demon, said Philippa. Just don't open your mouth and no one will notice. You and I both know that's not possible. To her surprise, Philippa laughed. Happy Yulmas, Selena, she said. Hearing Philippa call her by her name sent an unexpected burst of pleasure through her. Come, the servant clucked. Let's get you dressed. The ceremony begins at 9. Philippa bustled toward the dressing room, and Selena watched her go. Her heart was big and as red as her teeth. There was good in people, deep down. There was always a shred of good. There had to be. Selena emerged a while later, clad in a solemn-looking green dress that Philippa had deemed the only appropriate gown for temple attendance. Selena's teeth were, of course, still red, and now she felt queasy as she stared at the bag of candy. However, she quickly forgot about her sickness when she saw Dorian Havilyard sitting at the table in her bedroom with crossed legs. He wore a beautiful white and gold jacket. Are you my present, or is there something in that basket at your feet? She asked. If you'd like to unwrap me, he said, lifting the large wicker basket onto the table. We still have an hour until the temple service. She laughed. Happy Yulmas, Dorian. And to you as well. I can see that Are your teeth red? She clamped her mouth shut, shaking her head in violent protestation. He grabbed her nose and pinched it closed, and try as she might, she could not dislodge his fingers. She opened her mouth, and he burst into laughter. Been eating candies, have you? You sent those? She kept her mouth closed as much as possible. Of course. He picked up the brown bag of candy on the table. What's your... He trailed off as he weighed the bag in his hands. Didn't I give you 3 pounds of candy? She smiled impishly. You ate half the bag. Was I supposed to save it? I would have liked some. You never told me that, because I didn't expect you to consume all of it before breakfast. She snatched the bag from him and put it on the table. Well, that just shows poor judgment on your part, doesn't it? Dorian opened his mouth to reply, but the bag of candy tipped over and spilled across the table. Selena turned just in time to see the slender golden snout protruding from the basket, inching toward the candy. What is that? She asked flatly. Dorian grinned. A Yulmas present for you. The assassin flipped back the lid of the basket. The nose instantly shot inward, and Selena found the strange golden-haired pup quivering in a corner with a red bow around her neck. Oh, puppy, she crooned and petted her. The dog trembled, and she glared at Dorian over her shoulder. What did you do, you buffoon? She hissed. Dorian threw his hands in the air. It's a gift! I almost lost my arm, and more important parts, trying to put that bow on, and then she howled all the way up here. Selena looked piteously at the dog, which was now licking the sugar off her fingers. What am I going to do with her? You couldn't find an owner, so you decided to give her to me? No, he said. Well, yes, but she didn't seem so frightened when you were around, and I remembered how my hounds followed you when we traveled from Endovier. Perhaps she'll trust you enough to become adapted to humans. Some people have those kinds of gifts. She raised an eyebrow as he paced. It's a lousy present, I know. I should have gotten you something better. The dog peered up at Selena. Her eyes were a golden-brown color, like molten caramel. She seemed to be waiting for a blow to fall. She was a beautiful thing, and her huge paws hinted that she might someday grow large and swift. A slight smile spread on Selena's lips. The dog swished her tail, once, then another time. She's yours, Dorian said, if you want her. What shall I do with her if I'm sent back to Endovier? I'll worry about that. Selena stroked her folded velvet soft ears, then ventured low enough to scratch her chin. The pup's tail wagged in earnest. Yes, there was life in her.
So you don't want her? He muttered.
Of course I want her, Selena said, then realized what the implications would be. But I want her trained. I don't want her urinating on everything and chewing on furniture and shoes and books. And I want her to sit here when I tell her to, and lay down and roll over and whatever it is that dogs do. And I want her to run with the other dogs when they're practicing. I want her to put those long legs to use. Dorian crossed his arms as Selena scooped up the dog. That's a long list of demands. Perhaps I should have bought you jewelry after all. When I'm training, she kissed the pup's soft head, and the dog nestled her cold nose against Selena's neck. I want her in the kennels training as well. When I return in the afternoon, she may be brought to me. I'll keep her in the night. Selena held the dog at eye level. The dog kicked her legs in the air. If you ruin any of my shoes, she said to the pup, I'll turn you into a pair of slippers. Understood? The dog stared at her, her wrinkled brow lifting, and Selena smiled and set her down on the floor. She began sniffing about, though she stayed far from Dorian, and she soon disappeared beneath the bed. The assassin lifted the dust ruffle to peer underneath. Thankfully, the word marks had been washed away entirely. The dog continued her exploration, sniffing everywhere. I'll have to think of a name for you, she said to her, and then stood. Thank you, she said to Dorian. It's a lovely gift. He was kind, unnaturally kind for someone of his upbringing. He had a heart, she realized, and a conscience. He was different from the others. Timidly, almost clumsily, the assassin strode over to the crown prince and kissed him on the cheek. His skin was surprisingly hot, and she wondered if she'd kissed him properly as she pulled away and found his eyes bright and wide. Had she been sloppy? Too wet? Were her lips sticky from the candy? She hoped he wouldn't wipe his cheek. I'm sorry I don't have a present for you, she said. I didn't expect you to. He blushed madly and glanced at the clock. I have to go. I'll see you at the ceremony, or perhaps tonight after the ball. I'll try to get away as early as I can, though I bet that without you there, Nehemia will probably do the same, so it won't look bad if I leave early too. She'd never seen him babble like this. Enjoy yourself, she said as he took a step back and almost crashed into the table. I'll see you tonight then, he said, after the ball. She hid her smile behind a hand. Had her kiss thrown him into such a tizzy? Goodbye, Selena. He looked back when he reached the door. She smiled at him, flashing her red teeth, and he laughed before he bowed and disappeared. Alone in her rooms, Selena was about to see what her new companion was up to when the thought struck her. Nehemia would be at the ball. It was a simple enough thought at first, but then worse thoughts followed it. Selena began pacing. If Nehemia were truly somehow behind the champion's murders, and worse, had some feral beast at her command to destroy them, and also just learned about the massacre of her people, then what better place to punish Otterlin than at the ball, where so many of its royals would be celebrating and unguarded? It was irrational, Selena knew, but what if Nehemia unleashed whatever creature she controlled at the ball? Fine, she wouldn't mind if Kaltain and Parrington met horrible deaths, but Dorian would be there. And Chaol. Selena strode into her bedroom, wringing her fingers. She couldn't warn Chaol, because if she were wrong, then it would ruin not just her friendship with Nehemia, but also the princess's efforts at diplomacy. But she couldn't just do nothing. Oh, she shouldn't even be thinking like this. But she'd seen friends do terrible things before, and it had become safer for her to believe the worst. She'd witnessed firsthand how far a need for revenge could drive someone. Perhaps Nehemia wouldn't do anything. Perhaps she was just being paranoid and ridiculous. But if something happened tonight... Selena opened the doors to her dressing room, surveying the glittering gowns hanging along the walls. Chaol would be beyond furious if she infiltrated the ball, but she could handle it. She could handle it if he decided to throw her in the dungeons for a little while, too. Because somehow, the thought of him getting hurt, or worse, made her willing to risk just about anything. "Will you not even smile on Yulmus?" she asked Chaol as they walked out of the castle and toward the glass temple at the center of the eastern garden.
"If my teeth were crimson, I wouldn't be smiling at all," he said. "Be content with an occasional grimace." She flashed her teeth at him, then closed her mouth as several courtiers strode past, servants in tow. "I'm surprised you're not complaining more."
Complaining about what? Why did Chaol never joke with her as Dorian did? Perhaps he truly didn't find her attractive. The possibility of it stung more than she would have liked.
"About not going to the ball tonight."
He glanced sidelong at her. He couldn't know what she was planning. Philippa had promised to keep it a secret, promised not to ask questions when Celaena requested she find a gown and matching mask. "Well, apparently you still don't trust me enough." She meant to sound sassy, but couldn't keep the snap from her tone. She couldn't waste her time worrying about someone who clearly had no interest in her beyond the ridiculous competition. Chaol snorted, though a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. At least the Crown Prince never made her feel stupid or rotten. Chaol just provoked her, though he had his good side, too, and she had no idea when she'd stopped loathing him so much. Still, she knew he wouldn't be pleased when she appeared at the ball tonight. Mask or no mask, Chaol would know it was her. She just hoped he wouldn't punish her too severely. Chapter 37. Seated in a pew in the rear of the spacious temple, Celaena kept her mouth closed so tightly that it hurt. Her teeth were still red. She didn't need anyone else noticing. The temple was a beautiful space, built entirely from glass. The limestone covering the floor was all that remained of the original stone temple, which the King of Adarlan had destroyed when he decided to replace it with the glass structure. 2 columns of about 100 rosewood pews stretched beneath a vaulted glass ceiling that let in so much light that no candles were needed during the day. Snow lay piled upon the translucent roof, casting patterns of sunshine throughout. As the walls were also glass, the stained windows above the altar appeared to hover in mid-air. She stood to peer over the heads of those sitting in front of her. Dorian and the Queen sat in the first pew, a row of guards immediately behind. The Duke and Kaltain sat on the other side of the aisle, and behind them were Nehemia and several others she didn't recognize. She didn't spy Nox, or the other remaining champions, or Cain. They'd let her come to this, but not to the ball? "Sit down," Chaol growled, pulling at her green gown. She made a face and dropped onto the cushioned bench. Several people stared at her. They wore gowns and jackets so elaborate that she wondered if the ball had been moved to lunchtime. The High Priestess walked onto the stone platform and raised her hands above her head. The folds of her midnight blue gossamer robe fell around her, and her white hair was long and unbound. An 8-pointed star was tattooed upon her brow, in a shade of blue that matched her gown, its sharp lines extending to her hairline. "Welcome all, and may the blessings of the goddess and all her gods be upon you." Her voice echoed across the chamber to reach even those in the back. Celaena stifled a yawn. She respected the gods, if they existed, and when it suited her to ask for their assistance, but religious ceremonies were brutal. It had been years and years since she'd attended anything of this sort, and as the High Priestess lowered her arms and stared at the crowd, the assassin shifted in her seat. It would be the usual prayers, then the Yulmus prayers, then the sermon, then the songs, and then the procession of the gods. "You're squirming already," Chaol said under his breath. "What time is it?" she whispered, and he pinched her arm. "Today," the priestess said, "is the day on which we celebrate the end and the beginning of the great cycle. Today is the day on which the great goddess gave birth to her firstborn, Lumas, lord of the gods. With his birth, love was brought into Aurelia, and it banished the chaos that arose from the gates of the Word." A weight pressed on her eyelids. She had woken up so early, and slept so little after that encounter with Nehemia. Unable to stop, Celaena wandered into the land of sleep. "Get up," Chaol snarled into her ear. "Now!" She sat up with a jolt, the world bright and foggy. Several lesser nobles in her pew laughed silently. She gave Chaol an apologetic look,
and turned her gaze to the altar. The high priestess had finished her sermon, and the songs of Yulmas were over. She only had to sit through the procession of the gods, and then she would be free.
"How long was I asleep?"
she whispered. He didn't respond.
"How long was I asleep?"
she asked again, and noticed a hint of red in his cheeks.
"You were asleep too?"
"Until you began drooling on my shoulder."
"Such a self-righteous young man,"
she cooed, and he poked her leg. "Pay attention." A choir of priestesses stepped off the platform. Celaena yawned, but nodded with the rest of the congregation as the choir gave their blessings. An organ sounded, and everyone leaned to stare down the aisle for the procession of the gods. The sound of pattering footsteps filled the temple, and the congregation stood. Each blindfolded child was no more than 10 years old, and though they looked rather foolish dressed in the costumes of the gods, there was something charming about it. Every year 9 children were chosen. If a child stopped before you, you received the blessings of the god, and the small gift the child carried as a symbol of the god's favor. Farnor, god of war, stopped at the front row near Dorian, but then moved to the right, across the aisle, to give the miniature silver sword to Duke Parrington.
Not surprising.
Clad in glistening wings, Lumas, god of love, strode past her. She crossed her arms.
What a foolish tradition.
Diana, goddess of the hunt and maidens, approached. Celaena shifted from one foot to the other, wishing she hadn't demanded that Chaol give her the aisle seat. To her dread and dismay, the girl stopped before her and removed the blindfold. She was a pretty little thing. Her blonde hair hung in loose curls, and her brown eyes were flecked with green. The girl smiled at Celaena and reached to touch the assassin's forehead. Celaena's back began sweating as she felt hundreds of eyes upon her.
"May Diana, the huntress and protector of the young, bless and keep you this year. I bestow upon you this golden arrow as a symbol of her power and good graces."
The girl bowed as she extended the slender arrow. Chaol prodded her back, and Celaena grabbed the arrow.
"Yulmas blessings to you,"
the girl said, and Celaena nodded her thanks. She gripped the arrow as the girl bounded away. It couldn't be used, of course, but it was made of solid gold.
"It'll fetch a nice price."
With a shrug, Celaena handed the arrow to Chaol.
"I suppose I'm not allowed to have this,"
she said, sitting down with the rest of the crowd. He put it back in her lap. "I wouldn't want to test the gods." She stared at him for a moment. Did he look different? Something had changed in his face. Nudging him with an elbow, Celaena grinned. Chapter 38. Yards of silk, clouds of powder, brushes, combs, pearls, and diamonds glistened before Celaena's eyes. As Philippa arranged the last strand of Celaena's hair neatly around her face, secured a mask over her eyes and nose, and placed a small crystal tiara on her head, Celaena couldn't help but feel, despite herself, like a princess. Philippa knelt to polish the lump of crystal on Celaena's silver slippers.
"If I didn't know better, I'd call myself a fairy queen. It's like—"
Philippa caught herself before she spoke the word the King of Aderlan had so effectively outlawed, then quickly said,
"I barely recognize you."
"Good," Celaena said. This would be her first ball where she wasn't there to kill someone. True, she was mostly going to make sure Nehemia didn't hurt herself or the court, but a ball was a ball. Maybe if she was lucky, she could dance a little.
"Are you certain this is a good idea?"
Philippa asked quietly, standing.
"Captain Westfall won't be pleased."
Celaena gave the servant a sharp look. "I told you not to ask questions." Philippa huffed. "Just don't tell them I helped you when you get dragged back here." Checking her irritation, Celaena strode to the mirror, Philippa bustling after her. Standing before her reflection, Celaena wondered if she was seeing correctly.
"This is the most beautiful dress I've ever worn,"
she admitted, her eyes filling with light. It was not pure white, but rather a grayish offset, and its wide skirts and bodice were encrusted with thousands of minuscule crystals that reminded Celaena of the surface of the sea. Swirls of silk thread on the bodice made rose-like designs that could have passed for a work by any master painter. A border of ermine lined the neck and provided slender sleeves that only covered her shoulders. Tiny diamond droplets fell from her ears, and her hair was curled and swept up onto her head, strands of pearls woven in. Her gray silk mask had been secured tightly against her face. It wasn't fashioned after anything, but the delicate crystal and pearl whorls had been crafted by a skilled hand.
"You could win the hand of a king looking like that," said Philippa. "Or perhaps a crown prince will do." "Where in Aurelia did you find this dress?" Celaena murmured.
"Don't ask questions," clucked the old woman. Celaena smirked.
"Fair enough."
She wondered why her heart now felt too large for her body, and why she was so unstable in her shoes. She had to remember why she was going. She had to keep her wits about her. The clock struck 9, and Philippa glanced toward the doorway, giving Celaena the opportunity to slip her makeshift knife down her bodice without being noticed. "How exactly are you going to get to the ball? I don't think your guards will let you just walk out." Celaena shot Philippa a sly look. "We're both going to pretend that I was invited by the Crown Prince, and right now you are going to make such a fuss about me being late that they won't object." Philippa fanned herself, her face reddening. Celaena grasped her hand. "I promise," she said, "if I get into any sort of trouble, I will swear to my last breath that you were deceived by me and had no knowledge of anything."
"But are you going to get into trouble?"
Celaena gave her most winning smile. "No. I'm just sick of being left to sit around while they have grand parties." It wasn't quite a lie.
"Gods help me,"
Philippa muttered, and took a deep breath. "Go!" she suddenly cried, herding Celaena toward the door to the hall. "Go! You'll be late!" She was a bit too loud to be totally convincing, but Philippa flung open the door to the hallway. "The Crown Prince won't be pleased if you're late." Celaena paused in the doorway, nodding at the 5 guards who were posted outside, then looked back at Philippa. "Thank you," Celaena said. "No more dawdlin'," the servant woman cried, and almost knocked Celaena off her feet as she pushed her out the doorway and slammed it shut. Celaena turned to the guards. "You look nice," one of them, Ress, said shyly. "Off to the ball?" grinned another. "Save a dance for me, will you?" the third added. Not one of them questioned her. Celaena smiled and took Ress's arm as he extended it to her. She tried not to laugh when he puffed out his chest. But as they neared the great hall, and the sounds of a waltz could be heard, a swarm of bees took flight in her stomach. She couldn't forget why she was here. She'd played this part in the past, but it had ended in killing a stranger, not comforting a friend. The red and gold glass doors appeared, and she could see the wreaths and candles that bedecked the massive hall. It would have been easier if she could have slipped into the ball through a side door and remained unnoticed, but she hadn't had time to go exploring through the secret tunnels to find another way out of her rooms, and she certainly couldn't find another way into the ball now without raising suspicions. Ress stopped and bowed. "This is where I leave you," he said as seriously as he could, though he kept looking at the ball that lay at the foot of the stairs. "Have a lovely night, Miss Sardothian."
"Thank you, Ress."
She felt an urge to vomit and run back to her rooms. Instead, she graciously nodded her farewell. She just had to make it down the stairs and find a way to convince Chaol to let her stay. Then she could keep an eye on Nehemia all night. Her shoes seemed frail, and Celaena took a few steps back, ignoring the guards at the door as she lifted her feet high and set them down to test the strength of the shoes. When she was assured that not even a jump through the air could snap the heel, she approached the top of the stairs. Tucked into her bodice, the makeshift knife poked her skin. She prayed to the goddess, to every god she knew, to the word, to whatever was responsible for her fate, that she wouldn't have to use it. Celaena squared her shoulders and stepped forward. What was she doing here? Dorian almost dropped his drink as he saw Celaena Sardothian atop the stairs. Even with the mask, he recognized her. She might have her faults, but Celaena never did anything half-heartedly. She'd outdone herself with that dress. But what was she doing here?
He couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality until several heads, then many, turned to look. Though the waltz was playing, those not dancing quieted themselves as the mysterious masked girl lifted her skirts and took a step, then another. Her dress was made of stars plucked from the sky, and the whorls of crystals in her gray mask glittered.
"Who is that?"
breathed a young courtier beside him. She looked at no one as she descended the staircase, and even the Queen of Otterland stood to see the late arrival, Nehemia also rising from her seat beside her. Had Celaena lost her mind?
"Walk to her. Take her hand."
But his feet were leaden, and Dorian could do nothing except watch her. His skin flushed beneath his small black mask. He didn't know why, but seeing her made him feel like a man. She was something out of a dream in which he was not a spoiled young prince, but a king. She reached the bottom of the stairs, and Dorian took a step forward. But someone had already arrived, and Dorian clenched his jaw tight enough for it to hurt as she smiled and bowed to Chaol. The captain of the guard, who hadn't bothered to wear a mask, extended his hand. Celaena stared only at Chaol with those starlit eyes, and her long white fingers floated through the air to meet his. The crowd began chattering as Chaol led her from the stairs, and they disappeared into the throng. Whatever conversation they were about to have, it wasn't going to be pleasant. He'd be better off staying out of it.
"Please," said another courtier, "tell me that Chaol doesn't suddenly have a wife."
"Captain Westfall," said the courtier who had spoken earlier, "why would a pretty thing like that marry a guard?" Remembering who stood beside him, he glanced at Dorian, who was still staring wide-eyed at the stairs. "Who is she, Your Highness? Do you know her?"
"No, I don't,"
whispered Dorian, and walked away. The waltz was driving, and so loud she had difficulty hearing herself think as Chaol pulled her into a shadowy alcove. Not surprisingly, he hadn't worn a mask. It would be too silly for him, which made the fury on his face all too visible. "So," he seethed, holding tightly to her wrist, "do you want to tell me how you got it into your mind that this was a good idea?" She tried shaking off his hand, but he wouldn't let go. Across the great hall, Nehemia sat with the Queen of Otterland, occasionally glancing in Celaena's direction. Because she was nervous, or just surprised to see her.
"Relax," she hissed at the captain of the guard. "I only want to have some fun."
"Fun? Crashing a royal ball is your idea of fun?" Arguing wouldn't help. She could tell that his anger was mostly about being embarrassed that she'd managed to slip out of her rooms in the first place. So she gave him a pitiful pout.
"I was lonely."
He choked. "You couldn't spend one evening on your own?" She twisted her wrist out of his grasp. "Nox is here, and he's a thief. How could you let him come? With all this jewelry flashing about, and not me? How can I be the king's champion if you don't trust me?" Actually, that was a question she really wanted to know the answer to. Chaol covered his face with a hand and let out a long, long sigh. She tried not to smile. She'd won. "If you take one step out of line..." She grinned in earnest.
"Consider it your Yulmus present to me."
Chaol gave her a weighing look, but slumped his shoulders. "Please don't make me regret this." She patted his cheek, sweeping past him.
"I knew I liked you for some reason."
He said nothing, but followed her back into the crowd. She'd been to masked balls before, but there was still something unnerving about not being able to see the faces of those around her. Most of the court, Dorian included, wore masks of varying sizes, shapes, and colors, some of simple design, others elaborate and animal-shaped. Nehemia still sat with the queen, wearing a gold and turquoise mask with a lotus motif. They appeared to be engaged in polite conversation, and Nehemia's guard stood to the side of the dais, already looking bored. Chaol kept close to her as she found an empty spot in the crowd and stopped. It was a good vantage point. She could see everything from here. The dais, the main stairs, the dance floor. Dorian was dancing with a small brunette with outrageously large breasts that he took no pains to avoid glancing at every so often. Hadn't he noticed her arrival? Even Parrington had seen her when Chaol dragged her into that corner. Thankfully, the captain had subtly moved her away before she had to interact with him. Across the room, she met Knox's eye. He was flirting with a young woman wearing a dove mask, and he raised his glass in salute before turning back to the girl. He'd opted for a blue mask that concealed only his eyes.
"Well, try not to have too much fun," Chaol said beside her, crossing his arms.
Hiding her scowl, Celaena crossed her arms as well and began her vigil. An hour later, Celaena was beginning to curse herself for being a fool. Nehemia was still sitting with the Queen, and hadn't looked again in Celaena's direction. How had she even considered that Nehemia of all people, would attack everyone? Celaena's face burned with shame beneath the mask. She didn't deserve to call herself a friend. All the dead champions and mysterious evil powers and this ridiculous competition had made her go mad. Celaena smoothed the fur on her dress, frowning slightly. Chaol remained beside her, saying nothing. Though he'd allowed her to stay, she doubted he'd soon forget this, or that the guards wouldn't get the tongue-lashing of their lives later tonight. Celaena straightened as Nehemia suddenly rose from her seat beside the Queen's throne, her guards snapping to attention. She bowed her head to the Queen, the light of the chandeliers making her mask glisten, and then strode off the dais. Celaena felt each of her heartbeats hammering in her veins as Nehemia wove through the crowd, her guards close behind, and halted in front of Celaena and Chaol. "You look beautiful, Lillian," Nehemia said in the common tongue, her accent as thick as it had ever been. It felt like a slap in the face. She'd spoken with perfect fluency that night in the library. Was she warning Celaena to keep quiet about it? "As do you," Celaena said tightly. "Are you enjoying the ball?" Nehemia played with a fold in her dress, and from the look of the rich blue fabric, it was probably a gift from the Queen of Otterlin. "Yes, but I'm not feeling well," the princess said. "I'm going back to my rooms." Celaena gave her a stiff nod. "I hope you feel better," was all she could think of to say. Nehemia looked at her for a long moment, her eyes shining with what seemed like pain, and then left. Celaena watched her walk up the stairs, and didn't tear her gaze away until the princess was gone. Chaol cleared his throat. "Do you want to tell me what that was all about?" "None of your business," she replied. Something could still happen, even if Nehemia wasn't here. Something could happen. But no, Nehemia wouldn't repay pain with more pain. She was too good for that. Celaena swallowed hard. The makeshift knife in her bodice felt like a dead weight. Even if Nehemia wasn't going to hurt anyone tonight, that didn't prove her innocence. "What's wrong?" Chaol pressed. Forcing herself to push aside her shame and worry, Celaena lifted her chin. With Nehemia gone, she still had to keep watch, but maybe she could attempt to have a little fun, too. "With you scowling at everyone, no one will ask me to dance." Chaol's dark brows rose. "I'm not scowling at everyone." Even as he said it, she spotted him frowning at a passing courtier who looked too long in Celaena's direction. "Stop it!" she hissed. "No one will ever ask me to dance if you keep doing that." He gave her an exasperated look and strode off. She followed him to the border of the dance floor. "Here," he said, standing at the edge of the sea of swirling gowns. "If anyone wants to ask you to dance, you're in plain sight." From this spot, she could also still make sure no feral beasts were about to rip into the crowd, but he didn't need to know that. She glanced at him. "Would you like to dance with me?" He laughed. "With you? No." She looked at the marble floor, her chest tight. "You needn't be so cruel." "Cruel? Celaena Parrington is just over there. I'm sure he's not happy about you being here, so I wouldn't risk drawing his attention any more than necessary." "Coward!" Chaol's eyes softened. "If he weren't here, I would have said yes." "I can easily arrange that, you know." He shook his head as he adjusted the lapel on his black tunic. Just then, Dorian waltzed by, sweeping the brunette with him. He didn't even glance at her. "Anyway, Chaol added, jerking his chin at Dorian. "I think you have far more attractive suitors vying for your attention. I'm boring company to keep."
"I don't mind being here with you."
"I'm sure you don't," Chaol said dryly, though he met her stare.
"I mean it. Why aren't you dancing with anyone? Aren't there ladies whom you like?"
"I'm the captain of the guard. I'm not exactly a catch for any of them." There was some sorrow in his eyes, though it was well concealed.
"Are you mad? You're better than everyone in here. And you're very handsome," she said, taking his hand in her free one. There was beauty in Chaol's face, and strength, and honor, and loyalty. She stopped hearing the crowd, and her mouth became dry as he stared at her. How had she missed it for so long?
"You think so?" he said after a moment, looking at their clasped hands. She tightened her grasp.
"Why, if I wasn't—"
"Why aren't you two dancing?" Chaol dropped her hand. She had difficulty turning away from him.
"And with whom would I dance, Your Highness?"
Dorian was alarmingly handsome in his pewter tunic. One might say it matched her dress. "You look radiant," he said. "And you look radiant as well, Chaol." He winked at his friend. Then Dorian's gaze met hers, and Celaena's blood turned into shooting stars. "Well, do I need to lecture you about how stupid it was to sneak into the ball, or can I just ask you to dance with me instead?" "I don't think that's a good idea," Chaol said.
"Why?"
they asked in unison. Dorian stepped a little closer to her. Even though she was ashamed of herself for believing such awful things about Nehemia, knowing that Dorian and Chaol were safe made the misery worth it. "Because it attracts too much attention, that's why." Celaena rolled her eyes, and Chaol glared at her. "Do I have to remind you who you are?"
"No, you remind me every day," she retorted.
His brown eyes darkened. What was the point in being nice to her if he was only going to insult her the next moment? Dorian put a hand on her shoulder and gave Chaol a charming smile. "Relax, Chaol," he said, and his hand slipped to rest on her back, his fingers grazing her bare skin. "Just take the night off." Dorian turned her from the captain. "It'll do you some good," he said over his shoulder, though the merriness faded from his tone. "I'm getting a drink," muttered Chaol, and walked away. She watched the captain for a moment. It would be a miracle if he considered her a friend. Dorian caressed her back, and she looked at him. Her heart jumped into a gallop, and Chaol dissolved from her thoughts like dew beneath the morning sun. She felt bad for forgetting him, but, oh, she wanted Dorian. She couldn't deny it. She wanted him. "You look beautiful," Dorian said quietly, running an eye over her in a way that made her ears burn. "I haven't been able to stop staring at you."
"Oh, and I thought you hadn't even noticed me."
"Chaol got there first when you arrived. And besides, I had to work up the nerve to approach you." He grinned. "You're very intimidating, especially with the mask."
"And I suppose it didn't help you that you had a line of ladies waiting to dance with you."
"I'm here now, aren't I?" Her heart tightened, and she realized it wasn't the answer she'd been hoping for. What did she want from him? He held out his hand, inclining his head. "Dance with me?" Was there music playing? She'd forgotten. The world had shrunk into nothing, dissolved by the golden glow of candles. But there were her feet, and here was her arm, and her neck, and her mouth. She smiled and took his hand, still keeping one eye on the ball around them. Chapter 39. He was lost in a world of which he'd always dreamed. Her body was warm beneath his hand, and her fingers were soft around his. He spun her and led her about on the floor, waltzing as smoothly as he could. She didn't falter a single step, nor did she seem to care about the many angry female faces that watched as dance after dance passed, and they didn't switch partners. Of course, it wasn't polite for a prince to dance with only one lady, but he couldn't focus on anything beyond his partner and the music that carried them onward. "You certainly have a lot of stamina," she said. When had they last spoken? It could have been 10 minutes or an hour ago. The masked faces around them blurred together. While some parents hit their children, mine also punished me with dancing lessons. Then you must have been a very naughty boy. She glanced around the ball, as if she were looking for something, or someone. You're gracious with your compliments tonight. He twirled her. The skirts of her gown sparkled underneath the chandelier. It's Yulmas, she said. Everyone's kind on Yulmas. A flash of what he could have sworn was pain shone in her eyes, but it was gone before he could be certain of it. He caught her around the waist, his feet moving to the beat of the waltz. And how's your present? Oh, she hid under my bed, then in the dining room, which is where I left her. You locked the dog in your dining room? Should I have kept her in my bedroom where she could ruin the carpets? Or in the gaming room where she might eat the chess pieces and choke? Perhaps you should have sent her to the kennels where dogs belong. On Yulmas? I couldn't think of sending her back to that wretched place. He suddenly felt the urge to kiss her, hard, upon the mouth. But this, what he felt, it could never be real. Because once the ball was over, she would go back to being an assassin, and he would still be a prince. Dorian swallowed hard. For tonight, though. He held her closer. Everyone transformed into mere shadows on the wall. Frowning, Kayal watched his friend dance with the assassin. He wouldn't have danced with her anyway, and he was glad he hadn't worked up the nerve to ask her, not after seeing the color that Duke Parrington's face turned upon discovering the pair. A courtier named Otho stepped beside Kayal. I thought she was with you. Who, Lady Lillian? So that's her name. I've never seen her before. Is she newly arrived to court? Yes, said Kayal. Tomorrow he'd have a word with her guards about letting Celaena out tonight. Hopefully by then he'd be less inclined to knock their heads together. How are you doing, Captain Westfall? Otho said, clapping him on the back a bit too hard. His breath reeked of wine. You don't dine with us anymore. I stopped dining at your table 3 years ago, Otho. You should come back. We miss your conversation. It was a lie. Otho only wanted information about the foreign young lady. His reputation with women was well known in the castle. So well known that he had to seize courtiers as they arrived, or go into Rifthold for a different sort of woman. Kayal watched Dorian dip Celaena, watched the way her lips widened in a smile, and her eyes burst with light as the crown prince said something. Even with the mask on, Kayal could see the happiness written across her face. Is he with her? Otho asked. The Lady Lillian belongs to herself and no one else. So she's not with him? No. Otho shrugged. That's strange. Why? Kayal had the sudden urge to strangle him. Because it looks like he's in love with her, he said, and walked away. Kayal's eyes lost focus for a moment. Then Celaena laughed, and Dorian kept staring at her. The prince hadn't once taken his eyes off her. Dorian's expression was full of something. Joy? Wonder? His shoulders were straight, his back erect. He looked like a man, like a king. It was impossible for such a thing to have occurred. And when would it have happened? Otho was a drunk and a womanizer. What did he know of love? Dorian spun Celaena with speed and dexterity, and she snapped into his arms, her shoulders rising with exhilaration. But she wasn't in love with him. Otho hadn't said that. He had seen no attachment on her part, and Celaena would never be that stupid. It was Dorian who was the fool, Dorian who would have his heart broken, if he did actually love her. Unable to look at his friend any longer, the captain of the guard left the ball. Kaltain watched in rage and agony as Lillian Gordana and the Crown Prince of Otterland danced and danced and danced. Even with a much more concealing mask, she would have recognized the upstart. And what sort of a person wore gray to a ball? Kaltain looked down at her dress and smiled. Bright shades of blue, emerald, and soft brown. Her gown and matching peacock mask had cost as much as a small house. It was all a gift from Parrington, of course, along with the jewelry that decorated much of her neck and arms. It was certainly not the dull, drab mess of crystal that the conniving harlot wore. Parrington stroked her arm, and Kaltain turned to him with fluttering eyelashes. "You look handsome tonight, my love," she said, adjusting a gold chain across his red tunic. His face quickly matched the color of his clothes. She wondered if she could bear the repulsion of kissing him. She could always keep refusing, just as she had for the past month, but when he was this drunk... She would have to think of a way out as soon as possible. But she was no closer to Dorian than she'd been in early autumn, and would certainly make no progress with Lillian in the way. A precipice opened before her. Her head gave a brief, faint throb of pain. There were no other options now. Lillian had to be eliminated. When the clock chimed 3, and most of the guests, including the Queen and Chaol, had left, Celaena finally decided that it was safe for her to leave. So she slipped from the ball when Dorian went to get a drink, and found Ress waiting outside to escort her back. The halls of the castle were silent as they strode to her room, taking the empty servants' passages to avoid any too curious courtiers learning more about her. Even if she'd gone to the ball for the wrong reasons, she had had some fun dancing with Dorian. More than some, actually. She smiled to herself, picking at her nails as they entered the hallway that led to her rooms. The rush of having Dorian look only at her, talk only to her, treat her as if she were his equal and more, hadn't yet worn off. Maybe her plan hadn't been such a failure after all. Ress cleared his throat, and Celaena looked up to see Dorian standing outside her rooms, chatting with the guards. He couldn't have stayed long at the ball if he'd beaten her back here. Her heart pounded, but she managed a coy smile as Dorian bowed to her, opened the door, and they went inside. Let Ress and the guards think what they wanted. She unfastened the mask from her face, tossing it onto the table in the center of the foyer, and sighed as the cool air met her flushed skin. "Well?" she asked, leaning against the wall beside the door to her bedroom. Dorian approached her slowly, halting only a hand's breadth away. "You left the ball without saying goodbye," he said, and braced an arm against the wall beside her head. She raised her eyes, examining the black detail on the sleeve that fell just above her hair. "I'm impressed you got up here so quickly, and without a pack of court ladies hounding after you. Perhaps you should try your hand at being an assassin." He shook the hair out of his face. "I'm not interested in court ladies," he said thickly, and kissed her. His mouth was warm, and his lips were smooth, and Celaena lost all sense of time and place as she slowly kissed him back. He pulled away for a moment, looked into her eyes as they opened, and kissed her again. It was different this time, deeper, full of need. Her arms were heavy and light all at once, and the room twirled round and round. She couldn't stop. She liked this, liked being kissed by him, liked the smell and the taste and the feel of him. His arm slipped around her waist, and he held her tightly to him as his lips moved against hers. She put a hand on his shoulder, her fingers digging into the muscle that lay beneath. How different things were between them than when she'd first seen him in Endovier. Her eyes opened. Endovier. Why was she kissing the Crown Prince of Otterlin? Her fingers loosened, and her arm dropped to her side. He removed his mouth from hers and smiled. It was infectious. Dorian leaned forward again, but she smoothly put 2 fingers against his lips. "I should go to bed," she said. He raised his eyebrows. "Alone," she added. He removed her fingers from his mouth. He tried to kiss her, but she easily swung under his arm and reached for the door handle. She had opened the bedroom door and slid inside before he could stop her. She peered into the foyer, watching as he continued to smile. "Good night." Dorian leaned against the door, bringing his face close to hers. "Good night," he whispered, and she didn't stop him as he kissed her again. He broke it off before she was ready,
and she almost fell onto the ground as he removed his weight from the door. He laughed softly. "Good night," she said again, heat rushing to her face. Then he was gone. Selena strode to the balcony and flung open the doors, embracing the chill air. Her hand rose to her lips, and she stared up at the stars, feeling her heart grow and grow and grow. Dorian walked slowly back to his rooms, his heart racing. He could still feel her lips on his, smell the scent of her hair, and see the gold in her eyes flickering in the candlelight. Consequences be damned. He'd find a way to make it work. He'd find a way to be with her. He had to. He had leapt from the cliff. He could only wait for the net. In the garden, the captain of the guard stared up at the young woman's balcony, watching as she waltzed alone, lost in her dreams, but he knew that her thoughts weren't of him. She stopped and stared upward. Even from a distance, he could see the blush upon her cheeks. She seemed young. No, new. It made his chest ache. Still, he watched until she sighed and went inside. She never bothered to look below. Chapter 40. Selena groaned as something cold and wet brushed her cheek and moved to lick her face. She opened an eye and found the puppy looking down at her, its tail wagging. Adjusting herself in the bed, she winced at the sunlight. She hadn't meant to sleep in. They had a test in 2 days, and she needed to train. It was their last test before the final duel, the test that decided who the 4 finalists would be. Selena rubbed an eye and then scratched the dog behind the ears. "Have you peed somewhere and wished to tell me about it?" "Oh, no," said someone as the bedroom door swung open. Dorian. "I took her out at dawn with the other dogs." She smiled weakly as he approached. "Isn't it rather early for a visit?" "Early?" He laughed, sitting on the bed. She inched away. "It's almost 1 in the afternoon. Philippa told me you've been sleeping like the dead all morning." 1? She'd slept that long? What about lessons with Kayal? She scratched her nose and pulled the puppy onto her lap. At least nothing had happened last night. If there had been another attack, she would have heard about it already. She almost sighed with relief, though the guilt of what she'd done, how little faith she'd had in Nehemia, still made her a tad miserable. "Have you named her yet?" he asked. Casual, calm, collected. Was he acting that way for show, or was their kiss just not that important to him? "No," she said, keeping her face neutral, even though she wanted to scream from the awkwardness. "I can't think of anything appropriate." "What about," he said, tapping his chin, "Goldie?" "That's the stupidest name I've ever heard. Can you think of something better?" She picked up one of the dog's legs and examined the soft paws. She squished the padded foot beneath her thumb. Fleetfoot. It was a perfect name. In fact, it felt as if the name had existed all along, and she'd finally been clairvoyant enough to stumble across it. "Yes, Fleetfoot it is." "Does it mean anything?" he asked, and the dog raised her head to look at him. "It'll mean something when she outruns all of your purebreds." Selena scooped the dog into her arms and kissed her head. She bounced her arms up and down, and Fleetfoot stared up into her eyes with a wrinkled brow. She was absurdly soft and cuddly. Dorian chuckled. "We'll see." Selena set the dog down on the bed. Fleetfoot promptly crawled under the blankets and disappeared. "Did you sleep well?" he asked. "Yes, though it seems you didn't if you were up so early." "Listen," he began, and Selena wanted to throw herself from the balcony. "Last night, I'm sorry if I was too forward with you." He paused. "Selena, you're grimacing." Had she been making a face? Sorry." "It did upset you then." "What did?" "The kiss." Phlegm caught in her throat, and the assassin coughed. "Oh, it was nothing,"
she said, thumping her chest as she cleared her throat. I didn't mind it, but I didn't hate it, if that's what you're thinking. She immediately regretted saying it. So you liked it? He grinned lazily. No, oh, go away. She flung herself onto her pillows, pulling the blankets above her head. She was going to die from embarrassment. Fleetfoot licked her face as she hid in the darkness of the sheets. Come now, he said. From your reaction, one would think you'd never been kissed. She threw back the blankets, and Fleetfoot burrowed farther beneath. Of course I've been kissed, she snapped, trying not to think about Sam and what she'd shared with him. But it wasn't by some stuffed shirt, pompous, arrogant princeling. He looked down at his chest. Stuffed shirt? Oh, hush up, she said, hitting him with a pillow. She moved to the other side of the bed, got up, and walked to the balcony. She felt him watching her, staring at her back and the 3 scars she knew her low-cut nightgown did nothing to hide. Are you going to remain here while I change? She faced him. He wasn't looking at her the way he had the night before. There was something wary in his gaze, and something unspeakably sad. Her blood thrummed in her veins. Well? Your scars are awful, he said, almost whispering. She put a hand on a hip and walked to the dressing-room door. We all bear scars, Dorian. Mine just happen to be more visible than most. Sit there if you like, but I'm going to get dressed. She strode from the room. Kaltain walked beside Duke Parrington through the endless tables of the palace greenhouse. The giant glass building was full of shadows and light, and she fanned herself as the steamy heat smothered her face. The man picked the most absurd places to walk. She had about as much interest in the plants and flowers as she did in a mud puddle on the side of a street. He picked a lily, snow white, and handed it to her with a bow of his head. For you. She tried not to cringe at the sight of his pocked, ruddy skin and orange mustache. The thought of being stuck with him made her want to rip all the plants out by their roots and throw them into the snow. Thank you, she said huskily. But Parrington studied her closely. You seem out of spirits today, Lady Kaltain. Do I? She cocked her head in her coyest expression. Perhaps today pales in comparison to the fun I had at the ball last night. The Duke's black eyes bored into her, though, and he frowned as he put a hand on her elbow and steered her on. You needn't pretend with me. I noticed you watching the Crown Prince. Kaltain gave nothing away as she raised her manicured brows and looked sidelong at him. Was I? Parrington ran a meaty finger down the spine of a fern. The black ring on his finger pulsed, and her head gave a throb of pain in response. I noticed him too. The girl specifically. She's troublesome, isn't she? Lady Lillian? Kaltain blinked this time, unsure whether she could sag with relief just yet. He hadn't noticed her wanting the prince, but rather that she'd noticed how Lillian and Dorian clung to each other all night. So she calls herself, Parrington murmured. That's not her name? Kaltain asked before she could think. The Duke turned to her, his eyes as black as his ring. You don't honestly believe that girl is a purebred lady? Kaltain's heart stopped. She's truly not? And then Parrington smiled, and finally told her everything. When Parrington finished, Kaltain could only stare at him. An assassin. Lillian Gordana was Celaena Sardathian, the world's most notorious assassin. And she had her claws in Dorian's heart. If Kaltain wanted Dorian's hand, then she'd need to be far, far cleverer. Simply revealing who Lillian truly was might be enough. But it might not. Kaltain couldn't afford to take risks. The greenhouse was silent, as if it held its breath. How can we let this go on? How can we allow the prince to endanger himself like that? Parrington's face shifted for a moment, toward something pained and ugly, but it was so fast she barely noticed it above the pounding rising in her head. She needed her pipe, needed to calm down before she had a fit. We can't, Parrington said. But how can we stop them? Tell the king? Parrington shook his head, putting a hand on his broadsword as he thought for a moment. She examined a rosebush and traced a long nail along the curve of a thorn. "She's to face the remaining champions in a duel," he said slowly. "And in the duel, she'll drink a toast in honor of the goddess and gods." It wasn't just her too-tight corset that stole the breath from Kaltain as the Duke went on. She lowered her hand from the thorn. "I was going to ask you to preside over the toast, as a representation of the goddess. Perhaps you could slip something into her drink."
Kill her myself?
Hiring someone was one thing, but to do it herself. The Duke raised his hands. No. But the king has agreed that drastic measures should be taken, in a way that will make Dorian believe things were an accident. If we were merely to give her a dose of bloodbane, not lethal, but just enough to cause her to lose control, it would give Cain the advantage he needs.
Cain can't kill her on his own? Accidents happen all the time in duels.
Her head gave a sharp, intense throb that echoed through her body. Maybe drugging her might be easier. "Cain thinks he can, but I don't like taking risks." Parrington grasped her hands. His ring was ice-cold against her skin, and she fought the urge to rip her hands from his grip. "Don't you want to help Dorian? Once he's free of her,
then he'll be mine. He'll be mine as he should be. But to kill for it, he'll be mine."
"Then we'll be able to get him on the right path, won't we?" Parrington finished with a broad smile that made her instincts tell her to run and never look back. But all her mind could see was a crown and throne, and the prince who would sit by her side.
"Tell me what I need to do," she said.
Chapter 41. The clock chimed 10, and Celaena, seated at the small desk in her bedroom, looked up from her book. She should be sleeping, or at least trying to. Fleetfoot, dozing in her lap, yawned widely. Celaena scratched her behind the ears and ran a hand along the page of the book. Word marks stared up at her, their intricate curves and angles speaking a language she couldn't yet begin to decipher. How long had it taken Nehemia to learn them? And, she wondered darkly, how could their power possibly still work when magic itself was gone? She hadn't seen Nehemia since the ball last night, hadn't dared to approach her or tell Chaol what she'd learned. Nehemia had been deceitful about her language skills and how much she knew about the word marks, but she could have any number of reasons for that. Celaena had been wrong to go to the ball last night, wrong to believe Nehemia was capable of such bad things. Nehemia was one of the good ones. She wouldn't target Celaena, not when they'd been friends. They had been friends. Celaena swallowed the tightness in her throat and turned the page. Her heart stopped. There, looking up at her, were the symbols she'd seen near the bodies, and in the margin, written by someone centuries ago, was the explanation. For sacrifices to the Ritterak, using the victim's blood, mark the area around it accordingly. Once the creature has been summoned, these marks guide the exchange. For the flesh of the sacrifice, the beast will grant you the victim's strength. Celaena fought to keep her hands from trembling as she flipped through the pages, searching for anything about the marks under her bed. When the book yielded nothing, she returned to the summoning spell. A Ritterak. That was the name of the beast? What was it? Where had it been summoned from, if it wasn't? The word gates. She pressed the heels of her palms into her eyes. Someone was actually using the word marks to open a portal to summon this creature. It was impossible, because magic was gone, but the text said word marks existed outside of magic. What if their power still worked? But Nehemia? How could her friend do such a thing? Why did she need the champion's strength? And how could she keep everything hidden so well? Yet Nehemia could easily be a cunning actress. And maybe Celaena had wanted a friend, wanted someone as different and outsiderly as she was. Maybe she'd been too willing, too desperate to see anything but what she wanted to see. Celaena took a steadying breath. Nehemia loved Eyllwe, that was certainly true, and Celaena knew there was nothing Nehemia wouldn't do to keep her country safe. Unless... Ice moved through Celaena's veins. Unless Nehemia was here to start something bigger. Unless she didn't want to make sure the king spared Eyllwe at all. Unless she wanted what few dared whisper. Rebellion. And not rebellion as it was now, with rebel groups hiding out in the wilderness, but rather rebellion in the sense of entire kingdoms rising up against Adarlan, as it should have been from the start. But why kill the champions? Why not target royals? The ball would have been perfect for that. Why use word marks? She'd seen Nehemia's rooms. There were no signs of a demon beast lurking about, and nowhere in the castle where she could... Celaena's eyes rose from the book. Blocked by the giant chest of drawers, the tapestry still rippled in a phantom breeze. There was nowhere in the castle to summon or hide a creature like that, except for the endless forgotten chambers and tunnels running beneath it. "No," she said, standing so fast that it was all Fleetfoot could do to leap out of the way as her chair toppled over. No, it wasn't true, because it was Nehemia, because... Celaena grunted as she pushed the chest to the side and folded the tapestry back from the wall. Just as it had 2 months ago, a cold, damp breeze leaked through the cracks, but it smelled nothing of roses. All of the murders had occurred within 2 days of a test. That meant tonight, or tomorrow, something would happen. The Ritterak, whatever it was, would strike again. And with the marks that she'd found painted under her bed, there was no way in hell she'd wait for it to show up. After shutting the whining Fleetfoot out of the bedroom, Celaena covered the passage entry with the tapestry, wedged a book in the doorway to keep from getting locked in, and only once wished she had a weapon beyond the candlestick she carried and the makeshift knife in her pocket. Because if Nehemia had truly lied to her like that, and if Nehemia was murdering the champions, then Celaena had to see it herself. If only so she could kill her with her bare hands. Down and down she went, her breath thick in the frigid air. Water dripped somewhere, and Celaena looked longingly at the middle archway as she approached the crossroads. There was no thought of escape now. What would be the point when she was so close to winning? If she'd lost, she'd sneak back here before they had a chance to ship her off to Endovier again. Celaena studied the left and right side passages. The one to her left only led to a dead end. But the one on the right, that was the passage she'd taken to Elena's tomb. There she'd seen countless other passageways leading to unknown places. She stepped closer to the archway and froze when she saw the steps that descended into the murky darkness. The centuries-old dust had been disturbed. Footprints led up and down. Nehemia and her creature must have been creeping around down here, just floors below everyone else. Hadn't Varen died just after he taunted her in front of Nehemia? Celaena clutched her candlestick tighter and pulled her makeshift knife out of her pocket. Step after step, she began her descent down the stairwell. Soon she could no longer see the top landing, and the bottom never came any closer. But then whispers filled the corridor, slithering off the walls. She quieted her steps and shielded her candle as she neared. It wasn't the idle chat of servants, but someone speaking rapidly, almost chanting. Not Nehemia. A man. A landing approached below, opening into a room to her left. A greenish light seeped out of it onto the stones of the stairwell, which continued on past the landing and into darkness. The hair on her arms rose as the voice became clearer. It didn't speak any tongue that she recognized. It was guttural and harsh, and grated against her ears, as if it sucked the very warmth from her bones. The man panted as he spoke, like the words burned his throat, and finally he gasped for air. Silence fell. Setting down her candle, Celaena crept toward the landing and peered inside the room. The oaken door had been thrown open, a giant key turned in its rusting lock. And inside the small chamber, kneeling before a darkness so black that it seemed poised to devour the world, was Cain. Chapter 42.
Kane. The person who'd gotten stronger and better as the competition went on. She'd thought it was his training, but it was because he'd been using the word marks and the beast they summoned to steal the dead champion's strength. He dragged a hand across the floor before the darkness, and greenish lights sprung up from where his fingers passed before being sucked into the void like wraiths on the wind. One of his hands was bleeding. She didn't dare to breathe as something stirred in the darkness. There was a click of claw on stone, and a hiss like an extinguished flame. And then, stepping toward Kane on knees that bent the wrong way, like an animal's hind legs, the Ritterak emerged. It was something out of an ancient god's nightmares. Its hairless gray skin was stretched tightly across its misshapen head, displaying a gaping mouth filled with black fangs. Fangs that had ripped out and eaten Varen and Xavier's internal organs. Fangs that had feasted on their brains. Its vaguely human body sank onto its haunches, and it slid its long front arms across the stone floor. The stones whined under the claws. Kane raised his head and stood slowly as the creature knelt before him and lowered its dark eyes. Submission. Celaena only realized she was trembling when she made to step away, to flee as far and as fast as she could. Elena had been right. This was evil, plain and simple. The amulet pulsed at her neck, as if urging her to run. Her mouth dry, her blood pounding in her veins, she stepped back. Kane whirled to look at her, and the Ritterak's head shot up, its slithered nostrils sniffing twice. She froze, but as she did so, a massive wind shoved into her from behind, making her stagger into the room. "It wasn't meant to be you tonight," Kane said, but Celaena's eyes remained on the beast, who began panting. "But this opportunity is too good to go to waste." "Kane?" was all she could say. The Ritterak's eyes, she'd never seen anything like them. There was nothing in them but hunger, endless, ageless hunger. The creature was not of this world. The word marks worked. The gates were real. She pulled the makeshift knife out of her pocket. It was pitifully small. How could hairpins make a dent in that creature's hide? Kane moved so quickly that she could only blink before he was behind her, her knife somehow now in his hand. No one human could move that quickly. It was as if he were no more than shadows and wind. "Pity," Kane whispered from the doorway, pocketing her knife. Celaena glanced to the creature, to him, and then back. "I'll never get to know how you wound up down here in the first place." His fingers wrapped around the door handle. "Not that I care. Goodbye, Celaena." The door slammed shut. The greenish light still seeped from the marks on the floor. Marks Kane had etched with his own blood, illuminating the creature who stared at her with those starving, relentless eyes. "Kane?" she whispered, backing into the door as she fumbled with the handle. She twisted and yanked. It was locked. There was nothing in this room but stone and dust. How had she let him disarm her that easily? "Kane!" The door wouldn't budge. "Kane!" she shouted, and banged on the door with a fist hard enough to hurt. The Ritterak stalked back and forth on its 4 long, spidery limbs, sniffing at her, and Celaena paused. Why didn't it attack immediately? It sniffed at her again, and swiped at the ground with a clawed hand, striking deep enough to take out a chunk of stone. It wanted her alive. Kane had incapacitated Varen while he summoned the creature. It liked its blood hot, so it would find the easiest way to immobilize her, and then... She couldn't breathe. No, not like this. Not in this chamber where no one would find her, where Chaol would never know why she disappeared, and would forever curse her for it, where she'd never get the chance to tell Nehemia she had been wrong. And Elena. Elena said someone wanted her in the tomb, to see... To see what? And then she knew. The answer lay on her right, the right passageway, the passage that led to the tomb a few levels below. The creature sank back onto its haunches, poised to spring, and in that moment, Celaena came up with the most reckless and brave plan she'd ever concocted. She dropped her cape to the floor. With a roar that shook the castle, the Ritterak ran for her. Celaena remained before the door, watching as it galloped at her, sparks flying from its claws as they struck stone. 10 feet away, it leapt straight toward her legs. But Celaena was already running straight at those black, rotting fangs. The Ritterak jumped for her, and she hurtled over the snarling thing. A thunderous, splintering boom erupted through the chamber as the Ritterak shattered the wooden floor. She could only imagine what it would have done to her legs. She didn't have time to think. She landed and whirled, charging back to where the creature had crashed through the door and now sought to shake itself free of the pile of wood. She threw herself through the doorway and turned left, flying down the stairwell. She'd never make it back to her chambers alive, but if she was fast enough, perhaps she could make it to the tomb. The Ritterak roared again, and the stairwell shuddered. She didn't dare to look behind. She focused on her feet, on keeping upright as she bounded down the stairs, making for the landing below, illuminated by moonlight leaking from the tomb. Celaena hit the landing, ran for the tomb door, and prayed to gods whose names she'd forgotten, but who she hoped had not yet forgotten her. Someone wanted me to come here on Samhain. Someone knew this would happen. Elena wanted me to see it, so I could survive. The creature hit the bottom landing and charged after her, so close she could smell its reeking breath. The door to the tomb was wide open, as if someone had been waiting. Please, please! Grabbing onto the side of the doorway, she swung herself inside. She gained precious time as the Ritterak skidded to a halt, missing the tomb. It only took a moment for it to recover and charge, taking off a chunk of the door as it entered. The pounding of her feet echoed through the tomb as she ran between the sarcophagi for Damaris, the sword of the ancient king. Displayed atop its stand, the blade shone in the moonlight, the metal still gleaming after 1,000 years. The creature snarled, and she heard its deep intake of breath and the scrape of nails departing stone as the Ritterak leapt for her. She lunged for the sword, her left hand wrapping around the cool hilt as she twisted in the air and swung. She only had time to see its eyes and the blur of its skin before she drove Damaris through the Ritterak's face. Pain lanced through her hand as they slammed into the wall and fell to the ground, scattering treasure. Black blood that stank of waste sprayed onto her. She didn't move. Not as she stared at those black eyes barely inches from her own, not as she saw her right hand held between its black teeth, her blood already oozing down its chin. She just panted and shook, not taking her left hand from the hilt of the sword, even after those hungry eyes turned dull, and its body sagged atop hers. It was only when the amulet throbbed again that she blinked. Everything after that became a series of steps, a dance that she had to execute perfectly, or else she'd fall apart right there in that tomb and never get up. She first pried her hand from its teeth. It burned mercilessly. An arc of gushing puncture wounds encircled her thumb, and she swayed on her feet as she shoved the Ritterak off her. It was surprisingly light, as if its bones were hollow, or there were nothing inside of it. Though the world became foggy around the edges, she yanked Damaris from its skull. She used her shirt to wipe Gavin's blade clean and set it back where it belonged. That was why they brought her to the tomb on Samhain, wasn't it? So she could see Damaris and have a way to save herself? She left the creature where it lay in a crumpled heap atop piles of jewels. Whoever had wanted to save her could clean it up. She'd had enough. Still, Celaena paused beside Elena's sarcophagus and looked at the beautiful face carved from marble. "Thank you," she said hoarsely. Her vision blurring, she left the tomb and staggered up the stairs, clutching her bleeding hand to her chest. When she was at last safely inside her chambers, Celaena crossed to her bedroom door and leaned there, panting as she unlocked it. Her wound hadn't clotted, and blood was still pouring down her wrist. She listened to it drip onto the floor. She should go into the bathing room and wash her hand. Her palm felt like ice. She should... Her legs gave out, and Celaena collapsed. Her eyelids became heavy, so she closed them. Why did her heart beat so slowly? She opened her eyes to look at her hand. Her eyesight was blurry, and all she could make out was a mess of pink and red. The ice in her hand reached up her arm, down to her legs. She heard a booming, thunderous noise, A thump, 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 followed by a whine. Through her eyelids, she could see the light in the room darken. She heard a cry. Female, and warm hands grabbed her face. She was so cold it almost burned. Had someone left the window open? Lillian! It was Nehemia. She shook Celaena's shoulders. Lillian, what happened to you? Celaena remembered little of the next few moments. Strong arms lifted her up and rushed her into the bathing chamber. Nehemia strained as she carried Celaena into the bathing pool, where she stripped away Celaena's clothes. Celaena's hand burned when it touched the water, and she thrashed, but the princess held her firm, saying words in a tongue the assassin didn't understand. The light in the room pulsed, and her skin tingled. Celaena found her arms covered in glowing turquoise marks. Word marks. Nehemia held her in the water, rocking back and forth. Blackness swallowed her up. Chapter 43. Celaena opened her eyes. She was warm, and the candlelight was golden. She could smell lotus blossoms and a bit of nutmeg. She made a small noise and blinked, attempting to raise herself from the bed. What had happened? She could only recall climbing the stairs, then concealing the secret door behind the tapestry. Celaena gave a start and grabbed at her tunic, gaping as she found that it had somehow turned into a nightgown, and then marveled at her hand as she lifted it into the air. It was healed, completely healed. The only remnants of the wounds was a half-moon-shaped scar between her thumb and index finger, and little bite marks from the Ritterak's lower teeth. She ran a finger over each of the chalk-white scars, tracing their curve, then wiggled her fingers to ensure no nerves had been severed. How was this possible? It was magic. Someone had healed her. She lifted herself and saw she was not alone. Nehemia sat in a chair nearby, staring at her. There was no smile on her lips, and Celaena shifted as she beheld the mistrust in the young woman's eyes. Fleetfoot lay at her feet. "What happened?" Celaena asked. "That's what I have been waiting to ask you," said the princess in Eelway. She gestured at Celaena's body. "If I hadn't found you, you would have died from that bite within a few minutes." Even the blood she'd dropped on the floor had been cleaned. "Thank you," she said, then started as she looked to the darkened sky beyond the windows. What day is it? If somehow 2 days had passed and she'd missed the last test... It's only been 3 hours. Celaena's shoulders sagged. She hadn't missed it. She still had tomorrow to train and the test the day after that. I don't understand. How did... That's not important, Nehemia interrupted. I want to know where you received that bite. There was blood only in your bedroom, no traces of it in the hallway or anywhere else. Celaena clenched and unclenched her right hand, watching the scars stretch and contract. She had come so close to dying. She flicked her eyes to the princess, then back to her hand. Whatever Nehemia's involvement was, it wasn't with Cain. I'm not who I pretend to be, Celaena said quietly, unable to meet her friend's eyes. Lillian Gordana doesn't exist. Nehemia didn't say anything. Celaena made herself look her in the eye. Nehemia had saved her. How had she dared to believe that Nehemia might be the one controlling that creature? The truth was the least she owed her friend. My name is Celaena Sardathian. Nehemia's mouth parted. Slowly she shook her head. But they sent you to Endovier. You were supposed to be in Endovier with... Nehemia's eyes widened. You speak the Eelway of the peasants, of those enslaved in Endovier. That was how you learned. Celaena's breathing became a bit difficult. Nehemia's lips trembled. You went to Endovier? Endovier is a death camp, but... Why did you not tell me? Do you not trust me? Of course I do, she said, especially now that she'd proven beyond a doubt that she wasn't the one responsible for those murders. I was ordered by the king not to speak a word of it. A word of what? Nehemia said sharply, blinking back her tears. The king knows you're here? He gives you orders? I'm here for his amusement. Celaena sat up straighter in bed.
I'm here because he's hosting a competition to be the king's champion, and after I win, if I win, I'm to work for the king for 4 years as his lackey and assassin, and then I'll be freed, and my name cleared. Nehemia just looked at her, damning her with that blank stare. "You think I want to be here?" Selena shouted, even though it made her head pound. "It was either this or Endovier. I had no choice." She put her hands on her chest. "Before you start lecturing me on my morality, or before you run away and hide behind your bodyguards, just know that there's not a moment that goes by when I don't wonder what it will be like to kill for him, the man who destroyed everything that I loved." She couldn't breathe fast enough, not as the door inside her mind opened and closed, and the images that Selena had made herself forget flashed before her eyes. She closed them, wishing for darkness. Nehemia remained silent. Fleetfoot whined. In the quiet, people, places, words echoed in her mind. Then, footsteps. They brought her back. The mattress groaned and sighed as Nehemia sat. A second lighter weight joined her. Fleetfoot. Nehemia took Selena's hand in her warm, dry one. Selena opened her eyes, but stared at the wall across the room. Nehemia squeezed her hand. "You're my dearest friend, Selena. It hurt me more than I realized it would, to have things become so cold between us. To see you look at me with such distrust in your eyes, and I don't want to ever see you look at me like that again. So I wish to give to you what I have given to few before." Her dark eyes shone. "Names are not important. It's what lies inside of you that matters. I know what you went through in Endovier. I know what my people endure there day after day. But you did not let the mines harden you. You did not let it shame your soul into cruelty." The princess traced a mark on her hand, her fingers pressing into Selena's skin. "You bear many names, and so I shall name you as well." Her hand rose to Selena's forehead, and she drew an invisible mark. "I name you Elentia." She kissed the assassin's brow. "I give you this name to use with honor, to use when other names grow too heavy. I name you Elentia, spirit that could not be broken." Selena was held in place. She could feel the name fall upon her like a shimmering veil. This was unconditional love. Friends like this did not exist. Why was she so fortunate as to have found one? "Come," Nehemia said brightly. "Tell me about how you became Otterland's assassin, and how you wound up in this castle exactly, and what the details are of this absurd competition." Selena smiled slightly as Fleetfoot wagged her tail and licked Nehemia's arm. She had saved her life. Somehow. Answers for that would come later. So Selena spoke. The following morning, Selena walked beside Chaol, her eyes on the marble floor of the hallway. The sun radiated off of the snow in the garden, making the light in the hall nearly blinding. She'd told Nehemia almost everything. There were certain things she'd never tell anyone, and she hadn't mentioned Cain or the creature either. Nehemia hadn't asked her again what had bitten her hand, but had stayed with her, curled up in bed as they talked long into the night. Selena, unsure how she'd ever sleep again now that she knew what Cain could do, had been grateful for the company. She pulled her cloak tighter around her. The morning was unnaturally frigid. "You're quiet today." Chaol kept his gaze ahead of them. "Did you and Dorian have a fight?" Dorian. He'd stopped by last night, but Nehemia had shooed him off before he could enter the bedroom. "No, I haven't seen him since yesterday morning." After the events of last night, yesterday morning seemed like a week ago. "Did you enjoy dancing with him at the ball?" Were his words a bit sharp? She turned to him as they rounded a corner, heading toward a private training room. "You left rather early. I would have thought you'd want to guard me the whole night." "You don't need me to watch you anymore." "I didn't need you to watch me from the start." He shrugged. "Now I know you're not going anywhere." Outside, a howling wind kicked up a flurry of snow, sending a sparkling wave into the air. "I could go back to Endovier."
"You won't."
"How do you know that?"
"I just know.
That gives me heaps of confidence." He chuckled, continuing toward the sparring room. "I'm surprised your dog didn't run after you, for all the crying she did just now."
"If you had a pet, you wouldn't make fun," she said gloomily.
"I've never had a pet. I never wanted one."
"That's probably a blessing for whatever dog might have wound up as your companion." He jabbed her with an elbow. She grinned and elbowed him back. She wanted to tell him about Kane. She'd wanted to tell him when she saw him at her door this morning. She wanted to tell him everything. But he couldn't know. Because, she'd realized last night, if she told him about Kane and the creature he'd unleashed, then he'd ask to see the remains of the creature. And that meant taking him into the secret passage. While he might trust her enough to leave her alone with Dorian, knowing that she had access to an unguarded escape route was a test she wasn't ready to give Kayal. "Besides, I killed it. It's over. Elena's mysterious evil is vanquished. Now I'll just defeat Kane in the duel, and then no one needs to know." Kayal stopped before the unmarked door of their practice room and whirled to face her. "I'm only going to ask you this once, and then I won't ask it again," he said, staring at her so intensely that she shifted on her feet. "Do you know what you're getting into with Dorian?" She laughed, a harsh cawing noise. "Are you giving me romantic advice? And is this for my sake or Dorian's?" "Both." "I didn't realize that you cared enough about me to bother, or even notice." To his credit, he didn't take the bait. Instead, he just unlocked the door. "Just remember to use your brain, will you?" he said over his shoulder, and entered the room. An hour later, sweating and still panting from the swordplay practice, Selena wiped her brow on her sleeve as they made their way back to her rooms. "The other day, I saw you were reading Elric and Emid," he said. "I thought you hated poetry." "It's different." She swung her arms. "Epic poetry isn't boring or pretentious." "Oh?" A crooked smile twisted across his face. "A poem about massive battles and boundless love isn't pretentious?" She playfully punched his shoulder, and he laughed. Surprisingly delighted at his laughter, she cackled. But then they turned a corner, and guards filled the hall, and she saw him. The King of Otterlin. Chapter 44. The King. Selena's heart gave a screech and dove behind her spine. Each of the little scars on her hand throbbed. He strode toward them, his monstrous form filling the too small hallway, and their eyes met. She went cold and hot at once. Kayal halted and bowed low. Slowly, not wishing to find herself swinging from the gallows just yet, Selena bowed too. He stared at her with eyes of iron. The hair on her arms rose. She could feel him searching, looking for something inside of her. He knew that something was wrong, that something had changed in his castle. Something to do with her. Selena and Kayal rose and stepped aside. His head turned to examine her as he strode past. Could he see what lay beyond her flesh? Did he know that Kane had the ability to open portals, real portals to other worlds? Did he know that even though he'd banned magic, the Wordmarks still commanded a power of their own? Power the king could wield if he learned to summon demons like the Ritterak. There was a darkness in his eyes that felt cold and foreign, like the gaps between the stars. Could one man destroy a world? Was his ambition so consuming? She could hear the din of war. The king's head shifted to look at the hallway ahead. Something dangerous lurked about him. It was an air of death that she'd felt standing before that black void summoned by Kane. It was the stench of another world. A dead world. What was Elena's goal in demanding that she get close to him? Selena managed to walk, one step at a time, away from the king. Her eyes were far away and distant, and though she didn't look at Kayal, she felt him studying her face. Thankfully, he didn't say a word. It was nice to have someone who understood. Kayal also didn't say anything when she moved closer to him for the remainder of their walk. Kayal paced through his room, his time with Selena over until she'd train with the other champions that afternoon. After lunch, he'd returned to his room to read the report detailing the king's journey. And in the past 10 minutes, he'd read the thing 3 times. He crumpled the paper in his fist. Why had the king arrived alone? And, more importantly, how had everyone in his traveling party died? It wasn't clear where he'd gone. He'd mentioned the White Fang Mountains, but why were they all dead? The king had vaguely hinted at some sort of issue with rebels poisoning their food stores, but the details were murky enough to suggest that the truth was buried somewhere else. Perhaps he hadn't explained it fully because it would upset his subjects. But Chaol was his captain of the guard. If the king didn't trust him... The clock struck, and Chaol's shoulders sagged. Poor Celaena. Did she know that she looked like a frightened animal when the king appeared? He'd almost wanted to pat her on the back. And the effect the king had on her lasted long after their encounter. She'd been distant during lunch. She was incredible now, so fast he had difficulty keeping up with her. She could scale a wall with ease, and had even demonstrated by climbing up to her own balcony with nothing but her bare hands. It unnerved him, especially when he remembered she was only 18. He wondered if this was how she'd been before Endovier. She never hesitated when they sparred, but she seemed to sink far within herself, into a place that was calm and cool, but also angry and burning. She could kill anyone, Cain included, in a matter of seconds. But if she became champion, could they let her loose into Aurelia once more? He was fond of her, but Chaol didn't know if he could sleep at night knowing that he had retrained and released the world's greatest assassin. If she won, though, she'd be here for 4 years. What had the king thought when he saw them together, laughing? Surely that hadn't been his reason for neglecting to tell him what happened to his men. No. The king wouldn't bother to care about that kind of thing, especially if Celaena might soon be his champion. Chaol rubbed his shoulder. She'd looked so small when she saw the king. Since returning from his travels, the king hadn't seemed any different, and was just as gruff with Chaol as he'd always been. But the sudden disappearance, then returning without a single soul. There was something brewing, a cauldron that the king had journeyed to stir. Celaena somehow knew it too. The captain of the guard leaned against a wall, staring at the ceiling. He shouldn't press into the king's business. Right now, his focus was on solving the murders of the champions, and on making sure Celaena won. It wasn't even about Dorian's pride anymore. Celaena wouldn't survive another year in Endovier. Chaol smiled slightly. She'd stirred up enough trouble in the months she'd been in the castle. He could only imagine what would happen over the next 4 years. Chapter 45. Celaena panted as she and Nox lowered their swords, the weapons master shouting at the 5 champions to get some water. Tomorrow was their last test before the duel. She kept her distance when Cain lumbered toward the water jug on the table by the far wall, watching his every movement. She eyed his muscles, his height, his girth. All strength stolen from the dead champions. She studied the black ring on his finger. Did it somehow have a connection to his horrible abilities? He hadn't even looked all that surprised to see her alive when she'd entered the training hall. He'd just given her a small, taunting smile and picked up his practice sword. "Is something the matter?" Nox said, his breathing ragged as he stopped by her side. Cain, Grave, and Renault were talking amongst themselves. "You were a bit off balance." How had Cain learned to summon that creature? And what was that blackness from whence it had appeared? Was it truly just so he could win the competition? Or, Nox continued, do you have other thoughts on your mind? She shoved Cain out of her head. What? He grinned at her. It seemed like you were rather enjoying the Crown Prince's attention at the ball. Mind your own business, she snapped. Nox held up his hands. I didn't mean to pry. She walked to the water jug, not saying a word to Nox as she poured herself a glass, and didn't bother to offer him one. He leaned in as she set down the jug. Those scars on your hand are new. She stuffed her hand into a pocket, her eyes flashing. Mind your own business, she repeated. She stepped away, but Nox grabbed her arm. You told me to stay in my rooms the other night, and those scars look like bite marks. They say Varen and Xavier were killed by animals." His gray eyes narrowed. "You know something." She glanced over her shoulder at Kane, who was joking with Grave as if he weren't a demon-summoning psychopath. "There are only 5 of us left. 4 make it to the duels, and the tests tomorrow. Whatever happened to Varen and Xavier, it wasn't an accident, not when their deaths occurred within 2 days of the tests." She shook her arm out of his grasp. "Be careful," she hissed. "Tell me what you know." She couldn't, not without sounding insane. "If you were smart, you'd get out of this castle." "Why?" He shot a look at Kane. "What aren't you saying?" Brello finished his water and went to retrieve his sword. She didn't have much time before he called them to resume. "I'm saying that if I didn't have any other choice but to be here, if it wasn't between this and death, I would be halfway across Aurelia by now and not looking back." Knox rubbed his neck. "I don't understand a word of what you just said. Why don't you have a choice? I know things are bad with your father, but surely he won't—" She silenced him with a pointed stare. "And you're not a jewel thief, are you?" She shook her head. Knox glanced again at Kane. "Kane knows, too. That's why he always tries to rile you, to get you to show who you truly are." She nodded. What difference did it make if he knew? She had more important things to worry about now, like how she'd survive until the duels, or stop Kane. "But who are you?" Knox said. She bit her lip. "You said your father moved you to Endovier, that much is true. The prince went there to retrieve you. There's evidence of that journey." Even as he said it, his eyes slid toward her back. She could practically see the revelations as they bloomed in his mind. "And you weren't in the town of Endovier. You were in Endovier. The salt mines. That explains why you were so painfully thin when I first saw you." Brello clapped his hands. "Come on, you lot, drills!" Knox and Celaena remained by the table. His eyes were wide. "You were a slave in Endovier?" She couldn't form the words to confirm it. Knox was too smart for his own good. "But you're barely a woman. What did you do to—" His gaze fell on Chaol and the guards who stood near them. "Would I have heard your name before? Would I have heard that you were shipped to Endovier?" "Yes. Everyone heard when I went," she breathed, and watched as he sorted through every name he'd ever heard associated with the place, then put the pieces together. He took a step back. "You're a girl?" "Surprising, I know. Everyone thinks I'm older." Knox ran a hand through his black hair. "And you can either be the king's champion or go back to Endovier?" "That's why I can't leave." Brello shouted at them to start their drills. "And while I'm telling you to get out of the castle while you can." She took her hand from her pocket and showed it to him. "I received this from a creature I can't even begin to describe to you, nor would you believe me if I tried. But there are 5 of us now, and because the test is tomorrow, that means one more night we're at risk." "I don't understand any of this," Knox said, still keeping back a step. "You don't have to. But you're not going back to prison if you fail, and you're not going to be the champion even if you make it to the duels. So you need to leave." "Do I want to know what's killing the champions?" She fought her shudder as she recalled the fangs and stench of the creature. "No," she said, unable to keep the fear from her voice. "You don't. You just have to trust me, and trust that I'm not trying to eliminate my competition by tricking you." Whatever he read in her expression made his shoulders sag. "All of this time I thought you were just some pretty girl from Belhaven who stole jewels to get her father's attention. Little did I know that the blonde-haired girl was queen of the underworld." He smiled ruefully. "Thank you for warning me. You could have opted to say nothing." "You were the only one who bothered to take me seriously," she said, smiling with warmth that she meant. "I'm surprised you even believe me." Brello shouted at them, and they began walking back to the group. Chaol's eyes were hard upon them. She knew he'd question her about their conversation later. "Do me a favor, Celaena," Knox said. The sound of her name startled her. He brought his mouth close to her ear.
Rip Kane's head off, he whispered with a wicked grin. Selena only smiled back at him and nodded. Knox left early that night, slipping out of the castle without a word to anyone. The clock chimed 5, and Kaltain fought the urge to rub her eyes as the opium oozed through every pore of her body. In the light of the setting sun, the castle hallways were awash with red and orange and gold, the colors bleeding together. Parrington had asked her to join his dinner table in the great hall, and she normally wouldn't have dared to smoke before a public meal, but the headache that had plagued her all afternoon hadn't gotten any better. The hall seemed to stretch on forever. She ignored the passing courtiers and servants, focusing instead on the fading day. Someone approached from the other end, a smear of black against the gold and orange light. Shadows seemed to leak from him, flowing onto the stones and the windows and the walls like spilled ink. She tried to swallow as she neared him, but found her tongue to be leaden and paper dry. Each step brought him closer, made him bigger and taller, and her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Perhaps the opium had gone bad. Perhaps she'd smoked too much this time. Amid the pounding in her ears and her head, the whisper of wings filled the air. In the space between blinks, she could have sworn she saw things swooping past him in swift, vicious circles, hovering above him, waiting. Waiting. "Milady?" Kane said, bowing his head as he strode by. Kaltain said nothing. She clenched her sweaty palms and continued toward the great hall. It took a while for the sound of flapping wings to fade, but by the time she reached the Duke's table, she'd forgotten all about it. After dinner that night, Selena sat across the chessboard from Dorian. The kiss following the ball 2 days ago hadn't been so bad. Nice, actually, if she was being honest. Of course he'd returned tonight, and so far there had been no mention of the fresh scars on her hand, or the kiss. And she'd never, not in a million years, tell him about the Ritterrack. She might feel something for him, but if he told his father about the power of the word marks and word gates, her blood chilled at the thought. But looking at him, with his face illuminated by firelight, she couldn't see any resemblance to his father. No, she could only see his kindness and intelligence, and maybe he was a tad arrogant, but... Selena's toes scratched Fleetfoot's ears. She'd expected him to stay away, to move on to another woman now that he'd tasted her. Well, did he even want to taste you in the first place? He moved his high priestess, and Selena laughed. "Do you really wish to do that?" she asked. His face contorted with confusion, and she picked up her pawn, moving it diagonally, and easily knocked over the piece. "Damn!" he cried, and she cackled. "Here," she handed him the piece. "Take it and try another move." "No, I'll play like a man and accept my losses." They laughed, but silence soon crept over them. A smile still played about her lips, and he reached for her hand. She wanted to pull it away, but couldn't bring herself to do it. He held her hand over the board and smoothly flattened their palms against each other, interlocking his fingers with hers. His hand was calloused but sturdy. Their entwined hands rested on the side of the table. "One needs both hands to play chess," she said, wondering if it were possible for her heart to explode. Fleetfoot huffed and trotted away, probably to disappear under the bed. "I think you only need one." He moved a piece all over the board. "See?" She chewed her lip. Still, she didn't pull her hand from his. "Are you going to kiss me again?" "I'd like to." She couldn't move as he leaned toward her, closer and closer, the table groaning beneath them, until he stopped, his lips just a hair's breadth from hers. "I ran into your father in the hall today," she blurted. Dorian slowly sat back in his chair. "And?" "And it was fine," she lied. His eyes narrowed. He lifted her chin with a finger. "You didn't say that to avoid the inevitable, did you?" No, she'd said that just to keep talking, to keep him here as long as he would be willing to stay, so she didn't have to face a night alone with the threat of Kane hovering over her. Who better to keep her at her side in the dark hours of the night than the son of the king? Kane wouldn't dare harm him.
But all of this, everything that had happened with the Ritterak, meant all the books she'd read were true. What if Cain could summon anything to him, like the dead? There were many people who lost their fortunes when magic vanished. Even the king himself might be intrigued by this sort of power. "You're trembling," Dorian said. She was. Like a damned idiot, she was trembling. "Are you all right?" He moved around the table to sit beside her. She couldn't tell him. No, he could never know. Just as he couldn't know that when she'd checked under her bed before dinner, there were fresh chalk marks for her to wash away. Cain knew that she'd discovered how he was eliminating the competition. Perhaps he'd hunt her down tonight, or perhaps not. She hadn't the faintest idea. But she'd get little sleep tonight, or until Cain was impaled on the end of her sword. "I'm fine," she said, though her voice was little more than a whisper. But if he kept asking, she was bound to tell him. "Are you sure that you're feeling—" he began, but she surged forward and kissed him. She almost knocked him to the floor, but he shot out an arm to the back of the chair and braced himself as his spare arm wrapped around her middle. She let the touch, the taste of him fill the room of her mind with water. She kissed him, hoping to steal some of his air. Her fingers entangled themselves in his hair, and as he kissed her fiercely, she let everything fade away. The clock chimed 3. Selena sat on her bed, knees curled to her chest. After hours of kissing and talking and more kissing on her bed, Dorian had left only minutes before. She'd been tempted to ask him to stay. The smart thing would have been to ask him to stay, but the thought of Dorian being here when Cain or the Ritterak came for her, or of Dorian being hurt, made her let him go. Too tired to read, but too awake to sleep, she just stared at the crackling fire. Every bump and footstep made her jolt, and she'd managed to swipe a few pins from Philippa's sewing basket when she wasn't looking, but a makeshift knife, a heavy book, and a candlestick weren't protection against what Cain could summon. You shouldn't have left Damaris in the tomb. Going back down there wasn't an option, not while Cain lived. She hugged her knees, shivering as she recalled the utter blackness from which the thing had come. Cain must have learned about the word marks in the White Fang Mountains, that cursed borderland between Otterlin and the western wastes. They said that evil still crept out of the ruins of the Witch Kingdom, and that old women with iron teeth still wandered the lonely roads in the mountain passes. The hair on her arms rose, and she grabbed a fur blanket from her bed to wrap around herself. If she could stay alive until the duels, she'd defeat Cain, and this would all be over. Then she could sleep soundly again, unless Elena had something else, something bigger in mind. Selena rested her cheek against her knee, listening to the clock tick, tick, tick long into the night. Thundering hooves beat the frozen ground, faster and faster as the rider whipped the horse. Snow and mud lay thick on the earth, and rogue snowflakes drifted through the night sky. Selena ran, swifter than her young legs could manage. Everything hurt. Trees ripped at her dress and hair. Stones sliced her feet. She scrambled through the woods, breathing so hard she couldn't muster the air to cry for help. She must reach the bridge. It couldn't cross the bridge. Behind her, a sword shrieked as it was drawn from its sheath. She fell, slamming into mud and rock. The sound of the approaching demon filled the air as she struggled to rise. But the mud held fast, and she could not run. Reaching for a bush, her small hands bleeding, the horse now close behind, Selena gasped and awoke. She put her hand to her heart and pushed against her chest as it lifted and fell. It was a dream. The fire had dwindled to embers. A cold gray light seeped in through her curtains. It was only a nightmare. She must have dozed off at some point during the night. She clutched her amulet, running a thumb across the stone in the center. Some protection you were when that thing attacked me the other night. Frowning, she gently arranged her covers around Fleetfoot and stroked the dog's head for a moment. Dawn was near. She'd made it through another night. Sighing, Selena lay back and closed her eyes. A few hours later, when news of Nox's departure spread, she received notice that the last test had been cancelled.
She would duel against Grave, Renault, and Kane tomorrow. Tomorrow. And then her freedom would be decided. Chapter 46. The forest was still and frozen around Dorian, and snow collapsed from the trees in large clumps as he passed by. His eyes darted among the branches and bushes. He'd needed to come out for a hunt today, if only to let the freezing air rush through him. He saw her face each time he closed his eyes. She haunted his thoughts, made him wish to do grand and wonderful things in her name, made him want to be a man who deserved to wear a crown. But Celaena, he didn't know how she felt. She kissed him, greedily at that, but the women he'd loved in the past had always been eager. They gazed at him adoringly, while she just looked at him like a cat watching a mouse. Dorian straightened, detecting nearby movement. A stag stood 10 yards away, feeding on bark. He stopped his horse and drew an arrow from its quiver, but he slackened the bow. She was to duel tomorrow. If harm came to her, no, she could hold her own. She was strong and smart and quick. He'd gone too far. He should never have kissed her. Because now, no matter how he might have once envisioned his future, or who he thought he'd spend it with, he couldn't imagine being with anyone else, wanting anyone else. Snow began falling. Dorian glanced at the gray sky and rode on through the silent game park. Celaena stood before her balcony doors, staring down at Rifthold. The roofs were still snow-covered, and lights twinkled in every home. It might have looked beautiful, had she not known what corruption and filth dwelt within it, and what monstrosity ruled over it all. She hoped Nox was far, far away. She told her guards she didn't want any visitors tonight, and to turn away even Chaol and Dorian if they arrived. Someone had knocked, once, but she didn't answer, and they had soon left without trying again. She put her hand on a pane of glass, savoring its frozen bite. The clock struck 12. Tomorrow, or was it today already, she'd face Kane. She'd never sparred with him in practice. The other champions had been too eager to get a piece of him. While Kane was strong, he wasn't as fast as she was. But he had stamina. She'd have to dodge him for a while. She just prayed all that running with Chaol would keep her from tiring before him. If she lost... Don't even give yourself that option. She leaned her forehead against the glass. Would it be more honorable to fall in the duel than to return to Endovier? Or would it be more honorable to die than to become the king's champion? Who would he have her kill? She'd had a say as Otterland's assassin. Even with Arobin Hamel running her life, she'd always had a say in what jobs she took. No children. No one from Terrasen. But the king could tell her to kill anyone. Did Elena expect her to say no to him when she was his champion? Her stomach rose in her throat. Now wasn't the time for this. She had to focus on Kane, on wearing him down. But try as she might, all she could think about was that half-starved, hopeless assassin who'd been dragged out of Endovier one autumn day by a snarling captain of the guard. What would she have said to the prince's bargain, had she known she would come to stand poised to lose so much? Would she have laughed if she'd known that other things, other people, would come to mean as much as her freedom? Celaena swallowed the lump in her throat. Perhaps there were other reasons to fight tomorrow. Perhaps a few months in the castle hadn't been enough. Perhaps she wanted to stay here for reasons other than her eventual freedom. That was one thing that hopeless assassin from Endovier would never have believed. But it was true. She wanted to stay. And that would make tomorrow so much harder. Chapter 47. Kaltain pulled her red cape around her, savoring its warmth. Why were the duels outside? She'd freeze before the assassin arrived. She fingered the vial in her pocket and glanced at the 2 goblets on the wooden table. The one on the right was for Sardathian. She must not confuse them. She looked to Parrington, who stood near the king. He had no idea what she'd do once Sardathian was out of the way, once Dorian was free again. Her blood grew warm and glittering. The Duke moved toward her, and Kaltain kept her eyes on the tiled veranda where the duel was to occur. He stopped in front of her, making a wall between her and the other council members so that none could see. "A bit chilly for an outside duel," he said. Kaltain smiled and let the folds of her cloak fall over the table as he kissed her hand. With a veil of red to conceal her stealthy, free hand, Kaltain flicked off the lid of the vial and dumped the contents into the wine. The vial was back in her pocket as he raised himself, just enough to weaken Sardothian, to make her dizzy and disoriented. A guard appeared in the doorway, and then another. Between them strode a figure. She wore men's clothes, though Kaltain was forced to admit that her black and gold jacket was of fine make. It was strange to think of this woman as an assassin, but seeing her now, all of her oddities and faults made sense. Kaltain ran a finger along the base of the goblet and grinned. Duke Parrington's champion emerged from behind the clock tower. Kaltain's brows rose. They thought Sardothian could defeat such a man if she wasn't drugged? Kaltain took a step back from the table, and Parrington moved to sit beside the king as the other two champions arrived. With eager faces, they waited for blood. Standing on the wide veranda that encompassed the obsidian clock tower, Celaena tried not to shiver. She couldn't see the point in having the duels outside, well, apart from making the champions even more uncomfortable. She glanced longingly at the glass windows that lined the wall of the castle, and then at the frost-covered garden. Her hands were already numb. Tucking them into her fur-lined pockets, she approached Chaol, who was standing near the edge of the giant chalk circle that had been drawn on the flagstones. "It's freezing out here," she said. The collar and sleeves of her black jacket were lined with rabbit fur, but it wasn't enough. "Why didn't you tell me it was outside?" Chaol shook his head, looking at Grave and at Renault, the mercenary from Skull's Bay, who, to her satisfaction, also seemed fairly miserable in the cold. "We didn't know. The king decided just now," Chaol said. "At least it should be over quickly." He smiled slightly, though she didn't return it. The sky was bright blue, and she gritted her teeth as a strong gust of wind ripped into her. The 13 seats of the table were filling up, and at the center of the table sat the king and Parrington. Kaltain stood behind Parrington, wearing a beautiful red cloak lined with white fur. Their eyes met, and Celaena wondered why the woman smiled at her. Kaltain then looked away, toward the tower, and Celaena followed her gaze and understood. Cain was leaning against the clock tower. His muscles were barely contained within his tunic. All that stolen strength. What would have happened if the Ritterak had killed her, too? How much stronger would he be today? Worse, he was wearing the red and gold garb of a member of the Royal Guard, the wyvern emblazoned across his broad chest. The sword at his side was beautiful, a gift from Parrington, no doubt. Did the Duke know the power his champion wielded? Even if she tried to reveal him, no one would ever believe her. Nausea gripped her, but Chaol took her by the elbow and escorted her to the far end of the veranda. At the table, she noticed 2 aging men casting anxious glances at her. She nodded to them. "Lords Urzin and Garnal, it seems you obtained what you desired enough to kill for, and it seems someone told you who I actually am." It had been 2 years ago that they hired her, separately, to kill the same man. She hadn't bothered to tell them, of course, and accepted both their payments. She winked at Lord Garnal, and he paled, knocking over his goblet of hot cocoa and ruining the papers before him. Oh, she'd keep their secrets. It would tarnish her reputation otherwise. But if her freedom came down to a vote... She smiled at Lord Urzin, who looked away. Her gaze shifted to another man, who she found staring at her. The king. Deep inside, she quaked, but she bowed her head. "Are you ready?" Chaol asked. Celaena blinked, remembering that he was beside her. "Yes," she said, though she didn't mean it. The wind whipped through her hair, knotting it with frozen fingers. Dorian appeared by the table, heartbreakingly handsome as always, and gave her a grim smile as he stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked toward his father.
The last of the king's councilmen sat down at the table. Celaena cocked her head as Nehemia emerged to stand along the sidelines of the large white circle. The princess met her stare and lifted her chin in encouragement. She wore a spectacular outfit, close-fitting pants, a layered tunic studded with whorls of iron, and knee-high boots. She carried her wooden staff, which stretched as high as her head. To honor her, Celaena realized, her eyes stinging. One fellow warrior acknowledging the other. Everyone grew silent as the king rose. Her insides turned to stone, and she felt clumsy and thick, but also light and weak as a newborn. Chaol nudged her with an elbow, motioning for her to stand before the table. She focused on her feet as she moved, and wouldn't look at the king's face. Thankfully, Renault and Grave flanked her. If Cain had been standing beside her, she might have snapped his neck just to end it there. There were so many people watching her. She stood not 10 feet from the King of Adarlan. Freedom or death lay at this table. Her past and future were seated on a glass throne. Her gaze shifted to Nehemia, whose fierce and graceful eyes warmed the marrow of her bones and steadied her arms. The King of Adarlan spoke. Knowing that seeing his face would only weaken the strength she'd found in Nehemia's eyes, she looked not at him, but at the throne behind him. She wondered if Kaltain's presence meant that Duke Parrington had told her who Celaena truly was. "You were taken from your miserable lives so you might prove yourself worthy of becoming a sacred warrior to the crown. After months of training, the moment has come to decide who my champion shall be. You will face each other in a duel. You can win only by trapping your opponent in a position of sure death. And no further," he added, with a sharp glance in her direction. "Cain and Councilman Garnell's champion will go first. Then my son's champion will face Councilman Mullison's champion." Of course the king would know Cain's name. He might as well have just declared the brute his champion. "The winners will face each other in a final duel. Whoever wins will be crowned king's champion. Is that clear?" They nodded. For a heartbeat she saw the king with stark clarity. He was just a man with too much power. And in that one heartbeat she didn't fear him. "I will not be afraid," she vowed, wrapping the familiar words around her heart. "Then let the duels commence on my command," the king said. Taking that as a sign that she could clear out of the ring, Celaena stalked to where Chaol stood and took up a place beside him. Cain and Renault bowed to the king, then to each other, and drew their swords. She ran an eye down Renault's body as he took his stance. She'd seen him square off against Cain before. He'd never won, but he always managed to hold out longer than she would have thought possible. Perhaps he'd win. But Cain lifted his sword. He had the better weapon. And he had half a foot on Renault. "Begin," the king said. Metal flashed. They struck each other and danced back. Renault, refusing to take up the defensive, swept forward again, landing a few strong blows on Cain's blade. She forced her shoulders to relax, forced herself to breathe down the cold air. "Do you think it was just poor luck," she murmured to Chaol, "that I'm the one going second?" He kept his attention on the duel. "I think you'll be allowed proper time to rest." He jerked his chin at the dueling men. "Cain sometimes forgets to guard his right side. Look there." Celaena watched as Cain struck, twisting his body so his right side was wide open. Renault doesn't even notice. Cain grunted and pressed Renault's blade, forcing the mercenary to take a step back. He just missed his chance. The wind roared around them. "Keep your wits about you," Chaol said, still watching the duel. Renault was retreating, each swing of Cain's blade taking him closer and closer to the line of chalk that had been drawn on the ground. One step outside of that ring and he'd be disqualified. "He'll try to provoke you. Don't get angry. Focus only on his blade and that unprotected side of his." "I know," she said, and shifted her gaze back to the duel just in time to see Renault cry out and stumble back. Blood sprayed from his nose, and he hit the ground hard. Cain, his fist smeared with Renault's blood,
only smiled as he pointed the blade at Renault's heart. The mercenary's bloody face went white, and he bared his teeth as he stared up at his conqueror. She looked at the clock tower. He hadn't lasted 3 minutes. There was polite clapping, and Celaena noticed that Lord Garnell's face was set with fury. She could only guess how much money he'd just lost. "A valiant effort," said the king. Cain bowed and didn't offer Renault a hand to help him rise before he stalked toward the opposite end of the veranda. With more dignity than Celaena had expected, Renault got to his feet and bowed to the king, mumbling his thanks. Clutching his nose, the mercenary slunk away. What had he stood to lose, and where would he return to now? Across the ring, Graves smiled at her as he wrapped a hand around the hilt of his sword. She bit down on her grimace at the sight of his teeth. Of course she'd have to duel the grotesque one. At least Renault had been clean-looking. "We will begin in a moment," the king said. "Prepare your weapons." With that, he turned to Parrington and began speaking too quietly for anyone else to hear in the blustering wind. Celaena turned to Chaol, but instead of handing her the plain-as-porridge sword she usually wielded in practice, he drew his own blade. The eagle-shaped pommel glinted in the midday sun. "Here," he said. She blinked at the blade and slowly raised her face to look at him. She found the rolling earthen hills of the north in his eyes. It was a sense of loyalty to his country that went beyond the man seated at the table. Far inside of her, she found a golden chain that bound them together. "Take it," he said. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. She lifted a hand to grab the blade, but someone touched her elbow. "If I may," Nehemia said in Eelway, "I'd like to offer this to you instead." The princess held out her beautifully carved iron-tipped staff. Celaena glanced between Chaol's sword and her friend's weapon. The sword obviously was the wiser choice, and for Chaol to offer his own weapon made her feel strangely lightheaded. But the staff... Nehemia leaned in to whisper in Celaena's ear. "Let it be with an Eelway weapon that you take them down." Her voice hitched. "Let wood from the forests of Eelway defeat steel from Otterlin. Let the king's champion be someone who understands how the innocent suffer." Hadn't Elena said almost the same thing all those months ago? Celaena swallowed hard, and Chaol lowered his sword, taking a step back from them. Nehemia didn't break her stare. She knew what the princess was asking of her. As the king's champion, she might find ways to save countless lives, ways to undermine the king's authority. And that, Celaena realized, was what Elena, the king's own ancestor, might want too. Though a bolt of fear went through her at the thought, though standing against the king was the one thing Celaena had thought she'd never be brave enough to do, she couldn't forget the 3 scars on her back, or the slaves she'd left in Endovier, or the 500 butchered Eelway rebels. Celaena took the staff from Nehemia's hands. The princess gave her a fierce grin. Chaol, surprisingly enough, didn't object. He only sheathed his sword and bowed his head to Nehemia as she clapped Celaena on the shoulder before she walked off. Celaena gave the staff a few experimental sweeps in the space around her. Balanced, solid, strong. The rounded iron tip could knock a man out cold. She could feel the lingering oil from Nehemia's hands and smell her friend's lotus blossom scent on the engraved wood. Yes, the staff would do just fine. She'd taken down Varen with her bare hands. She could defeat Grave and Cain with this. She glanced at the king, who was still speaking with Parrington, and found Dorian watching her instead. His sapphire eyes reflected the brilliance of the sky, though they darkened slightly as he flicked them toward Nehemia. Dorian was many things, but he wasn't stupid. Had he realized the symbolism in Nehemia's offer? She quickly dropped his stare. She'd worry about that later. Across the ring, Grave began pacing, waiting for the king to return his attention to the duel and give the order to begin. She loosed a shuddering breath. Here she was, at long last. She gripped the staff in her left hand, taking in the strength of the wood, the strength of her friend. A lot could happen in a few minutes. A lot could change. She faced Chaol, The wind ripped a few strands of hair from her braid, and she tucked them behind her ears.
"No matter what happens," she said quietly, "I want to thank you."
Chaol tilted his head to the side.
"For what?"
Her eyes stung, but she blamed it on the fierce wind and blinked away the dampness.
"For making my freedom mean something."
He didn't say anything. He just took the fingers of her right hand and held them in his thumb brushing the ring she wore. "Let the second duel commence," the king boomed, waving a hand toward the veranda. Chaol squeezed her hand, his skin warm in the frigid air. "Give him hell," he said. Grave entered the ring and drew his sword. Pulling her hand from Chaol's, Celaena straightened her spine as she stepped into the ring. She quickly bowed to the king, then to her opponent. She met Grave's stare and smiled as she bent her knees, holding the staff in two hands. "You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, little man." Chapter 48. As she expected, Grave launched himself at her, going straight for the center of the staff in his hope to break it. But Celaena whirled away. As Grave struck nothing but air, she slammed the butt of the staff into his spine. He staggered, but kept upright, turning on one foot as he charged after her again. She took the blow this time, angling her staff so he hit the bottom half. His blade wedged in the wood, and she jumped toward him, letting the force of his own blow snap the upper part of the staff straight into his face. He stumbled, but her fist was waiting. As it met with his nose, she savored the rush of pain through her hand and the crunch of his bones beneath her knuckles. She leapt back before he had a chance to strike. Blood gleamed as it trickled from his nose. "Bitch!" he hissed, and swung. She met his blade, holding the staff with both hands, pushing the wood shaft into his sword, even when it let out a splintering groan. She shoved him, grunting, and spun. She whacked the back of his head with the top of the staff, and he teetered but regained his footing. He wiped at his bloody nose, eyes gleaming as he panted. His pock-marked face became feral, and he charged, aiming a direct blow to her heart. Too fast, too wild for him to stop. She dropped into a crouch. As the blade sailed overhead, she lashed out at his legs. He didn't even have time to cry out as she swept his feet out from under him, nor did he have time to raise his weapon before she crouched over his chest, the iron-coated tip of the staff at his throat. She brought her mouth close to his ear. "My name is Celaena Sardothien," she whispered. "But it makes no difference if my name's Celaena or Lillian or bitch, because I'd still beat you, no matter what you call me." She smiled at him as she stood. He just stared up at her, his bloody nose leaking down the side of his cheek. She took the handkerchief from her pocket and dropped it on his chest. "You can keep that," she said before she walked off the veranda. She intercepted Chaol as soon as she crossed the line of chalk. "How long did that take?" she asked. She found Nehemia beaming at her, and Celaena lifted her staff a little in salute. 2 minutes. She grinned at the captain. She was hardly winded. "Better than Kane's time." "And certainly more dramatic," Chaol said. "Was the handkerchief really necessary?" She bit down on her lip and was about to reply when the king stood, the crowd quieting. "Wine for the winners," he said, and Kane stalked from his place on the sidelines to stand before the king's table. Celaena remained with Chaol. The king gestured at Kaltain, who obediently picked up a silver tray containing 2 goblets. She gave one to Kane, then walked over to Celaena and handed the other to her before pausing in front of the king's table. "Out of good faith and honor to the great goddess," Kaltain said in a dramatic voice. Celaena wanted to punch her. "May it be your offering to the mother who bore us all. Drink, and let her bless you and replenish your strength." Who had written that little script? Kaltain bowed to them, and Celaena raised the goblet to her lips. The king smiled at her, and she tried not to flinch as she drank. Kaltain took the goblet when she finished, and curtsied to Kane as he accepted his and slunk away. "Win, win, win, take him down quickly." "Ready yourselves," the king ordered, "and begin on my mark."
Celaena looked to Chaol. Wasn't she to be allowed a moment to rest? Even Dorian raised his brows at his father, but the king refused to acknowledge his son's silent questioning. Cain drew his sword, a crooked grin on his face, as he crouched in a defensive stance in the center of the ring. Insults would have risen to her lips if Chaol hadn't touched her shoulder, his chestnut eyes filled with some emotion she couldn't yet understand. There was strength in his face that she found to be achingly beautiful. "Don't lose," he whispered so only she could hear. "I don't feel like having to escort you all the way back to Endovier." The world became foggy around the edges as he stepped away, his head held high as he ignored the white-hot glare of the king. Cain edged closer, his broadsword gleaming. Celaena took a deep breath and entered the ring. The conqueror of Aurelia raised his hands. "Begin!" he roared, and Celaena shook her head, trying to clear her blurry vision. She steadied herself, wielding the staff like a sword as Cain began circling. Nausea flashed through her as his muscles flexed. For some reason, the world was still hazy. She clenched her teeth, blinking. She'd use his strength against him. Cain charged faster than she anticipated. She caught his sword on the broad side with the staff, avoiding the sharp edges, and leapt back as she heard the wood groan. He struck so quickly that she had to concede to the edge of his blade. It sank deep into the staff. Her arms ached from the impact. Before she could recover, Cain yanked his sword from her weapon and surged toward her. She could only bound back, deflecting the blow with the iron tip of the staff. Her blood felt slow and thick, and her head spun. Was she ill? The nausea would not ease. Grunting, Celaena pulled away with an effort of skill and force. If she were truly ill, she must finish this as quickly as possible. It was not a showcase of her abilities, especially if that book had been right, and Cain had been granted the strength of all those dead champions. Switching onto the offensive, she nimbly swept toward him. He parried Celaena's attack with a brush of his blade. She brought the staff down upon his sword, splinters flying into the air. Her heart pounded in her ears, and the sound of wood against steel became almost unbearable. Why were things slowing down? She attacked, faster and faster, stronger and stronger. Cain laughed, and she almost screamed in anger. Each time she moved a foot to trip him, each time they came too close, she either became clumsy or he stepped away, as if he knew what she planned all along. She had the infuriating feeling that he was toying with her, that there was some joke she didn't understand. Celaena whipped the staff through the air, hoping to catch him upon his unprotected neck, but he deflected, and though she spun and tried to knock him in his stomach, he blocked her again. "Not feeling well?" he said, showing his white gleaming teeth. "Perhaps you shouldn't have been holding back all those—" Wham! She grinned as the shaft of her staff slammed into his side. He bent over, and her leg lashed out and swept him off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. She raised her staff, but a sick feeling rushed through her so powerful that her muscles slackened. She had no strength. He knocked aside her blow as if it was nothing, and she retreated while he rose. And that's when she heard the laugh. Soft, feminine, and vicious. Kaltain. Celaena's feet stumbled, but she stayed upright as she dared a glance at the lady, and the goblets on the table before her. And that's when she knew that it hadn't been wine in that glass, but bloodbane, the very drug she'd missed in the test. At best, it caused hallucinations and disorientation. At worst. She had difficulty holding the staff. Cain came at her, and she had no choice but to meet his blows, barely having the strength to raise the weapon each time. How much bloodbane had they given her? The staff crackled, splintered, and groaned. If it were a lethal dose, she'd be dead by now. They must have given her enough to disorient her, but not enough that it would be easy to prove. She couldn't focus, and her body became hot and cold. Cain was so large, he was a mountain, and his blows, they made Chaol seem like a child. "Tired already?" he asked. "It's a pity all of that yapping didn't amount to much." He knew. He knew they'd drugged her. She snarled and lunged. He stepped aside, and her eyes went wide as she hit nothing but air, 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 until... He slammed his fist into her spine, and she saw only the blur of slate tiles before they collided with her face. "Pathetic," he said, his shadow falling over her as she flipped onto her back, scrambling away before he could get closer. She could taste the blood in her mouth. This couldn't be happening. They couldn't have betrayed her like this. "If I were grave, I'd be insulted that you'd beaten me." Her breath came fast and hard, and her knees ached as she stumbled upright, charging at him. Too fast for her to block, he grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and hurled her back. She kept upright as she tripped, and stopped a few feet from him. Kane circled her, swinging his sword idly. His eyes were dark, dark like that portal to that other world. He was drawing out the inevitable, a predator playing with his meal before eating it. He wanted to enjoy every moment. She had to end this now, before the hallucinations started. She knew they'd be powerful. Seers had once used bloodbane as a drug to view spirits from other worlds. Celaena shot forward with a sweep of the staff. Wood slammed into steel. The staff snapped in two. The iron-tipped head soared to the other side of the veranda, leaving Celaena with a piece of useless wood. Kane's black eyes met with hers for a moment, before his other arm lashed out and connected with her shoulder. She heard the crack before she felt the pain, and Celaena screamed, dropping to her knees as her shoulder dislocated. His foot met with the shoulder, and she went flying backward, falling so hard that her shoulder relocated with a sickening crunch. The agony blinded her. The world went in and out of focus. Things were so slow. Kane grabbed the collar of her jacket to pull her to her feet. She staggered back out of his grasp, the ground rushing beneath her, and then fell, hard. She raised the shaft of broken wood with her left hand. Kane, panting and grinning, approached. Dorian clenched his teeth. Something was terribly wrong. He'd known it from the moment the duel started, and began sweating when she had the opportunity to bestow a winning blow and failed to deliver it. But now... He couldn't watch as Kane kicked her shoulder, and felt as if he'd vomit when the brute picked her up and she fell to the ground. She kept wiping her eyes, and sweat shone on her forehead. What was wrong? He should stop it. He should call off the duel now. Let her start tomorrow with a sword and her senses. Chaol hissed, and Dorian almost cried out as Celaena attempted to stand but collapsed. Kane teased her, breaking not only her body but her will. He had to stop it. Kane swung his sword at Celaena, who threw herself backward but not fast enough. She yelped as the blade sliced across her thigh, clothing and flesh ripping. Blood colored her pants. Despite it, she stood again, her face set in defiant rage. Dorian had to help her. But if he interfered, they might just proclaim Kane the victor. So he watched, in growing horror and despair, as Kane's fist slammed into her jaw. Her knees twisted as she fell. Something in Chaol began fraying as Celaena raised her bloodied face to look at Kane. "I expected better," Kane said as Celaena crawled into a kneeling position, still clutching at her useless piece of wood. She panted through her teeth, blood leaking from her lip. Kane studied her face, as if he could read it, as if he could hear something Chaol couldn't. "And what would your father say?" An expression flashed across Celaena's eyes that bordered on fear and confusion. "Shut your mouth," she said, her words trembling as she fought the pain of her wounds. But Kane kept staring at her, his smile growing. "It's all there," he said. "Right under that wall you built on top of it. I can see it clear as day." What was he talking about? Kane lifted his sword and ran his finger through the blood. Her blood. Chaol reined in his disgust and anger. Kane let out a breathy laugh. "What was it like when you woke up between your parents covered in their blood?" "Shut your mouth," she said again, her free hand clawing at the ground, her face twisted with rage and anguish. Whatever wound Kane was touching, it burned. "Your mother was a pretty young thing, wasn't she?" Kane said. "Be quiet!" She tried to surge to her feet, but her injured leg kept her down. She gasped for breath. How did Kane know these things about Selena's past? Kayal's heart pounded wildly, but he could do nothing to help her. She let out a wordless scream that shattered through the frozen wind as she scrambled to her feet. Her pain lost in her fury, she swung at his blade with the remnant of the staff. Good, Kane panted, pressing her staff so hard that his blade sank into the wood. But not good enough. He shoved her, and as she staggered back a step, he brought up his leg and kicked her in the ribs. She went flying. Kayal had never seen anyone struck that hard. Selena hit the ground and flipped, over and over and over until she slammed into the clock tower. Her head whacked against the black stone, and he bit down on his yell, forcing himself to remain on the sidelines, forcing himself to watch as Kane broke her apart piece by piece. How had it gone wrong so quickly? She trembled as she raised herself to her knees, clutching her side. She still held on to the remnant of Nehemia's staff, as if it were a rock in the middle of a violent sea. Selena tasted blood as Kane seized her again, dragging her across the floor. She didn't try to fight him. He could have pointed his sword at her heart at any point. This wasn't a duel. It was an execution, and no one was doing anything to stop it. They drugged her. It wasn't fair. The sunlight flickered, and she thrashed in Kane's grip, despite the agony shooting through her body. All around her were whispering, laughing, otherworldly voices. They called to her, but called a different name, a dangerous name. She glanced skyward, seeing the tip of Kane's chin before he hoisted her onto her feet and slammed her, face first, into a wall of freezing smooth stone. She was enveloped in familiar darkness. Her skull ached with the impact, but Selena's cry of pain was cut short as she opened her eyes to the dark and saw what appeared. Something dead stood before her. It was a man, his skin pale and rotting. His eyes burned red, and he pointed at her in a broken, stiff way. His teeth were all sharp, and so long they barely fit into his mouth. Where had the world gone? The hallucinations must be starting. Light flashed as she was yanked back, and her eyes bulged as Kane threw her to the ground near the edge of the ring. A shadow passed across the sun. It was over. She would die now. Die, or lose and be sent back to Endovier. It was over. Over. 2 black boots came into view, then a pair of knees as someone crouched on the edge of the ring. "Get up," Kayal whispered. She couldn't bring herself to look him in the face. It was over. Kane began laughing, and she felt the reverberations of his steps as he walked around the ring. "Is this all you have to offer?" he shouted triumphantly. Selena trembled. The world was awash with fog and darkness and voices. "Get up," Kayal said again, louder. She could only stare at the white line of chalk that marked the ring. Kane had said things he couldn't possibly know. He'd seen it in her eyes. And if he knew about her past... She whimpered, hating herself for it, and for the tears that began sliding down her face, across the bridge of her nose and onto the floor. It was all over. "Selena," Kayal said gently, and then she heard the scraping noise as his hand came into view, sliding across the flagstones. His fingertips stopped just at the edge of the white line. "Selena," he breathed, his voice laced with pain and hope. This was all she had left. His outstretched hand and the promise of hope, of something better waiting on the other side of that line. Moving her arm made sparks dance before her eyes, but she extended it until her fingertips reached the line of chalk and stayed there, not a quarter of an inch from Kayal, the thick white mark separating them. She lifted her eyes to his face and found his gaze lined with silver. "Get up," was all he said. And in that moment, somehow his face was the only thing that mattered. She stirred, and couldn't stop her sob as her body erupted with pain that made her lie still again. But she kept her focus on his brown eyes, on his tightly pressed lips as they parted and whispered, "Get up. She pulled her arm away from the line, bracing her palm against the frozen ground. She kept his gaze when she moved her other hand beneath her chest and bit down on the scream of pain as she pushed upward, her shoulder nearly buckling. She slid her good leg under her. As she made to stand, she felt the thud of Kane's steps, and Chaol's eyes went wide. The world spun black and mist and blue as Kane grabbed her and shoved her against the clock tower once more, her face smashing into the stone. When she opened her eyes, the world shifted. Blackness was everywhere. Deep down, she knew it wasn't just a hallucination. What she saw, who she saw, truly existed just beyond the veil of her world, and the poisonous drug had somehow opened her mind to see them. There were two creatures now, and the second one had wings. It was grinning just as... Selena didn't have time to shout as it launched into flight. It threw her to the ground, and its claws ripped at her. She thrashed. Where had the world gone? Where was she? There were more of them. More appeared. The dead, demons, monsters. They wanted her. They called her name. Most of them had wings, and the ones that didn't were carried in the talons of others. They struck as they passed, their claws slicing her flesh. They were going to bring her inside their realm, and the tower was the gaping portal. She would be devoured. Terror like she'd never known, took over. Selena covered her head as they swept upon her, and she kicked blindly. Where had the world gone? How much poison had they given her? She was going to die. Freedom or death. Defiance and rage mixed in her blood. She swung her free arm, and it met with a shadowy face with burning coals for eyes. The darkness rippled, and Kane's gaping features appeared. There was sun here. This was reality. How long did she have before another wave of the poison-induced visions took over? Kane reached for her throat, and she flung herself backward. All that he managed to grab was her amulet. With a resounding snap, the eye of Elena ripped from her neck. The sunlight disappeared, the bloodbane seizing control of her mind again, and Selena found herself before an army of the dead. The shadowy figure that was Kane raised an arm, dropping the amulet upon the ground. They came for her. Chapter 49. Dorian watched in wide-eyed terror as Selena thrashed on the ground, waving away things they couldn't see. What was happening? Had there been something in that wine? But there was also something abnormal about the way Kane just stood there, smiling. Was there actually something there that they couldn't see? She screamed. It was the most horrible noise he'd ever heard. "Stop it now," he said to Chaol, as his friend rose from his spot near the ring. But Chaol only gaped at the flailing assassin, his face pale as death. She kicked and punched at nothing as Kane squatted over her and hit her in the mouth. Blood flowed freely. It wouldn't stop until his father said something, or Kane knocked her truly unconscious. Or worse. He had to remind himself that any interference, even trying to say that her wine had been drugged, might result in her disqualification. She crawled away from Kane, her blood and saliva pooling onto the ground. Someone stepped beside Dorian, and from her intake of breath, he knew it was Nehemia. She said something in Eelway, and walked to the very edge of the ring. Tucked close to the folds of her cloak, nearly concealed there, her fingers were rapidly moving, tracing symbols in the air. Kane stalked to where Selena panted, her face white and red. She eased herself into a kneeling position and stared without seeing at the ring, at everyone, at something beyond them, perhaps. She was waiting for him to kill her. Kneeling on the ground, Selena gasped for breath, unable to find her way out of the hallucination and back into reality. Here the dead surrounded her, waiting. The shadow thing that was Kane stood nearby, watching, his burning eyes his only distinguishing feature. Darkness rippled around Kane like shreds of clothing in the wind. She would die soon. Light and darkness, life and death. Where do I fit in?
The thought sent a jolt through her so strong that her hands fumbled for anything to use against him. Not like this. She'd find a way. She could find a way to survive.
I will not be afraid.
She'd whispered that every morning in Endovier. But what good were those words now? A demon came at her, and a scream, not of terror or of despair, but rather a plea, burst from her throat, a call for help. The demon flapped back, as if her scream had startled it. Cain motioned it forward again.
But then something extraordinary happened. Doors all burst open, doors of wood, doors of iron, doors of air and magic. And from another world, Elena swept down, cloaked in golden light. The ancient queen's hair glittered like a shooting star as she plummeted into Aurelia.
Cain chuckled as he stepped toward the panting assassin and raised his sword, aiming at the assassin's chest. Elena exploded through the ranks of the dead, scattering them. Cain's sword came down. A gust of wind slammed into Cain so hard he was sent sprawling to the ground, his sword flying across the veranda. But locked in that dark, horrible world, Celaena only saw the ancient queen barrel into Cain, knocking him down before the dead charged. Yet they were too late. Golden light erupted around her, shielding her from them, making the dead step back. Wind mightier than anything the onlookers had witnessed still roared through the veranda. They shielded their faces as the wind howled. The demons bellowed and surged again, but a sword rang, and a demon fell. Black blood dripped from the blade, and the lips of Queen Elena were set in a feral snarl as she lifted her sword. It was a challenge, a dare to them to try to pass, to tempt her rage. Through fading eyes, Celaena saw a crown of stars glittering atop Elena's head, her silver armor shining like a beacon in the blackness. The demons shrieked, and Elena stretched out a hand, golden light bursting from her palm. Forming a wall between them and the dead, she rushed to Celaena's side and cupped her face in her hands.
"I cannot protect you," whispered the queen, her skin glowing.
Her face was different, too, sharper, more beautiful, her Fae heritage.
"I cannot give you my strength."
She traced her fingers across Celaena's brow.
"But I can remove this poison from your body."
Beyond them, Cain struggled to his feet. Wind slammed into him from all directions, keeping him trapped in place. From the far end of the veranda, a gust of wind sent the head of the staff rolling in her direction. It clattered to a stop, still a few tantalizing feet away. Elena put a hand on Celaena's forehead.
"Take it,"
said the queen. Celaena strained to reach the remnant of the staff, her vision flashing between the sunny veranda and the endless dark. Her shoulder shifted slightly, and she stifled her scream of pain. At last, she felt the smooth carved wood, but also the pain from her aching fingers.
"Once the poison is gone, you will not see me. You will not see the demons,"
said the queen, sketching marks on Celaena's brow. Cain looked to the king as he retrieved his sword. The king nodded. Elena held Celaena's face in her hands.
"Do not be afraid."
Beyond the golden wall of light, the dead shrieked and moaned Celaena's name. But then Cain, bearing the shadowy dark thing that dwelled inside of him, stepped through the wall as if it were nothing, shattering it completely.
"Petty tricks, Your Majesty,"
Cain said to Elena.
"Just petty tricks."
Elena was on her feet in an instant, blocking Cain's path to Celaena. Shadows rippled along the edges of his form, and his ember-like eyes flared. Cain's attention was on Celaena as he said,
"You were brought here. All of you were. All the players in the unfinished game. My friends," he gestured to the dead, "have told me so."
"Be gone!" Elena barked, forming a symbol with her fingers. A bright blue light burst from her hands. Cain howled as it bit into him, the light slashing his shadow body into ribbons. Then it was gone, leaving the swirling crowd of the dead and damned, and Elena still before them. They charged, but she blasted them back with that golden shield, panting through her gritted teeth.
Elena then dropped to her knees and grabbed Selena by the shoulders.
"The poison is almost gone,"
Elena said. The world grew less dark. Selena could see cracks of sunlight. Selena nodded, pain replacing panic. She could feel the coldness of winter, feel her aching leg and the warm stickiness of her own blood all over her body. Why was Elena here, and what was Nehemia doing at the edge of the circle, her hands moving about so strangely? "Stand," Elena said. She was becoming translucent. Her hands drifted from Selena's cheeks, and a white light filled the sky. The poison left Selena's body. Cain, once again a man of flesh and blood, walked over to the sprawled assassin. Pain, 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 pain from her leg, from her head, from her shoulder and arm and ribs. "Stand," Elena whispered again, and was gone. The world appeared. Cain was close, not a trace of shadow around him. Selena lifted the jagged remnant of the staff in her hand. Her gaze cleared. And so, struggling and shaking, Selena stood. Chapter 50. Selena's right leg could barely support her, but she gritted her teeth and rose. She squared her shoulders as Cain halted. The wind caressed her face and swept her hair back behind her in a billowing sheet of gold. "I will not be afraid." A mark burned on her forehead in blinding blue light. "What's that on your face?" Cain asked. The king rose, his brows narrowed, and nearby Nehemia gasped. With her aching, almost useless arm, she wiped the blood from her mouth. Cain growled as he swung his sword, making to behead her. Selena shot forward, as fast as an arrow of Diana. Cain's eyes went wide as she buried the jagged end of the staff in his right side, exactly where Chaol had said he would be unguarded. Blood poured onto her hands as she yanked it out, and Cain staggered back, clutching his ribs. She forgot pain, forgot fear, forgot the tyrant who stared at the burning mark on her head with dark eyes. She leapt back a step and sliced open Cain's arm with the broken end of the staff, ripping through muscle and sinew. He swatted at her with his other arm, but she moved aside, cutting the limb as well. He lunged, but she dashed away. Cain sprawled upon the ground. She slammed her foot into his back, and as he lifted his head, he found the knife-sharp remnant of the staff pressed against his neck. "Move, and I'll spill your throat on the ground," she said, her jaw aching. Cain went still, and for a moment she could have sworn his eyes glowed like coals. For a heartbeat, she considered killing him right there, so he couldn't tell anyone what he knew. About her parents, about the word marks and their power. If the king knew any of that. Her hand trembled with the effort to keep from driving the spearhead into his neck, but Selena lifted her bruised face to the king. The councilmen began nervously clapping. None of them had seen the spectacle. None of them had seen the shadows and the gusting wind. The king looked her over, and Selena willed herself to remain upright, to stand tall as he judged. She felt each second of silence like a blow to her gut. Was he considering whether there was a way out? After what seemed to be a lifetime, the king spoke. "My son's champion is the victor," the king growled. The world spun beneath her feet. She'd won. She'd won. She was free, or as close to it as she could come. She would become the king's champion, and then she would be free. It came crashing down upon her, and Selena dropped the bloody remnant of the staff on the ground as she removed her foot from Cain's back. She limped away, her breathing hard and ragged. She'd been saved. Elena had saved her. And she had won. Nehemia was exactly where she'd been standing before, smiling faintly, only. The princess collapsed, and her bodyguards rushed to her side. Selena made a move to her friend, but her legs gave out, and she fell to the tiles. Dorian, as if released from a spell, dashed to her, throwing himself to his knees beside her, murmuring her name again and again. But she barely heard him. Huddled on the ground, Hot tears slid down Celaena's face. She'd won. Through the pain, Celaena began laughing. As the assassin laughed quietly to herself, head bowed to the ground, Dorian surveyed her body. The cut along her thigh wouldn't stop bleeding. Her arm hung limp, and her face and arms were a patchwork of cuts and rapidly forming bruises. Cain, his features set with fury, stood not too far behind, blood seeping through his fingers as he clutched his side. Let him suffer. "She needs a healer," he said to his father. The king said nothing. "You, boy!" Dorian snapped to a page. "Fetch a healer, as fast as you can." Dorian found it difficult to breathe. He should have stopped it when Cain first hit her. He should have done something other than watch when she had so clearly been drugged. She would have helped him. She wouldn't have hesitated. Chaol even had helped her. He'd knelt down beside the edge of the ring. And who had drugged her? Carefully putting his arms around Celaena, Dorian glanced toward Kaltain and Parrington. In doing so, he missed the look exchanged between Cain and his father. The soldier pulled out his dagger. But Chaol saw. Cain raised his dagger to strike the girl in the back. Without thinking, without understanding, Chaol leapt between them and plunged his sword through Cain's heart. Blood erupted everywhere, showering Chaol's arms, his head, his clothes. The blood reeked, somehow, of death and decay. Cain fell, hitting the ground hard. The world became silent. Chaol watched the last breath issue from Cain's mouth, watched him die. When it was over, and Cain's eyes stopped seeing him, Chaol's sword clattered to the ground. He dropped to his knees beside Cain, but didn't touch him. What had he done? Chaol couldn't stop staring at his blood-soaked hands. He'd killed him. "Chaol?" Dorian breathed. In his arms, Celaena had gone utterly still. "What have I done?" Chaol asked him. Celaena made a small noise and began shaking. 2 guards helped lift him up, but Chaol could only stare at his bloody hands as they helped him away. Dorian watched his friend disappear into the castle, and then returned to the assassin. His father was already yelling about something. She trembled so badly that her wounds leaked further. "He shouldn't have killed him. Now he... She let out a gasping breath. "She saved me," she said, burying her face in his chest. "Dorian, she took the poison out of me. She... Oh, gods, I don't even know what happened." Dorian had no idea what she was speaking about, but he held her tighter. Dorian felt the eyes of the council upon them, weighing and considering every word out of her mouth, every move or reaction of his. Damning the council to hell, Dorian kissed her hair. The mark on her brow had faded. What had that meant? What had any of it meant? Cain had touched a nerve in her today. When he had mentioned her parents, she'd lost control entirely. He'd never seen her that wild, that frantic. He hated himself for not acting, for standing like a damned coward. He would make it up to her. He would see to it that she was freed, and after that... She didn't fight him when he carried her to her rooms, instructing the physician to follow. He was done with politics and intrigue. He loved her, and no empire, no king, and no earthly fear would keep him from her. No. If they tried to take her from him, he'd rip the world apart with his bare hands. And for some reason, that didn't terrify him. Kaltain watched in despair and bewilderment as Dorian carried the weeping assassin in his arms. How had she beaten Cain when she'd been drugged? Why was she not dead? Seated beside the glowering king, Parrington fumed. The councilman scribbled on paper. Kaltain drew the empty vial from her pocket. Hadn't the Duke given her enough bloodbane to seriously impair the assassin? Why wasn't Dorian crying over her corpse? Why wasn't she holding Dorian, comforting him? The pain in her head erupted, so violent that her vision went obsidian, and she stopped thinking clearly. Kaltain approached the Duke and hissed in his ear. "I thought you said this would work." She fought to keep her voice in a whisper. "I thought you said this damned drug would work." The king and the Duke stared at her, and the councilmen exchanged glances as Kaltain straightened. Then, slowly, the Duke rose from his seat.
"What is that in your hand?" the Duke asked a bit too loudly.
"You know what it is," she seethed, still trying to keep her voice down, even as the pain in her head turned into a thunderous roar. She could scarcely think straight. She could only answer to the fury inside her. "The damned poison I gave her," she murmured only so Parrington could hear.
"Poison?"
Parrington asked, so loud Kaltain's eyes grew wide.
"You poisoned her? Why would you do that?"
He motioned to 3 guards. Why did the king not speak? Why did he not come to her aid? Parrington had given her the poison based on the king's command, hadn't he? The council members looked at her accusingly, whispering among themselves. "You gave it to me," she said to the Duke. Parrington's orange brows furrowed.
"What are you talking about?"
Kaltain started forward. "You scheming son of a harlot!"
"Restrain her, please,"
the Duke said blandly, calmly, as if she were no more than a hysterical servant, as if she were nobody.
"I told you," the Duke said into the king's ear, "that she'd do anything to get the crown."
The words were lost as she was dragged away. There was nothing, no emotion at all in the Duke's face.
He had played her for a fool.
Kaltain struggled against the guards. "Your Majesty, please! His Grace told me that you—" The Duke merely looked away. "I'll kill you!" she screamed at Parrington. She turned to the king, beseechingly, but he, too, looked away, his face crumpled with distaste. He wouldn't listen to anything she said, no matter what the truth was. Parrington had been planning this for too long, and she'd played right into his hands. He'd acted the besotted fool only to plunge a dagger into her back. Kaltain kicked and thrashed against the guard's grip, but the king's table became smaller and smaller. As she reached the doors to the castle, the Duke grinned at her, and her dreams shattered. Chapter 51. The next morning, Dorian kept his chin high as his father stared at him. He didn't lower his gaze, no matter how many silent seconds ticked by. After his father had allowed Cain to toy with and hurt Celaena for so long, when she'd clearly been drugged, it was a miracle Dorian hadn't snapped yet, but he needed this audience with his father.
"Well?"
asked the king at last. "I wish to know what will happen to Chaol for killing Cain." His father's black eyes gleamed.
"What do you think should happen to him?"
"Nothing," said Dorian. "I think he killed him to defend the assassin."
"You think the life of an assassin is worth more than that of a soldier?"
Dorian's sapphire gaze darkened. "No, but I believe there was no honor in stabbing her in the back after she'd won. And if he ever found out that Parrington or his father had sanctioned it, or somehow played a hand in Kaltain drugging her—" Dorian's hands clenched into fists at his sides.
"Honor?"
The King of Otterland stroked his beard.
"And would you have slain me if I tried to kill her in such a manner?"
"You're my father," he said carefully. "I would trust that the choice you made was correct."
"What a cunning liar you are, almost as good as Parrington."
"So you won't punish Chaol?"
"I see no reason why I should rid myself of a perfectly capable captain of the guard."
Dorian sighed.
"Thank you, Father."
The gratitude in his eyes was genuine.
"Is there anything else?"
asked the king offhandedly. Dorian glanced at the window, then back at his father, stealing his nerve once more. The second reason he'd come. "I want to know what you're going to do with the assassin," he said. And his father smiled in a way that made Dorian's blood run cold.
"The assassin,"
his father mused.
"She was rather disgraceful at the duel. I don't know if I can have a blubbering woman as my champion, poison or no. If she'd been really good, she would have noticed the poison before she drank. Perhaps I should send her back to Endovier."
Dorian's temper flared with dizzying speed. "You're wrong about her," he began, but then shook his head. "You'll not see her otherwise, no matter what I tell you."
Why should I see an assassin as anything but a monster? I brought her here to do my bidding, not to meddle in the life of my son and empire."
Dorian bared his teeth. He'd never dared look at his father like this. It thrilled him, and as his father slowly sat down, Dorian wondered if the king was considering whether he had become a genuine concern. To Dorian's surprise, he realized that he didn't care. Perhaps the time had come for him to start questioning his father. "She's not a monster," Dorian said. "Everything she's done, she did to survive."
"Survive? Is that the lie she told you? She could have done anything to survive, but she chose killing. She enjoyed killing. She has you at her beck and call, doesn't she? Oh, how clever she is. What a politician she'd have made if she'd been born a man."
A deep-throated growl rippled from Dorian. "You don't know what you're talking about. I have no attachment to her." But in that one sentence, Dorian made his mistake, and he knew that his father had found his new weak spot, the overwhelming terror that Celaena would be ripped from him. His hands slackened at his sides. The King of Adarlan looked at the Crown Prince.
"I shall send her my contract whenever I get around to it. Until then, you do well to keep your mouth shut about it, boy."
Dorian drowned in the cold rage that lay inside of him. Yet an image came vividly to his mind. Nehemia handing Celaena her staff at the duel. Nehemia was no fool. Like him, she knew that symbols held a special kind of power. Though Celaena might be his father's champion, she'd gained the title using a weapon from Eyllwe. And while Nehemia might be playing a game that she had no chance of winning, Dorian couldn't deny that he greatly admired the princess for daring to play in the first place. Perhaps he might someday work up the nerve to demand retribution for what his father had done to those rebels in Eyllwe. Not today. Not yet. But maybe he could make a start. So he faced his father and kept his head held high as he said, "Parrington wishes to use Nehemia as some sort of hostage in order to make the Eyllwe rebels obey." His father cocked his head.
"Does he now? It's an interesting idea. Do you agree?"
Though Dorian's palms began sweating, he schooled his features into neutrality as he said, "No, I don't. I think we're better than that."
"Are we? Do you know how many soldiers and supplies I've lost thanks to those rebels?"
"I do. But to use Nehemia like that is too risky. The rebels might use it to gain allies in other kingdoms, and Nehemia is beloved by her people. If you're worried about losing soldiers and supplies, then you'll lose far more if Parrington's plan ignites a full-on rebellion in Eyllwe. We'd be better off trying to win over Nehemia, trying to work with her to get the rebels to back off. That won't happen if we hold her hostage." Silence fell, and Dorian tried not to fidget as his father studied him. Every heartbeat felt like a hammer striking his body. At last his father nodded.
"I shall order Parrington to stop his planning, then."
Dorian almost sagged with relief, but he kept his face blank, kept his words steady as he said, "Thank you for hearing me out." His father didn't reply, and without waiting for his dismissal, the prince turned on his heel and left. Celaena tried not to wince at the pain that shot through her shoulder and leg as she awoke. Swaddled in blankets and bandages, she glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. Her jaw hurt as she opened her mouth. Celaena didn't need a mirror to know that she was covered in nasty bruises. She frowned, and her face throbbed at the movement. Undoubtedly, she looked hideous. She tried unsuccessfully to sit up. Everything hurt. Her arm was in a sling, and her thigh stung as her legs moved under the covers. She didn't remember much of what had happened after the duel yesterday, but at least she wasn't dead, either by Cain or the king's order. Her dreams last night had been filled with Nehemia and Elena, though more often than not, they disappeared into visions of demons and the dead. And those things Cain had said. The nightmares were so terrible that Celaena barely slept, despite her pain and exhaustion. She wondered what had become of Elena's amulet. She had a feeling that the nightmares were due to its absence, and wished repeatedly for it to be restored to her, even though Cain was now dead. The door to her chambers opened, and she found Nehemia standing in the doorway. The princess only smiled slightly at her as she closed the bedroom door and approached. Fleetfoot lifted her head, her tail slapping against the bed as she wagged it in earnest.
"Hello," Selena said in Eelway. "How are you feeling?"
Nehemia replied in the common tongue, without a hint of her accent. Fleetfoot climbed over Selena's sore legs to greet the princess.
"Exactly how I look?"
Selena said, her mouth aching at the movement. Nehemia took a seat on the edge of the mattress. As it shifted beneath her, Selena winced. Recovery wasn't going to be easy. Fleetfoot, done licking and sniffing at Nehemia, curled up in a ball between them and went to sleep. Selena buried her fingers in her velvet-soft ears.
"I won't waste time dancing around the truth," Nehemia said. "I saved your life at the duel."
She had a hazy memory of Nehemia's fingers making strange symbols in the air.
"I didn't hallucinate all of that? And you saw everything, too?"
Selena tried to sit up a little higher, but found it too painful to even move an inch.
"No, you didn't," the princess said, "and yes, I saw everything that you saw. My gifts enable me to see what others normally cannot. Yesterday, the bloodbane Kaltain put in your wine made you see it too. What lurks beyond the veil of this world. I don't think Kaltain intended that effect, but it reacted to your blood in that way. Magic calls to magic."
Selena shifted uncomfortably at the words.
"Why did you pretend to not understand our language all these months?"
Selena asked, eager to change the subject, but also wondering why the question stung as much as her wounds.
"It was originally a defense,"
Nehemia said, gently setting her hand on Selena's good arm.
"You'd be surprised how much people are willing to reveal when they think you can't understand them. But with each day that I pretended to not know anything, being around you became harder and harder."
"But why make me give you lessons?"
Nehemia looked up at the ceiling. "Because I wanted a friend. Because I liked you."
"So you truly were reading that book when I came across you in the library?"
Nehemia nodded. I was doing research. On the word marks, as you call them in your language. I lied to you when I said I didn't know anything about them. I know all about them. I know how to read them. And how to use them. My entire family does, but we keep it a secret, passed down from generation to generation. They are only to be used as a last defense against evil, or in the gravest of illnesses. And here, with Magic Band, well, even though the word marks are a different kind of power, I'm sure that if people discovered I was using them, I'd be imprisoned for it."
Selena tried to sit up straighter, cursing herself for being unable to move without wanting to faint from pain.
"You were using them?"
Nehemia nodded gravely.
"We keep them a secret because of the terrible power that they wield. Terrible in that it can be used for good or evil, though most have used their power for wicked deeds. Since the moment I arrived here, I was aware that someone was using the word marks to call forth demons from the other worlds, realms beyond our realm.
That fool Cain knew enough about the word marks to summon the creatures,
but didn't know how to control them and send them back. I've spent months banishing and destroying the creatures he summoned. That is why I've sometimes been so absent."
Shame burned on Selena's cheeks. How could she ever have believed Nehemia was the one killing the champions? Selena lifted her right hand so she could see the scars on it.
"That was why you didn't ask questions the night my hand was bitten. You used the word marks to heal me." "I still don't know how or where you came across the Ritterak, but I think that's a tale for another time."
Nehemia clicked her tongue.
"The marks you found under your bed were drawn by me."
Selena jolted a bit at that. She hissed as her body gave a collective, miserable throb of pain.
"Those symbols are for protection. You have no idea what a nuisance it was to have to keep redrawing them every time you washed them away."
A smile tugged on the edges of Nehemia's full lips.
"Without them, I think the Ritterak would have been drawn to you far sooner."
"Why?"
"Because Cain hated you, of course, and wanted to eliminate you from the competition.
I wish he weren't dead, so I might ask him where he learned to rip open portals like that. When the poison made you hover between worlds, his very presence somehow brought those creatures to the in-between to shred you apart. Though after all he's done, I think he deserved Chaol running him through like that.
Selena looked toward the bedroom door. She still hadn't seen Chaol since yesterday. Had the king punished him for all that he had done to help her?
That man cares for you more than either of you realize,
Nehemia said, a smile in her voice. Selena's face burned.
Nehemia cleared her throat. I suppose you wish to know how I saved you.
If you're so willing, Selena said, and the princess grinned.
With the word marks, I was able to open a portal into one of the realms of the other world, and let through Elena, first Queen of Adarlan.
You know her? Selena raised an eyebrow.
No, but she answered my call for help. Not all realms are full of darkness and death. Some are filled with creatures of good, beings that, if our need is great enough, will follow us into Aurelia to help in our task. She heard your plea for help long before I opened the portal. Is it possible to go to these other worlds?
Selena vaguely recalled the word gates that she'd stumbled across in that book months and months ago.
Nehemia studied her carefully. I don't know. My schooling isn't yet completed. But the Queen was both in and not in this world. She was in the in-between, where she could not fully cross over, nor could the creatures that you saw. It takes an enormous amount of power to open a true portal to let something through. And even then, the portal will close after a moment. Cain could open it long enough for the Ridderak to come through, but then it would shut. So I had to open it long enough to send it back. We've been playing a cat-and-mouse game for months.
She rubbed her temples.
You have no idea how exhausting it's been. Cain summoned all of those things at the duel, didn't he?
Nehemia contemplated the question.
Perhaps. They might have already been waiting.
But I could only see them because of the bloodbane that Kaltain gave me?
I don't know, Alentia.
Nehemia sighed and stood.
All I know is that Cain knew the secrets of my people's power that has long been forgotten in the lands of the north. And that troubles me.
At least he's dead, Selena offered, then swallowed.
But in that place, Cain didn't look like Cain. He looked like a demon. Why? Perhaps the evil he kept summoning seeped into his soul and twisted him into something he was not. He talked about me, like he knew everything. Selena clenched the blankets.
Something flickered in Nehemia's gaze.
Sometimes the wicked will tell us things just to confuse us, to haunt our thoughts long after we've faced them. He would be delighted to know you're still fretting over whatever nonsense he said.
Nehemia patted her hand.
Don't give him the satisfaction of knowing that he's still troubling you. Put those thoughts from your mind.
At least the king doesn't know about any of this. I can't imagine what he'd do if he had access to that kind of power.
I can imagine a great deal,
Nehemia said softly.
Do you know what the word mark is that burned on your forehead?
Selena stiffened.
No? Do you?
Nehemia gave her a weighing look.
No, I do not, but I have seen it there before. It seems to be a part of you, and I do worry what the king thinks of it. It's a miracle he hasn't questioned it further.
Selena's blood went cold, and Nehemia quickly added,
Don't worry. If he wanted to question you, he would have done it already.
Selena let out a shuddering breath. Why are you really here, Nehemia? The princess was quiet for a moment.
I will not claim ties of allegiance to the king of Adarlan. You know this already. And I'm not afraid to tell you that I came to Rifthold only for the excellent view it offered of his movements, of his plans. You truly came here to spy? Selena whispered. If you want to put it that way, there is nothing I wouldn't do for my country. No sacrifice too great to keep my people alive and out of slavery, to keep another massacre from happening. Pain flickered across her eyes. Selena's heart twisted. You're the bravest person I've ever met.
Nehemia stroked Fleetfoot's coat.
My love for Eoway drowns out my fear of the king of Adarlan. But I will not involve you, Alentia.
Selena almost sighed with relief, though it shamed her to feel that way. Our paths might be intertwined, but I think you must continue to travel your own road for now. Adjust to your new position. Selena nodded and cleared her throat. I won't tell anyone about your powers. Nehemia smiled sadly. And there shall be no more secrets between us. When you are better, I'd like to hear how you got entangled with Elena. She glanced down at Fleetfoot. Do you mind if I take her for a walk? I need to feel the wind on my face today. Of course, Selena said. She's been cooped up here all morning. As if the dog understood, she jumped off the bed and sat at Nehemia's feet. I'm glad to have you as my friend, Elentia, the princess said. I'm even gladder to have you guarding my back, Selena said, fighting a yawn. Thank you for saving my life. Twice now, actually. Or perhaps more. Selena frowned. Do I even want to know how many times you secretly saved me from one of Cain's creatures? Not if you want to sleep tonight. Nehemia kissed the top of her head before walking to the door, Fleetfoot in tow. The princess paused in the doorway, though, and tossed something to Selena. This belongs to you. One of my guards picked it up after the duel. It was the eye of Elena. Selena wrapped a hand around the hard metal of the amulet. Thank you. When Nehemia had left, Selena smiled, despite all that she had just learned, and closed her eyes. The amulet gripped in her hand. She slept more soundly than she had in months. Chapter 52. Selena awoke the next day, unsure what time it was. There had been a knock on her door, and she blinked the sleep from her eyes in time to see Dorian enter. He stared at her for a moment from the doorway, and she managed a smile. Hello, she said hoarsely. She remembered him carrying her, holding her down as the healers stitched her leg. He came forward, his steps heavy. You look even worse today, he whispered. Despite the pain, Selena sat up. I'm fine, she lied. She wasn't. Cain had cracked one of her ribs, and it ached every time she breathed. He clenched his jaw, staring out the window. What's the matter with you? She asked. She tried to reach out to grab his jacket, but it hurt too much, and he was too far. I don't know, he said. The vacant, lost look in his eyes increased the tempo of her heart. I haven't been able to sleep since the duel. Here, she said as gently as she could, patting a space beside her. Come sit. Obediently, he sat, though he kept his back to her as he put his head in his hands and took several deep breaths. Selena gingerly touched his back. He stiffened, and she almost pulled away. But his spine relaxed, and he continued his controlled breathing. Are you ill? She asked. No, he mumbled. Dorian? What happened? What do you mean, what happened? He said, keeping his face in his hands. 1 minute you were walloping Grave, and the next Cain was beating the living daylights out of you. You lost sleep because of that? I can't. He groaned. She gave him a moment, letting him sort through his thoughts. I'm sorry, he said, removing his hands from his face and straightening. She nodded. She wouldn't push him. How are you truly feeling? The fear still lay beneath his words. Awful, she said cautiously, and I suspect I look as bad as I feel. He smiled slightly. He was trying to fight it, whatever feeling had been hounding him. I've never seen you look lovelier. He eyed the bed. Do you mind if I lie down? I'm exhausted. She didn't object as he removed his boots and unbuttoned his jacket. With a groan, he stretched out beside her, putting his hands on his stomach. She watched him close his eyes and let out a long breath through his nose. Some semblance of normalcy returned to his face. How's Chaol? She asked, tensing. She remembered the spray of blood in his staring, horrified face. Dorian opened an eye. He'll be fine. He took yesterday and today off. I think he needs it. Selena's heart tightened. You shouldn't feel responsible, he said, turning onto his side to look directly into her face. He did what he saw fit. Yes, but...
No, insisted Dorian. Chaol knew what he was doing.
He brushed a finger down her cheek. His finger was icy, but she held it in her shiver.
I'm sorry, he said again, taking his finger from her face. I'm sorry I didn't save you.
What are you talking about? That is what you've been agonizing over?
I'm sorry I didn't stop Kane the moment I knew something was wrong. Kaltain drugged you, and I should have known. I should have found a way to prevent her from doing it. And when I realized you were hallucinating, I'm sorry I didn't find a way to stop it.
Green skin and yellow fangs flashed before her eyes, and Celaena's aching fingers curled into a fist. You shouldn't be sorry, she said, not wanting to speak about the horrors that she'd seen, or of Kaltain's treachery, or what Nehemia had confided in her. You did as anyone would have, should have done. If you'd interfered, I would have been disqualified.
I should have sliced Kane open the moment he laid a hand on you. Instead, I stood there as Chaol knelt at the sidelines. I should have been the one to kill Kane.
The demons faded, and a smirk spread.
You're starting to sound like an assassin, my friend.
Perhaps I spend too much time around you.
Celaena moved her head from the pillow to rest in the soft space between his shoulder and chest. Heat rushed through her, though her body almost seized up in agony as she turned over. Celaena put her injured hand on his stomach. Dorian's breath was warm on her head, and she smiled as he brought his arm around her, cupping her shoulder. They were silent for a while.
Dorian,
she began, and he flicked her on the nose. Ow, she said, wrinkling her nose. Though her face was peppered with bruises, miraculously Kane hadn't marred her in any permanent way, though the cut on the leg would leave yet another scar.
Yes,
he said, resting his chin on her head. She listened to the sound of his heart beating, the steadiness of it.
When you retrieved me from Endovier, did you actually think I'd win?
Of course. Why else would I have bothered to journey so far to find you?
She snorted onto his chest, but he gently lifted her chin. His eyes were familiar, like something she'd forgotten.
I knew you'd win the moment I met you,
he whispered, and her heart writhed as she understood what lay before them, though I'll admit that I didn't quite see this coming, and no matter how frivolous and twisted that competition was, I'm grateful it brought you into my life. As long as I live, I'll always be thankful for that.
Do you intend to make me cry, or are you just foolish?
Dorian leaned forward and kissed her. It made her jaw hurt. Seated on his glass throne, the King of Otterland stroked Nothung's pommel. Parrington knelt before him, waiting. Let him wait. Though the assassin was his champion, he had yet to send her contract. She was close with both his son and Princess Nehemia. Would appointing her somehow be a risk? But the captain of the guard trusted the assassin well enough to save her life. The king's face became like stone. He wouldn't punish Chaol Westfall, if only to avoid Dorian raising hell in the captain's defense. If only Dorian had been born a soldier, not a reader. But there was a man somewhere in Dorian, a man who could be honed into a warrior. Perhaps a few months at the battlefront would do him some good. A helmet and a sword could do wondrous things to a young man's temperament. And after that show of will and power in his throne room, Dorian could be a strong general, if he was pushed. And as for the assassin, once her injuries were healed, what better person to have at his bidding? Besides, there were no others in whom he could place his trust. Celaena Sardathian was his best and only choice now that Kane was dead. The king traced a mark on the glass arm of his seat. He was well versed in word marks, but he'd never seen one like hers. He would find out. And if it were an indication of some fell deed or prophecy, he'd have the girl hanging by nightfall. Seeing her thrash about while drugged had almost convinced him to order her death. But then he'd felt them. Felt the angry and furious eyes of the dead. Someone had interfered and saved her. And if these creatures both protected and attacked her, perhaps she was not a person to die at his command. Not before he discovered the meaning of her mark. For now, though, he had more important things to worry about.
Your manipulation of Kaltain was interesting,
said the king at last. Parrington remained kneeling.
Were you using the power on her? No. I've relaxed it recently, as you suggested, the Duke replied, rotating the obsidian ring around his thick finger. Besides, she was starting to look noticeably affected, drained and pale, and she even mentioned the headaches. The treachery of Lady Kaltain was disturbing, but had he known of Parrington's plan to reveal her character, even to prove how easily she'd adapt to their plans, and how strong her determination ran, he would have prevented it. Such a public revelation only brought about irritating questions. It was clever of you to experiment on her. She's become a strong ally, and still suspects nothing of our influence. I have high hopes for this power, the king confided, looking at his own black ring. Cain proved the physical transformative effects, and Kaltain proves the ability to influence thoughts and emotions. I would like to test its full ability to hone the minds of a few others. Part of me wishes Kaltain hadn't been so susceptible, grumbled Parrington. She wanted to use me to get to your son, but I don't want the power to turn her into Cain. Despite myself, I don't like the thought of her rotting in those dungeons for long. Do not fear for Kaltain, my friend. She won't remain in the dungeons forever. When the scandal has been forgotten and the assassin is busy with my work, we'll make Kaltain an offer she can't refuse. But there are ways of controlling her if you think she can't be trusted. Let's first see how the dungeons change her mind, Parrington said quickly. Of course, it's only a suggestion. They were silent, and the Duke rose. Duke, the king said, his voice echoing through the chamber. The fire in the mouth-shaped fireplace flickered, and the green light filled the shadows of the room. We will soon have much to do in Aurelia. Prepare yourself. And stop pushing your plan to use the Eelway princess. It's attracting too much attention. The Duke only nodded, bowed, and strode out of the chamber. Chapter 53. Celaena leaned back in her seat and propped her feet on the table, balancing the chair precariously on its hind legs. She savored the stretch and release of tension in her stiff muscles, and turned the page in the book she was holding aloft. Fleetfoot dozed beneath the table, snoring faintly. Outside, the sunny afternoon had transformed the snow into dripping, shimmering water that cast light about the whole bedroom. Her injuries had stopped being so irksome, but she still couldn't walk without limping. With any luck, she'd start running again soon. It had been a week since the duel. Philippa was already busy with the task of cleaning out Celaena's closet to accommodate more clothing. All the clothing Celaena planned to buy when she was free to venture into Rifthold and do some shopping for herself, once she had her outrageous salary as King's champion, which she'd hopefully start receiving as soon as she signed her contract, whenever that would be. With Philippa occupied, Nehemia and Dorian had taken to attending her, and the prince often read aloud to her long into the night. When she finally did sleep, her dreams were filled with archaic words and long-forgotten faces, with word marks that glowed blue, with the king, and with a dead army summoned from the realms of hell. Upon waking, she did her best to forget them, especially the magic. Her doorknob clicked, and her heart leapt into her throat. Was it time to finally sign her contract with the king? But it wasn't Dorian or Nehemia, not even a page. The world stopped when Chaol entered instead. Fleetfoot rushed to him, tail wagging. Celaena almost fell out of her chair as she removed her feet from the table and winced at the pain that shot through the wound on her leg. She was standing in an instant, but when she opened her mouth, she had nothing to say. After Chaol gave Fleetfoot a friendly rub on the head, the dog trotted back beneath the table, circled twice, and curled up. Why wouldn't he move from the doorway? Celaena glanced at her nightgown and blushed as she noticed him staring at her bare legs. "How are your injuries?" he asked. His voice was soft, and she realized he wasn't staring at the amount of skin she was showing, but rather the bandage wrapped around her thigh. "I'm all right," she said quickly. "The bandage is just to elicit sympathy now." She tried to smile, but failed. I haven't seen you in a week." It had felt like a lifetime. Are you all right?"
His brown eyes met hers. Suddenly she was back at the duel, prostrate on the ground, Kane laughing behind her. But all she could see, all she could hear was Chaol as he knelt and reached for her. Her throat tightened. She had understood something in that moment, but she couldn't remember what. Maybe it had been a hallucination, too.
"I'm fine,"
he said, and she took a step toward him, all too aware of how short her nightgown was.
"I just wanted to apologize for not checking in on you sooner."
She stopped barely a foot away from him and cocked her head. He wasn't wearing his sword. "I'm sure you've been busy," she said. He only stood there. She swallowed and tucked a strand of her unbound hair behind an ear. She took another step closer to him, now having to tip her head back to look into his face. His eyes were so sorrowful. She bit her lip. You saved my life, you know. Twice."
Chaol's brows narrowed slightly. "I did what I had to."
"And that's why I owe you my gratitude."
"You don't owe me anything,"
he said, his voice strained, and when his eyes flickered, her heart tightened. She took his hand in hers, but he pulled it away.
"I just wanted to see how you were. I have to go to a meeting,"
he said, and she knew he was lying. "Thank you for killing Kane." He stiffened. I still remember how it felt when I made my first kill. It wasn't easy." He dropped his gaze to the floor.
"That's why I can't stop thinking about it. Because it was easy. I just took my sword and killed him. I wanted to kill him."
He pinned her with his stare.
"He knew about your parents. How?"
"I don't know," she lied. She knew very well. Kane's access to the other worlds, to the in-between, to whatever all that nonsense was, had given him the ability to see into her mind, her memories, her soul. Beyond, perhaps. A chill went through her. Chaol's face softened.
"I'm sorry they died like that."
She shut down everything but her voice as she said, "It was very long ago." It had been raining, and I thought the dampness on their bed as I climbed in was from the open window. I woke the next morning and realized it wasn't rain. She took a jagged breath, one that erased the feeling of their blood on her skin. Arab and Hamel found me soon after that.
"I'm still sorry,"
he said. "It was very long ago," she repeated. "I don't even remember what they looked like." That was another lie. She remembered every detail of her parents' faces. "Sometimes I forget that they ever existed." He nodded, more to confirm that he'd heard her than that he understood. "What you did for me, Chaol." She tried again, not even with Kane, but when you—
"I have to go,"
he interrupted, and half turned away. "Chaol," she said, grabbing his hand and whirling him to face her. She saw only the haunted gleam in his eyes before she threw her arms around his neck and held him tightly. He strained, but she crushed her body into his, even though it still aggravated her wounds to do so. Then, after a moment, his arms wrapped around her, keeping her close to him, so close that as she shut her eyes and breathed him in, she couldn't tell where he ended and she began. His breath was warm on her neck as he bent his head, resting his cheek against her hair. Her heart beat so quickly, and yet she felt utterly calm, as if she could have stayed there forever and not minded, stayed there forever and let the world fall apart around them. She pictured his fingers, pushing against that line of chalk, reaching for her despite the barrier between them.
"Is everything all right?"
Dorian's voice sounded from the doorway. Chaol pulled away from her so fast that she nearly stumbled back.
"Everything's fine,"
he said, squaring his shoulders. The air had turned cold, and Selena's skin prickled as his warmth vacated her body. She had a hard time looking at Dorian, as Chaol nodded to the prince and left her chambers. Dorian faced her as Chaol left. But Selena remained watching the door, even after Chaol had it shut behind him.
"I don't think he's recovered well from killing Kane,"
Dorian said. "Obviously," she snapped. Dorian raised his brows and she sighed. "I'm sorry."
"You two looked like you were in the middle of something," Dorian said cautiously.
"It's nothing, I just felt bad for him is all."
I wish he hadn't run off that quickly. I have some good news." Her stomach twisted. "My father stopped dragging his feet about drawing up your contract. You're to sign it in his council chamber tomorrow."
You mean I'm officially the King's champion?"
"It turns out he doesn't hate you as much as he let on. It's a miracle he didn't make you wait longer." Dorian winked. 4 years. 4 years of servitude, and then she'd be free. Why had Chaol left so soon? She looked to the door, wondering if she could catch him in the hall. Dorian put his hands on her waist. "I suppose this means we'll be stuck with each other for a while longer." He lowered his face to hers. He kissed her, but she stepped out of his arms. Dorian, I'm the King's champion." She choked on a laugh as she said it. "Yes, you are," Dorian replied, approaching her again, but she kept her distance as she looked out the window, to the dazzling day beyond. The world was wide open, and hers for the taking. She could step over that white line. She shifted her gaze to him. "I can't be with you if I'm the King's champion." "Of course you can. We'll still have to keep it a secret, but—" "I have enough secrets. I don't need another one." "So I'll find a way to tell my father and mother." He winced slightly. "To what end?" "Dorian, I'm your father's minion. You're the crown prince." It was true, and if this relationship became something more, then it would only complicate matters when she eventually left the castle. Not to mention the complications of being with Dorian while she served as his father's champion. And whether he admitted it or not, Dorian had his own obligations to fulfill. Though she wanted him, though she cared for him, she knew a lasting relationship wouldn't end well. Not when he was the heir to the throne. His eyes darkened. "Are you saying that you don't want to be with me?" "I'm saying that I'm going to leave in 4 years, and I don't know how this could possibly end well for either of us. I'm saying I don't want to think about the options." The sunlight warmed her skin, and the weight around her shoulders drifted away. "I'm saying that in 4 years I'm going to be free, and I've never been free in my entire life." Her smile grew. "And I want to know what that feels like." He opened his mouth, but stopped as he beheld her smile. Though she had no regrets about her choice, she felt something strangely like disappointment when he said, "As you wish." "But I'd like to remain your friend." He put his hands in his pockets. "Always." She thought about touching his arm, or about kissing his cheek, but "free" kept echoing through her again and again and again, and she couldn't stop smiling. He rolled his neck, and his smile was a bit strained. "I think Nehemia is on her way here to tell you about the contract. She'll be mad at me for telling you first. Apologize for me, will you?" He paused when he opened the door, his hand still upon the knob. "Congratulations, Celaena," he said quietly. Before she could reply, he shut the door and left. Alone, Celaena looked to the window and put a hand on her heart, whispering the word to herself again and again. Free. Chapter 54. Several hours later, Chaol stared at the door to her dining room. He didn't entirely know what he was doing back here, but he'd looked for Dorian in his rooms, and he hadn't been there, and he needed to tell him that things weren't as they'd seemed when he walked in on them earlier. He glanced at his hands. The king had barely said anything to him over the past week, and Kane's name hadn't been mentioned in any of their meetings. Not that it would be, as Kane was little more than a pawn in a game to amuse the king, and certainly not a member of the royal guard. But he was still dead. Kane's eyes would open no more because of him. He would not draw breath because of him. His heart had stopped beating because of him. Chaol's hand drifted to where his sword should have been. He'd thrown it in the corner of his room as soon as he'd returned from the duel last week. Mercifully, someone had cleaned the blood from it. Perhaps the guards who had taken Chaol to his chambers and given him a strong drink. They'd sat in silence until some semblance of reality returned, and then left without a word, not waiting for Chaol to thank them. Chaol ran a hand through his short hair and opened the dining room door. Celaena was picking at her dinner, slouched in her seat. Her brows rose.
2 visits in 1 day, she said, setting down her fork. To what do I owe this pleasure?
He frowned. Where's Dorian?
Why would Dorian be here?
I thought he usually came here at this hour.
Well, don't expect to find him here after today.
He approached, stopping at the edge of the table. Why?
She popped a piece of bread into her mouth. Because I ended it?
You did what?
I'm the king's champion. Surely you realize how inappropriate it would be for me to have a relationship with a prince. Her blue eyes glittered, and he wondered at the slight emphasis she put on prince, and why it made his heart skip a beat. Chaol fought his own smile.
I was wondering when you'd come to your senses.
Did she fret as he did? Did she constantly think about her blood-covered hands? But for all of her swaggering, for all of her gloating and parading about with hands on her hips, there was still something soft in her face. It gave him hope. Hope that he had not lost his soul in the act of killing. Hope that humanity could still be found, and honor could be regained. She had come out of Andovier and could still laugh. She twirled her hair around a finger. She was still wearing that absurdly short nightgown, which slid up her thighs as she propped her feet on the edge of the table. He focused on her face. Would you like to join me? She asked, gesturing with one hand to the table. It's a shame for me to celebrate alone. He looked at her, at that half grin on her face. Whatever had happened with Cain, whatever had happened at the duel, that would haunt him. But right now... He pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down. She filled a goblet with wine and handed it to him. To 4 years until freedom, she said, lifting her glass. He raised his in salute.
To you, Celaena.
Their eyes met, and Chaol didn't hide his smile as she grinned at him. Perhaps 4 years with her might not be enough. Celaena stood in the tomb and knew she was dreaming. She often visited the tomb in her dreams, to slay the Ridderak again, to be trapped inside Elena's sarcophagus, to face a featureless young woman with golden hair and a crown far too heavy for her to bear. But tonight it was just her and Elena, and the tomb was filled with moonlight, not a sign to be seen of the Ridderak's corpse. How are you recovering? The queen asked, leaning against the side of her own sarcophagus. Celaena stayed in the doorway. The queen's armor was gone, replaced by her usual flowing gown. None of the fierceness twisted her features, either. Fine, Celaena said, but glanced down at herself. In this dream world, her injuries were gone. I didn't know you were a warrior, she said, jerking her chin toward the stand where Damaris stood. There are many things history has forgotten about me. Elena's blue eyes glowed with sorrow and anger. I fought on the battlefields during the demon wars against Erewhon, at Gavin's side. That's how we fell in love. But your legends portray me as a damsel who waited in a tower with a magic necklace that would help the heroic prince. Celaena touched the amulet. I'm sorry. You could be different, Elena said quietly. You could be great, greater than me, than any of us. Celaena opened her mouth, but no words came out. Elena took a step toward her. You could rattle the stars, she whispered. You could do anything, if you only dared. And deep down you know it, too. That's what scares you most. She walked to Celaena, and it was all the assassin could do to keep from backing out of the tomb and running away. The queen's blazing glacier blue eyes were as ethereal as her lovely face. You found and defeated the evil Cain was bringing into the world. And now you're the king's champion. You did as I asked. I did it for my freedom, Celaena said. Elena gave her a knowing smile that made her want to scream, but Celaena kept her face blank. So you say. But when you called for help, when the amulet snapped, and you let your need be felt, you knew someone would answer. You knew I would answer. Why? Celaena dared ask. Why answer? Why do I need to be the king's champion? Elena lifted her face toward the moonlight streaming into the tomb. Because there are people who need you to save them as much as you yourself need to be saved, she said. Deny it all you want, but there are people, Your friends who need you here. Your friend Nehemia needs you here. Because I was sleeping, a long, endless sleep, and I was awoken by a voice. And the voice didn't belong to one person, but to many. Some whispering, some screaming, some not even aware that they were crying out. But they all want the same thing. She touched the center of Celaena's forehead. Heat flared, and a blue light flashed across Elena's face as Celaena's mark burned and then faded. And when you are ready, when you start to hear them crying out as well, then you will know why I came to you, and why I have stood by you, and will continue to watch over you, no matter how many times you shove me away. Celaena's eyes stung, and she took a step back toward the hall. Elena smiled sadly. Until that day comes, you're exactly where you need to be. From the king's side, you'll be able to see what needs to be done. But for now, enjoy the accomplishment. Celaena felt ill at the thought of what else might be asked of her, but she nodded. Fine, she breathed, making to leave, but paused in the hall. She looked over her shoulder to where the queen still stood, watching her with those sad eyes. Thank you for saving my life. Elena bowed her head. Blood ties can't be broken, she whispered, and then vanished, her words echoing in the silent tomb. Chapter 55. The following day, Celaena approached the glass throne, casting a wary glance about the council chamber. It was the same one in which she'd seen the king those many months ago. A greenish fire burned in the mouth-like fireplace, and 13 men sat at a long table, each staring at her. But there were no other champions left. Only her. The victor. Dorian stood beside his father and smiled at her. Hopefully that's a good sign. Despite the hope his grin provided, she couldn't ignore the terror that welled in her heart as the king, with dark eyes, watched her walk forward. The gold skirts of her dress were the only sound in the chamber. Celaena kept her hands pressed against the maroon bodice, trying not to wring them. She stopped and bowed. Chaol, standing beside her, did the same. The captain stood closer to her than he needed to. You have come to sign your contract, the king said, and his voice made her bones splinter. How can such a beastly man possess this sort of power over the world? Yes, Your Majesty, she said as submissively as possible, staring at the man's boots. Be my champion, and you'll find yourself a free woman. 4 years of service was the bargain you set with my son, though I cannot imagine why he felt the need to bargain with you, he said with a deadly glare in Dorian's direction. Dorian bit his lip, but said nothing. Her heart dropped and rose inside of her like a buoy. She would do whatever the king asked, every foul mission he could throw at her, and then when the 4 years were over, she'd be free to live her own life, without fear of pursuit or enslavement. She could begin again, far away from Adarlan. She could go away and forget this awful kingdom. She didn't know whether to smile, or to laugh, or to nod, or to cry and dance about. She could live off of her fortune until old age. She wouldn't have to kill. She could say goodbye to Arobin and leave Adarlan forever. Aren't you going to thank me? The king barked. She dropped into a low bow, barely able to contain her joy. She had defeated him. She had sinned against his empire and now would emerge victorious. Thank you for such an honor and gift, Your Majesty. I am your humble servant. The king snorted. Lying won't help you. Bring the contract forward. A councilman dutifully placed a piece of parchment on the table before her. She stared at the quill and the blank line where her name was to go. The king's eyes flashed, but she didn't bite. Just one sign of rebellion, one movement of aggression, and he'd hang her. There will be no questioning on your part. When I tell you to do something, you will do it. I don't need to explain myself to you. And if you somehow are caught, you will deny any connection to me to your last breath. Is that clear? Perfectly, Your Majesty. He strode from the dais. Dorian started to move, but Chaol shook his head. Celaena looked at the floor as the king stopped before her. Now understand this, assassin, the king said. She felt small and frail, so close to him.
Should you fail any of my tasks, should you forget to return, you will pay dearly.
The king's voice became so soft that even she could barely hear it.
If you don't return from the missions on which I send you, I'll have your friend, the captain—
He paused for emphasis.
—killed.
Her eyes were wide as she stared at his empty throne.
If you fail to return after that, I'll have Nehemia killed. Then I'll have her brothers executed. Not long after that, I'll bury their mother beside them. Don't believe I'm not as cunning and stealthy as you are.
She could feel him smile.
You get the picture, don't you?
He pulled away.
Sign it.
She looked at the blank space and what it offered. She took a silent, long breath, and with a prayer for her soul, she signed. Each letter was harder to form than the last. Finally, she let the quill drop onto the table.
Good. Now get out, the king said, pointing at the door. I'll summon you when you're needed.
The king sat on his throne again. Celaena bowed carefully, not taking her stare from his face. Only for an instant did she glance at Dorian, whose sapphire eyes gleamed with what she could have sworn was sadness before he smiled at her. She felt Chaol's hand graze her arm. Chaol would die. She couldn't send him to his death, or the Yitger family. With feet both heavy and light, she left the chamber. Outside, the wind bellowed and raged against the glass spire, but it could do nothing to shatter the walls. With each step away from the chamber, the weight on her shoulders lifted. Chaol remained silent until they entered the stone castle, when he turned to her.
"Well, champion,"
he said. He still wasn't wearing his sword. "Yes, captain?" The corners of his mouth tugged upward.
"Are you happy now?"
She didn't fight her own grin. "I may have just signed away my soul, but yes, or as happy as I can be."
"Celaena Sardathian, the king's champion," he mused.
"What about it?"
"I like the sound of it," he said, shrugging. "Do you want to know what your first mission will be?"
She looked at his golden brown eyes and all of the promises that lay within them, and linked her arm with his as she smiled. "Tell me tomorrow."